Still green. Well, that explains why I can never get that.
We want it towards the towards the microphone, and then he'll control who has what. Okay, it looks like we're good. All right, it is 5:31. I'll call the meeting to order. If you'll please join me in silencing your cell phone so we don't disturb the meeting. I forgot to do that beforehand.
Make sure you put your timer.
Ma'am, can I get you to lead us in the pledge, please?
Hello. I
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Would be great.
Just to quit asking for a friend.
Where would I put that?
Maybe before the meeting.
Yeah, so I think we'll do roll call now.
Mayor Hill,
Present.
Ken Owens,
Present.
John Hushkins,
Present.
Larry Sanders.
Here.
And then let the record show that we do have a quorum present. Larry just asked for a request, and it's a very timely request. If we could have a moment of silence for the fallen firefighters of Coeur d'Alene.
Thank you.
Thank you. 4, amendments to the agenda, declarations of conflict, ex parte contacts, and site visits.
Mr. Mayor,
John.
can we move 5E to a separate topic?
Request to move 5E to a separate discussion. Any others? Hearing none. Emily, I have received a letter here at City Hall, and a sealed envelope. It's a letter from a resident questioning the quorum of, was it the last City Council meeting, with regards to that there were only 2 voting members participating in the vote. Does that qualify as an ex parte contact?
I'm not sure. I probably need to see it to be sure. To see.
Regardless, I've stated that it's on the record. I haven't had an opportunity to send it to staff. I just received it when I was here at City Hall the other day. What was
We'll
that?
look at it and see if it's
Monday?
needed.
No, Tuesday. Monday. Monday is when I received it. To answer the question, on that City Council meeting at the beginning, I had also shared in the same question of what is a legal quorum, and the answer that was provided by legal counsel was that the 3 members that are here present, that this establishes the quorum. But when one of the members recuses themselves, that then there's only 2 members present. And it seems odd that would qualify as a quorum. And so I went to my friend ChatGPT, and it told me some information. And it said that no, a quorum is the full body, as you would think, that it's a majority of them. But when you put in some additional information, that what about when somebody has to recuse themselves, it says that no, that then the quorum was established by the panel here. And that when members have to recuse themselves, that the remaining members of the body are still able to conduct business. So taking another example, and there was one that was provided by my dear friend ChatGPT that said that as an example, that you have a 6-person council or 6-person board, and that half of them have to recuse themselves for whatever reason, that the remaining body is still capable of performing business. So I believe that has been adequately answered. I understand the confusion and concern, and so wanted to make sure that was addressed, and again, that it's been stated here on the record. Moving on, 5, this is an action item, consent calendar approval, Mr. Deuce, with exception of E.
Yes, Mr. Mayor and Council, on the consent calendar for approval is the regular council minutes of June 25th, a special workshop of the council on June 13th, a special workshop of the council of July 1st, the regular and special bills as presented in the packet, and then skipping E and going to F, the consideration of council's draft reasoned decision for Calvary Rathdrum Church conditional use permit.
Mr. Mayor,
John,
make a motion to approve the consent calendar as presented.
I'll second.
motion made second, and to clarify that that was with exception of 5E.
Correct.
Loren?
Mr. Mayor, 5E, consideration of the council's.
Hold, please.
Oh,
We'll do roll call vote on this, on the
Oh,
consent
sorry,
calendar, and then
yeah.
we'll move on to 5E. So roll call, please.
Okay. John Hopkins,
Aye.
Larry Sanders,
Yes.
Ken Owens.
Motion passes. 5E, Mr. Deuce.
Before you, for approval is the consideration of council's draft reasoned decision for Hayden Homes Airstad zoning map amendment.
Mr. Mayor, I just want to explain why I had this moved separately. In an abundance of caution, since I have recused myself from any vote associated with this particular matter, I will not be voting today.
Okay. So if we're doing roll call vote, if he's here, you're calling upon him, so I believe that you would step down, and then we'll
Okay.
continue the business and then call you back. Okay, so with that 5E, any other questions from the remaining council members? Any motions?
You're asking for a motion for 5E?
Yeah, unless you guys want to discuss something, then,
No.
yeah, then this would be the appropriate time to make a motion.
For just 5E?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Mayor, I'd like to approve the consent calendar approval for action item number 5E, the consideration of council's draft reasoned decision for Hayden Homes Airstad zoning map amendment.
Motion made and seconded. Any further discussion? Loren, if you please take roll.
Larry Sanders,
Yes?
Ken Owens,
Yes.
Motion passes. John, if you'll rejoin, please.
Thank you.
6, visitor comment, an opportunity to address the council, no formal action, 3-minute limit, issues placed on subsequent agenda, all of those fun things. Anyone that would like to address the council? Yes, sir.
So I can't talk about any of the land use for the next two thing, or from the Hayden Homes thing, right? Can't talk about that, and I can't talk about the one coming up, correct?
Yeah, so
Okay.
7A is a land use item, but it's a public hearing, so you can speak about it at that time during the
Gotcha.
public hearing.
Okay,
Items 8A and 8B are also land use items that are not allowed. And I'd like to take this moment to explain the reasoning for that. I'm somebody who I believe very firmly in the First Amendment and for your guys' rights to come up here and address the council in any way that you see fit. I'm very, very open to receiving public comment. The only times that I allow any restriction of any public comment is only the places in which are absolutely required by law. If it weren't for that, I wouldn't have any of those restrictions. So
sure.
with that,
So I just want to start off by saying you guys do a wonderful job. Thank you so much. But I think you guys can do a little bit better job explaining some things so the public doesn't go weird and wild. You guys are not voting on allowing a subdivision. You guys are voting on allowing a rezoning. And none of you guys here are explaining that to the population out there. I mean, some people understand and get it. I think you guys can do a better job of doing that. So that's kind of really what I say. So I can't comment on the other two things, but I think we can clear up a lot of water here and not make it so murky. And if there was some kind of, maybe you guys are already doing it, I don't know, maybe possibly, but haven't seen anything of explaining exactly what the vote is about. It's not about allowing subdivisions and that kind of thing. So appreciate it. Thank you guys.
thank you, sir. And I'm sorry I forgot at the beginning the formalities.
Oh,
Name and address for the record, please.
Jesse Bush, 16673 North Trails End Road, Rathdrum.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else that would like to address the council? Ma'am?
Can I speak? The this time, but also during the public hearing?
Absolutely.
Okay. May I speak about the quorum?
Yeah, I think that's Emily, speaking about the quorum issue, that's not specific to the land use item,
I think it's, yeah,
as long as it's focused on that issue in specific.
Okay. I just wanted to give some.
Laura, state
yeah.
your name, please.
Oh, my name is Laura Fuller, 6201 Trestle Street, Rathdrum. I wanted to give some further information about the forum that I was able to bring up.
Mm-hmm.
And it is generally, as you said, understood that most jurisdictions define the quorum as a majority of the full membership physically present at the meeting, even if a member recuses themselves or abstains. However, that is key on being physically present in the room at the time of the vote. So there is legal precedent that somebody left the room during that time. They were not physically present in the room during that time. I was able to find a court case where this was upheld. It was in 2017 in the South Carolina Court of Appeals. And during that time, there was a recusal where the member left the room entirely, and it was determined that it may not count toward the quorum. However, if they're physically present, even if at the time of the vote or abstain, it does count toward the quorum. Thank you.
Emily, looking to you for validation, is that something that,
So
I have a couple of questions and maybe that'll help this
I
conversation along.
agree with Laura. If John had truly left the meeting, then we would have lost the quorum. However, the meeting was opened up to that space. He could still hear everything, even though he was out there. He was still part of the meeting, in my opinion, because we've opened that space to the meeting. It wasn't just close to this space with the doors closed. So in my opinion, he was still present at the meeting, even though he was standing out there.
Okay, so, two more things that I wanted to address. First, I think it's important, as I've been on the city council, is that any time that I am not participating in a conversation, that it's very clear that that's the case. And so I don't know that we've had anybody, I don't know of any that have happened before, but stepping down from the dais gives a clear indication that that person is not participating in the deliberation or the vote that's being held. Thus the reason that I ask for council members to remove themselves completely from it so that then they're not physically present up here. John, during the meeting when you recused yourself and you stepped down from the dais, did you exit this physical room?
Yes.
And where did you end up going?
For a portion of it, I was in the restroom, and the rest of it, I was in the back office for a little bit. I was kind of around in different areas.
Does that change your view of any of this?
So
You can't have a
I can do additional research on it, but my preliminary view is no, he was still here, still within the crowd, still, who are still part of the meeting. So I wouldn't think that would change my view, but I can do additional research on it.
Laura, what's the case?
It's South Carolina Court of Appeals, Anderson County versus Preston, 2017.
Emily, can you give me any background about what the legal issues are there with that, with regards to well, I guess, I don't know if that court case helps spells out why, or is that court case even relevant given the different circuits?
Technically, it is not governing precedent here.
Because it's not Idaho, because it's not,
It's not, yeah, it's not Idaho, it's not the Ninth Circuit, it's not the Supreme Court. Those are the governing
hierarchy?
precedents for here. Idaho, Ninth Circuit, Supreme Court.
would it not be fair to say then that, that a court ruling in another jurisdiction such as Carolina, would be a point of reference? I don't know about an establishment of precedent? Would a court in Idaho consider that ruling or the arguments made in that case?
It would depend on the arguments made, but Carolina law is gonna be different than Idaho law, and so Carolina courts could potentially interpret that law differently than Idaho courts would. And so it could end up being a different interpretation, which may not be determinative for an Idaho court to use if they were coming to their own determination on a similar issue. I'm happy to do further research on it.
Well, I'm considering what the timing of research versus the timing of actions, as to what that means. So on the consent calendar, 5E, consideration of council's draft reasoned decision for Hayden Homes zoning map amendment. So that was already passed, and perhaps if your guidance or your research determines that that was an invalid, that there may be something else pertaining to that. And then on the agenda, the ordinance, 8B, that if the council were to request additional legal research regarding this potential conflict, that would 8B, would it be appropriate to table that then?
You can, yeah.
Can you help me understand legal ramifications from the applicant with regards to there's the 60-day processing and things like that? What does that do to our timeline?
I think we'd still be within the timeline if we ran it at the next meeting.
Any other potential risk to the city?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay. Any other comments from the public? Seeing none. 7, this is a public hearing, land use, Bakel Ranch, 25 annexation. James.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, gentlemen. The action before us tonight is a public hearing for the Bakel Ranch 2025 annexation. The applicant is Steve Circle of Tri-State Consulting Engineers, and the owner of the property is Mrs. Susan Moore. Steve, go for it.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. As James stated, my name is Steve Circle and I'm with Tri-State Consulting Engineers. I'm here tonight with my legal support, Mr. Greg Embry with Holly Troxel. So if there's any questions about my pay grade, well, he can help with that. We're here on behalf of Miss Susan Moore and her husband Eric for this annexation proposal, and I'd like to start with a little bit of history of the Moore family. Susan and her husband reside on the property and have since 2003. She is the daughter of the Becker family that originally homesteaded here in the 1950s. When they came here, they had an additional approximately about 150 acres in size. Portions of their holdings were in the city and some were in the county. Susan and her brother David Becker grew up on the homestead in their younger years and graduated from the Lakeland School District system. They are both remain on the property from the original homestead in the county. Over the years, the parents of Susan and David sold off portions of their property for sustainability and living purposes. Susan retired as a few years ago from a 35-year career working in the transportation department of the Lakeland School District. David lives here alongside on the westerly property, the boundary of the Moores, and he has been here the majority of his life. The time has come for these native residents to annex into the city. The subject parcels of land are completely surrounded by the incorporated boundaries of the city of Rathdrum. Currently, there are 2 holes in the county surrounding, like point you to the maps, you've got this white box, which is the subject property, and then one over here. Now, this condition is commonly referred to as infill. Infill property, which is currently is good planning practice and best suited for annexation for consideration. As represented in your council packet, we propose to annex 2 county parcels of land, which is approximately 30 acres in size. We are formally requesting for a zoning classification of R3, which is consistent with the surrounding zoning properties, with a self-restricting density condition that we will not allow multifamily housing. We want the ability to provide for workforce housing, which is directly related to the size of the lots. We feel that R3 zoning will allow for a density to provide for affordable building envelopes. In your council packet, you'll see your city engineer has evaluated our proposed annexation on a city service capacity standpoint as it relates to roadway, site access, water, and sewer. Mr. Jump mentions that there is adequate capacity to support the annexation with access off of Bakel Road. Furthermore, existing sewer and water mains that are in Bakel Road have adequate capacity to support the proposed annexation and future development. In the event of a proposed development application, it is recommended by Mr. Jump to perform a traffic study as a requirement, condition of requirement. We have no objections to that condition. In the council packet, your planning director prepared a complete staff report with city code analysis and comprehensive plan analysis as it relates to the proposed annexation of the subject property. Several citations in the city code and goal evaluations against the comprehensive plan with respect to our proposed property are included within. We have reviewed these and have no objections to the information provided and are in full agreement with the findings, facts, and recommendations. James will be presenting these in detail next, so I won't go into those each individual items. I would like to mention that a portion of the property that we're proposing to be annexed it will be deeded to the city of Rathdrum, and my clients are okay with that condition. This portion of land I'm specifically talking about is an existing 425-foot Bonneville power line easement, along with a small sliver of a 100-foot wide Avista utilities easement. And it's located on the southeast corner, and James will have the map to show that if you haven't already reviewed it. As stated, we're fine with that. So in summary, the native Moore and Becker family, who have been a part of this area since the 50s, seek your approval tonight for annexation. As you know, we have recommended approval for annexation from your Planning and Zoning Commission, and I stand for any questions you may have.
Council, any questions? Give my standard reminder that this is your opportunity to fish out information after the public hearing. After the public has an opportunity to speak, there is no more opportunity to ask additional questions. Hearing none, turn it back over to James.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Outstanding. Okay, the subject property is located adjacent to like-kind R3 zoning at the northeast and northern boundaries of the properties, and a small area of R1 adjacent to the northwest, and R2 to the west as well. The property is designated as medium-density residential by the adopted future land use map. That map shows that area right in here. The land use designation portion of the comprehensive plan states that medium-density residential encompasses all types of residential uses between 4 and 12 net dwelling units per acre, and supports land uses such as nursing care facilities, parks, schools, public facilities. Densities may vary as appropriate to location, street, and infrastructure capabilities, planned development patterns, and compatibility with existing development. These areas are subject to single and multi-family design standards. Some of that language in the comprehensive plan, especially the multifamily design standards, when the existing comprehensive plan was adopted, R3 was still allowed for multifamily developments. We have removed that since then, so it's not applicable. But the R3 zone is an enabling district of the MDR designation. The applicant has requested R3 zoning, but with the voluntary restriction or condition that only single-family residences be permitted on the annexed property if approved. Okay, so this request or application is simply to annex 2 parcels, which total approximately 30 acres in size, into the city of Rathdrum and to grant them a zoning of R3. As was mentioned earlier, this is not an application for development. It is not a subdivision application. There are 2 parcels. Each parcel has a house on it, and they are currently in the county, and they're asking to be in the city. That is the sum total of this application at this time. Okay, so for an annexation application, we have 2 sets of criteria in play. The first being the criteria for annexation, and the second being the criteria for the requested zoning. I am going to read Idaho Code 6765-35, or at least the bold portion. This talks about the criteria. This says that the approval or denial of any application required or authorized pursuant to this chapter shall be based upon standards and criteria which shall be set forth in the comprehensive plan, zoning ordinance, or other appropriate ordinance or regulation of the city or county. Such approval standards and criteria shall be set forth in express terms in land use ordinances in order that the permit applicants, interested residents, and decision makers alike may know the express standards that must be met in order to obtain a requested permit or approval. So below that paragraph there, we have listed the criteria for annexation and the criteria for R3 zoning, and then I will go through these individually. So for annexation, Rathdrum City Code says that the criteria for granting an annexation request shall be as follows. A, that the concerned property has a common boundary with the city limits. B, the proposed annexation complies with the goals and policies of the comprehensive plan as follows. And it gives us 5 criteria there. The way this is written, it is saying that these 5 criteria of the comprehensive plan are what matter, not the entire body of the document when it comes to the criteria for annexation. So number 1, that the city should grow within a well-defined area. 2, that growth in new areas should be allowed when suitable vacant land is no longer available to accommodate the growth, or when a specific use is proposed which is beneficial to the citizens of Rathdrum. 3, growth should only be allowed when public utility services are sufficient to accommodate the new growth. 4, the physical development of the city should reflect the best interests and needs of the city. And 5, to ensure adequate information and analysis is available upon which to base land use decisions. For the R3 zoning, the code sets out that high-density residential should be located according to these criteria, and there are only 2. In areas where traffic would not have a detrimental effect on the carrying capacity of collector and arterial streets, and 2, in locations where municipal and water and sewer facilities are provided. Sorry, it looks like I left out the whole word water in there. And again, this application is for 2 existing parcels with 2 existing residents to join, to enter into the city. If we look at this, these 2 maps show the blue is the actual incorporated city. If you can see the green through it, that means it's county properties. This property is not annexed into the city and is visible there. There are 2 parcels. This just shows the basic shape of the properties subject to the request. Okay, so these 2 parcels and the existing residents are currently served by Rathdrum Police. They are currently served by Northern Lakes Fire. They are currently served by EMS. They are currently served by the Lakeland School District, and their driveway currently accesses Bakel Road. All of the impacts of allowing these 2 parcels and residents to be brought into the city are already here. Again, this is not development, this is asking these two parcels and their residents to join the city. The city engineer's memo does state that a traffic impact study will be required on the submission of a plat. The annexation itself does not cause any additional impact for traffic because the existing traffic already is on Rathdrum city streets.
James,
Yes.
you mentioned the services that are already currently provided, and you list out several of them. I understand fire, EMS, Lakeland, and traffic, but the police, is Rathdrum PD providing?
Rathdrum PD is the first responders because of location. When the call comes in, they are gonna go and they are gonna get there first. The sheriff is on the way, but they're not
Okay.
located here.
Okay. Thank you.
If that makes sense, Mr. Mayor. Okay, so the city has set forth two requirements of annexation. We can see in the upper left here, the city engineer is requiring a dedication of right-of-way for Baker Road. There's a portion that comes to about 0.4 acres based on a rough calculation. And then the portion of the subject property that's encumbered by the BPA easement circled down there in the southeast or the lower right of the slide. It's about 6 acres there of property that would be dedicated to the city upon annexation. That BPA easement, if you're aware, we are trying to acquire all of that easement as it passes through the city for pathways that would extend from Greens Ferry to Meyer, and also as future land application properties.
Can you clarify that, please? By land app, you can't build on that, but you could put like a swing set or a
Yes.
park or whatever.
Right, the
So
land
you-
application is at that future time when Post Falls can no longer discharge
Oh, okay.
treated water into the
Yeah.
river, then they will have to send it back to us, and we have to have a certain amount of property in which to spread that out so that it's treated
Okay.
land application.
But under the BPA easement, there's no development.
But
Right. There aren't development.
they are developed.
Under the BPA easement,
They
they can't
can.
build like buildings and stuff like that.
No, yes.
That's my
That's what Larry was
question.
asking.
No buildings would be allowed, certain industrial applications, you could build a giant parking lot or an RV park underneath them, but they won't allow any vertical construction. So, those are the conditions of annexation. A, that the concerned property has a common boundary with city limits. It's got 4 common boundaries with city limits, it's surrounded on all sides, so it meets that condition. B, 1, the city should grow within a well-defined area. Our well-defined area is our area of city impact. This is actually infill property, as shown by the other photo on this slide. It is actually completely surrounded by the city and makes for great annex property. We're not spreading out and destroying existing uses out in the prairie. We're not taking away farmland. We are closing the gaps in property available to us. B2, growth in new areas should be allowed when suitable vacant land is no longer available, or when a specific use is proposed which is beneficial to the citizens of Rathdrum. We could consider the dedication of right-of-way and the dedication of that land for future land application as both being beneficial to the city of Rathdrum and its residents. B3, growth shall be allowed when public utility services are sufficient to accommodate the new growth. Again, this application is to bring 2 parcels with 2 existing residences into the city. The city does have capability to provide water and sewer to 2 residences. B4, physical development of the city should reflect the best interests and needs of the city. I cite the comprehensive plan 2B, goal 1, objective C, to maintain regulatory standards that encourage infill development consistent with expressed local values. Goal 2, objective A, encourage development within currently established areas of the community and more intense use of developed land. And 2G, goal 5, objective A, to encourage infill and the redevelopment of existing lots as satisfying that particular condition. B5, ensure adequate information and analysis is available upon which to base land use decisions. I have provided you with staff report, code analysis, and comprehensive plan analysis in order to provide you information to make said decision. For the R3 residential district, we have two criteria. One, in areas where traffic would not have a detrimental effect on the carrying capacity of collector and arterial streets. Again, we are looking at an R3 zoning with a request for single-family residences only, which means that these parcels coming into the city already having a residence on them are not eligible for further building until the properties are subdivided. So we get another crack at it if we're concerned about density or any other concerns that may come along. And then two, in locations where municipal water and sewer, facilities are provided. At the time of the request, there are two existing parcels which are accessed via a shared driveway from Baker Road. Existing traffic already uses city streets. The annexation of these parcels with the residences has zero or no impact on the carrying capacity of collector and arterial streets. And at the time of application, municipal water and sewer are available to the property being located within Wright Street, Baker Road, and at the termination of Silverado Street to the northeast. So again, those are the criteria for annexation and for zoning, and that is all I have for you this evening.
James.
Yes, sir.
Good job, by the way. These presentations get better and better.
I'm trying.
So, appreciate it. I guess my confusion here is we want to bring two houses in, but we want to be zoned for R3. That just seems really contradictory to me. If you just want your two houses in the city, you want to hook up to city water, which I have a follow-up question about that. Wouldn't it be better to just annex these in as an R1?
Well, there is obviously the fact that at some point in the future, the idea is to subdivide it. But this action is only to bring them in.
Okay.
Right, and I guess if the future potential is subdivision, it doesn't matter if you bring them in as R3M, R1, R1B, anything, it's going to change the number of lots. But very specifically, this isn't about development. This is about, is it in the city or is it not in the city?
Okay. Well, and the
I
ability.
realize we
yeah.
can see the writing on the wall. That's the intent. It's just a
Just
separate
asking
process.
specifically about what's been presented. So, and then the other part of that is what is the timeline to hook these two properties, the two houses up to city water?
There would be no requirement without development. I mean, if they were to go try to expand to get a building permit, that qualifies for development, they would have to do it. If they come into the city, if there's no development, there are existing non-conformities, and until there's some kind of trigger to make them be connected, they could stay there. There are several buildings, industrial buildings, just north of Ace on Baker Road there, one lot over from the corner. Those don't have water and sewer to them. They were tractor sheds by Mr. Taylor.
But do they have wells and septics?
No, they're tractor
It's
sheds.
similar to the houses, the Myers houses, they're commercial. They're the Myers houses, the two Meyer houses on Lancaster that are now commercial until further development happens on those lots. They're not required to hook up to water and sewer. They can keep their wells and septics until
So
then.
I guess I'm still confused on why this would be an R3 then. It makes more sense to me that this be brought in front of the council as an R1 and then a future matter brought in front of the council to rezone appropriately when they're ready to do that.
Well, I think the point that you're touching on there is that the annexation is a substantial commitment, and as we've seen, that once annexed into the city, rezoned, that property could be rezoned as something else, that as long as it conforms to the criteria that's established, that we're kind of held, I don't want to say held hostage, that you play, the city's responsibility, whenever you play a game, you need to know what the rule book is. What are the rules to be successful, and how do I fit within those? What are the parameters that I have to work within? Cities establish that by establishing their comprehensive plan to include their future land use map, to establish zoning designations that are allowed within those future land use maps, and as to what types of zones and how large or small their zoning lots are, or what kind of things it is that they allow and don't allow, that's how they control. And then that's the rule book that they have to play by when somebody comes and says, hey, I want to play in your game. Here's the rules that you have established, and here's the things that here's how I'm meeting these criterias. The one that stood out to me, question that I have is that Rathdrum City Code 15563, criteria for granting annexation, B2, growth in new areas should be allowed when suitable vacant land is no longer available to accommodate the growth, or when specific use is proposed which is beneficial to the citizens of Rathdrum. And so it gives two different criterias there, is that when there is no suitable vacant land is no longer available to accommodate growth, and I think that I'd have a hard time making an argument that that's true, or when specific use is proposed which is beneficial to the citizens of Rathdrum. And so the two criterias that you've presented as being beneficial to the city of Rathdrum is the dedication of right-of-way, which is required of any subdivision or annexation that's proposed, that all of them provide roadways and right-of-way and things. And then two, the donation of 6 acres of BPA easement that, as we just discussed, you can't build a building on, is land that is less usable or undevelopable, that there isn't much that the developer can do with it. There also isn't much that the city can do with it. If you look at the property surrounding it, that as you've pointed out, that all the other properties surrounding it are already annexed into the city. That this is an island of unannexed property. You have BPA easement to the east and also to the south, but I don't see any parcels that are owned by the city of Rathdrum connecting to anything. So you have this little island of property that would be owned by the city of Rathdrum for what purpose? To land applicate on 6 acres on that little corner there, and then what use is it to the city? Does it have a value to the community other than the land applicant? That how does the community see benefit in that parcel, especially when, I mean, you talked about walkways and paths and things like that, but there's no connectivity to anything else. To the east, it's already been annexed. To the south, it's already been annexed.
At this time, right, if you look at Thayer Farms, that property has been in the city for 30 years. We just got the pathway system over there, or the easement area donated to the city with the development of those plats. So prior to that, any acquisition of property would, well, it's just an island of property that's not connected to anything. Land application for the city is important and beneficial. The city owns all sorts of properties, about 300 acres of southwest corner, how much we have down there? We would like to be able to sell, but we have to have land application property designated. So if we can apply that land app to undevelopable properties to allow the city to sell developable properties, it is definitely a win for the city.
And I want to throw out, just before there's confusion, that land that the city owns is industrial, it's not residential zone. So if the city were to sell it and it were to be developed, it would be developed in industrial, and that's what our future land use map shows as well.
Unless an applicant came in front of council and wanted to change it to something else, right?
Well, it'd have to do a zone map change and everything else, but
But we've seen
the
many-
future land map change, which even in our.
So in the comprehensive plan, that it's not conforming with the future land use map. But we've seen several times where that's come before us and that it gets approved, but that's a council decision. That's totally within your guys' control. The one area that I feel is defensible as far as how much our city grows is annexation. Once it's annexed into the city, even if this property were to be annexed in as industrial, that it could later come back and say that we'd like to rezone this to residential. And it seems difficult to challenge that. The comments about, that this is really annexing in to residents is I don't know, it's
Well, I think the problem I'm having with that is there's no intention to bring those into city services. So one of the main points of annexation is exactly that, right? Regardless of what they plan on doing with it in the future. We're looking at it as a present state, right? And that's what the application is, in present state. I mean, you've stated that several times, 2 houses, 2 houses, 2 houses, right? So in present state, there's no intention to join city services. I'm failing to see.
because the real intention is to develop the property into R3 single family homes.
Well,
None of these criteria, as shown on this page, say that the existing structures have to be provided. It says in locations where those areas, those services are provided.
But James, you're asking us to create a non-conforming area, are you not? Because they're not connected to city houses?
But there's no
Or to
requirement
city
that they
services?
be connected to city houses. They
But
have to
they-
be in an area that can be connected.
But under
They-
code, they would be non-conforming because they're not. You already established that with the 2 tractor sheds, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
But I don't feel that that's a fair comparison either. The 2 tractor sheds don't have water, they don't have sewer. So it's not like they're not connecting to city services. There's no services to connect. There's nothing there. So there's property in the city that's undeveloped, that doesn't have any services, that they don't have, I'm trying to think of an example of a parcel that,
Our parcel, all of our property isn't connected to water and sewer.
city does whatever it wants. Sorry. I'm sorry.
Shame on you.
The, taking, I mean, I am confident that there are parcels that are undeveloped. Take the one that came before council here in the past couple of years, over here across from McDonald's, that there was a single lot in that residential neighborhood that was not developed, had never been developed. It was a vacant lot for many, many years. There was no city services that were provided to it because there was nothing to provide services to. At the time that they developed something, that then they had to connect to city services. But this parcel we're talking about, there are 2 homes that have septic and have water. And so on one side, you're saying that these are just 2 houses that are out there. What's the harm in annexing those in? It's fine. And you don't have to connect to city services because you're not developing the land. So as you say that, it contradicts that you're annexing in for the purposes of obtaining city services. We're not going to do anything with this R3 zone. But the reality is that that's really where it goes. And so then at that time, that when it does get developed, then it's what's the impact then? And so it's kind of, to me, it's like hiding that this is R3 and this is what the potential impact is by saying that, oh, it's just 2 houses that aren't going to connect to any city services. Is
James, can I ask you a question? If this property were two people there, it wasn't part of the city limits, so we have no control over it.
Like it is right now.
Right, so I'm saying, if we annex it in,
Mhm.
now there's 2 homes there.
Mhm.
We have control over it in the sense now we're gonna get tax revenue, we're gonna get a lot of other things off of it. But if they didn't have water and septic, we wouldn't allow them to live there, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so does that fall under the grandfather clause if they're okay until, like you said, until they start development? If and when they actually do? There's a lot of ifs and whens and what ifs here that
Well,
we're.
that was what I meant, just like the Meyer properties for the Meyer Lancaster annexation that we dealt with just a couple months ago. There's 2 residences on those 3 parcels, right? Until there's development, commercial development on those parcels, they are not required to hook to city water and sewer.
Right.
When were
Right,
those-
I got 15-acre parcels that are R1 in the city that don't have houses on them, and there's no water and sewer stubbed into the properties.
when were those properties annexed into the city?
Which ones?
The Meyer properties that you're talking about, the commercial and residential?
Yeah, just recently.
Yeah, I know it was recently. I'm wanting to find the actual.
I think it was about January.
I think it was the second meeting in January that we passed the ordinance.
Thank you. I want to find that packet.
While the mayor's looking for that, he mentioned water rights. What's that look like? I don't know, is that a Kevin question?
I
We would normally, when they come in for incorporation, if they have water rights, we would require those to be transferred to us. And then we would instigate and carry over the conversion from whatever type of water rights, which is typically agricultural, to municipal water right. We would do that through the Idaho Department of Water Resources.
Okay, and what's the purpose of that, just for general
So that we
knowledge?
can actually use them for purposes that we need them for, which is, you know, put them in our pipes, whether they're using it to land apply for, you know, if they happen to have crops or, you know, animals.
Do we know, do the water rights that would be included in this, would they support R3 development?
John, I have not looked to see if there are water rights that they own.
Okay, so we don't know.
So I don't have a good answer.
Fair.
Can I add in there, John, it wouldn't be specific to those parcels that the water rights is transferred. It would be transferred to our existing points of diversion, meaning we could draw a little bit more out of our wells based on, and it's not a one-for-one exchange. There's magic calculations that the Department of Water Resources does that changes that. But no, there's nothing saying that the water rights they have would support any number of houses more than the two that are there. What it does is it affects our overall limit to draw from our points of diversion.
I ask because I'm thinking back to a previous annexation decision along Highway 53. I believe it was about 3 years ago, where it was declined because essentially the drain on the water system was higher than what they'd be providing. But if we don't know, we don't know, right? If the answer is we don't know, we don't know.
You were spot on the, you were spot on the meeting in which the ordinance was passed for that annexation. What I'm looking for is where the public hearing was.
Oh,
Would've been
December, last fall, but I don't remember what the date was.
It took forever.
It took quite a while for the Myers.
I think it was like back in June of last year.
A long time ago. Yeah.
Another example of property that came into the city with an existing residence was Hadley Meadows, which had a house right in the middle of that subdivision. When it was platted, that house was incorporated into the subdivision on a new lot and was hooked to water and sewer when the subdivision was developed.
I found the one that I'm looking for.
Was this thing?
June 12th of 2024. Emily, this question is for you. You were good. June 12th, 2024. I've got the agenda pulled up here. On 8 public hearings, A, Spiker annexation 2024, B, Meyer Lancaster annexation. Both of those annexations were approved. Unanimously, actually, if I'm not mistaken. Is there risk to the city that one annexation is approved based on similar criteria and another is not?
Yes, and that will kind of come up later in our workshop, actually. It means that if the same criteria is used one way and then it's used a different way, that means that that criteria is arbitrary and is therefore invalid under Idaho code, because there are criteria required to be express, i.e. objective, and not subjective, and cannot be arbitrarily applied. So if we apply it one way for one annexation and another way for another annexation, then that is, for all intents and purposes, arbitrary.
So to make sure that I'm understanding what you're saying, break that down into simpler terms.
I don't know what criteria was, well, like, I guess I don't know we'd have to like look at the facts as well, because that would make a difference. If the facts are one way in one, and you could differentiate them in the other instance, then you could support a difference in decision. But if the facts are substantially similar and you apply the criteria one way in one case and another way in another case, then that would be considered an arbitrary application of that criteria.
Well, and I mean, I'm back to the comment that I highlighted here is growth in new areas should be allowed when suitable vacant land is no longer available to accommodate the growth. I, again, have a very hard time making that statement and feeling credible.
Sorry.
or when specific use is provided for which beneficial to the citizens of Rathdrum. And we've kind of grappled over that 6 acres being able to take 6 acres away from somewhere else for land applicant. John?
Yeah, and I would kind of on both points. I'll start with the last one that you mentioned, which is, usable land. What flashes into my head is the City Hall campus, right? That land has sat vacant for how long with no trespassing signs and not available to the city? Okay, now we're talking about a small, undeveloped lot of land, which likely is not going to be of use to the people of the city of Rathdrum. Okay, so that's I believe that was B4. B2, the suitable vacant land. Can you pull up a map, the current zoning map?
I think he wants it the whole city.
Of the whole city?
The whole city, yes, please. Sorry. And the point that I'm getting at here is, can you identify areas on that map readily that are within the city that are zoned residential that have not been developed? They do not currently have a certificate of occupancy on them.
Yes.
They're not being developed,
Well, there's several that don't have certificates of occupancy
Oh, you're
that
talking
are
about, they have to
in
have
development.
certificates of occupancy?
That do not.
There's a lot.
Well, yeah, but
Well,
a
and
lot
that's,
of
I'm,
them aren't currently being
we're saying
developed.
anecdotally there's not, but yeah, it's,
There's a lot of property that doesn't have a certificate of occupancy. I mean,
But
that's
some of it is currently under development.
under development, but
Yeah.
not having a certificate of occupancy, that's a huge number.
There's
That's,
a difference, yeah.
well, I mean, huge relatively.
And I don't know if James has that knowledge off the top of his head.
Okay, so, this area, sorry, just a second.
James is still connected. There you go.
Right.
That's my map, I think, or I've got the same map.
So I think that's Leon's.
I don't think it really matters whose screen is up there.
Yeah.
If it's
No,
As long as we can see
it. He's trying to point to things
There you
using
go,
his
that's yours.
cursor.
That's yours.
Okay, so this area in the northwest corner of the city is predominantly rock bluffs. We've got several 15-acre parcels up here. One parcel that's greater than that. It's pretty much undeveloped due to the terrain. We have one large parcel zoned R1 right there, just off Highway 41, adjacent to Skyview Meadows, which is currently undeveloped, and that is R1.
R3 to the left. Jerry's.
Oh, and this R3 out here, which is on the other side of all that industrial property, west of the power plant, that is also undeveloped. But if we look overall at the whole map, this is Brookshire South, currently in development. This area here is Thayer Farms North and Thayer Farms West, currently in development.
what percentage completed are they?
Thayer Farms North is almost done, like
It's all done.
Probably
80%.
95.
Thayer Farms itself is almost done, and Thayer Farms West maybe at 20%.
Okay.
Silver
S-
Mountain.
So, and
Just
then
starting public
we got
infrastructure.
Settlement Mountain, which is the south half of this R2S, and Raghorn Estates R1 just below it, which is, both of those are just installing infrastructure at this time.
But the annexation that I just mentioned, Diamond, was it Spiker?
The Spike, that's Raghorn Estates.
Right, that's the
Okay.
The little R1.
Yeah, sorry about that. That's that guy right there.
A
Um,
couple of those R3s are
where?
the McClure property.
These are not, these R3 properties up here are really the reason that we took multifamily out of the R3 zone, because we didn't feel like it really belonged up there in the undeveloped portion of the city with old roads and stuff. Those properties are generally underdeveloped. Maybe they have a single house or mobile home on a rather large parcel rather than undeveloped. But that's really it, I guess, as far as.
Meyer parcels that we just annexed in.
Right, and we're waiting on the subdivision of the residential portion of that. They're working on it as we speak.
There was an annexation request that was made at one time, and I believe there were a couple of reasons that it was unsuccessful, and that was over near Greens Ferry. near a railroad.
Mr. Mayor, it was along Burlington Railroad, which is the diagonal line above the industrial. There was multiple reasons why it was denied. One,
Water and sewer.
water, there was no water rights to go to the city. They had already been granted to another water district. Two, on the zoning of that property, they wanted residential. However, the council felt at the time that the industrial to the north and the industrial to the south wasn't a good mix of residential property in the middle of that. And so I believe those were the two reasons why the annexation was denied.
There was one other, as part of that proposal, that there was an intended dedication of land to the city that was essentially property that they couldn't utilize anyway. And so, to furthering the point that I'm getting at here is that when specific use is proposed, which is beneficial to the citizens, and so having somebody that's coming in and developing a piece of property and saying that here's a piece of property that I can't do anything with, here you can have it, and that counts as beneficial to the citizens. Whereas there's, I hear what you're saying with regards to the land applicant, but other than that, there isn't, I don't know, I guess, James, you make a fair point that the Thayer Farms parcel, that didn't exist, and now there's pathways under it, so eventually it could have potential to the community, potential value to the citizens, and I'm not meaning in like dollars, but I'm meaning like, does the community see that as a value adding to the fiber of our community?
Are we reading too much into this because it says or accommodation, the growth, or when a specific use and proposed?
And I'm saying either one, that I'm saying the first one is one, and it does say or, so to me that means either one could satisfy this requirement. I have a hard time saying with any credibility that growth in new areas should be allowed when suitable vacant land is no longer available. So I fall onto the second one then to say that it doesn't seem like the first one is necessary, and I don't think that that's fair to a landowner, though, is that as I've mentioned, there's 2 parcels that were just annexed in June of last year with unanimous consent to approve an annexation that you didn't get to us first. And so, what criteria is it that we're utilizing to be legally defensible in a denial, if that were the direction the council were going?
Which page of the packet are you on, sorry?
This page here, 38.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
just want to throw this out too. We got a lot of opportunity for the public to converse, so I don't know that we want to go too much into deliberation. The question and answer is awesome, but also want to open it up to the public further.
Right, but anything that isn't discussed here first.
Totally get it.
Yep. Okay, so just wanting to make sure that we get anything out there. If there's nothing else, if there's no new information, that we don't need to keep beating the dead horse. If there's any other points of topic that need to be made so that then it is on the record, the public has an opportunity to express one way or the other before we get to the final deliberation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I for one, don't appreciate being rushed out of the deliberation or
Well,
asking the ability to ask questions, right?
But-
and this is crucial. And the mayor has said in the past, and I'll not quote directly, but indirectly, that annexation is one of the best times that we have to control the future of what's going to happen in that area. So our questions matter, and we shouldn't be rushed into an arbitrary judgment or rushed out of a phase simply for the fact of letting people state their opinions. If this meeting goes 10 hours, it goes 10 hours. Everyone should have their right to voice their opinion. And as a council member, I feel like it is imperative for me to be able to ask the questions that I want without being rushed out of that.
And I think what Leon's comment was more related to the question and answer portion and making sure that the deliberation occurs at the time for deliberation. That's
Absolutely.
point taken.
Can you elaborate, John, a little more on why you feel it should be R1 instead of R3? Because that's what the landowners are requesting.
Because it's two houses and we're told to go by exactly what it is.
So this
Yeah,
exact conversation
that's-
is the deliberation, so we're
Right,
not presenting
right.
new
Yeah,
information,
we
so
can't.
this
Right.
is,
So
this
we'll
is
talk
on
about
the
that.
record, so
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
trying to keep the meeting moving along. This conversation could occur in deliberation. And-
After the public hearing?
Yeah, so
Oh, okay, okay.
we've had the comments
Okay,
on the
I follow
record, so
you.
you can talk about it all you want in deliberation. That's the point I'm trying to make, is that we're trying to
Okay.
elicit any of the information. If you guys have any other topics that you would like to have on the record, so that then we have the ability to deliberate about them. Any other comments that you'd like to make, or questions that you have prior to moving on to the public portion of the meeting?
One moment. No.
Hearing none, I'll now open it to the public portion of the meeting. This process allows the public to engage in the process, for you to come forward and be heard. So the process goes as is structured for any of our public hearings. First, we give an opportunity for anyone that would like to speak in favor of the proposal, followed by anyone that would like to speak neutrally, and lastly, followed by anyone who would like to speak in opposition of the project. Come now and be heard. So open it up. Anyone that would like to speak in favor of, and Lorianne, if you check for any sign-ins. Thank you.
Hey, council.
Thank you. If you please state your name and your address for the record.
Justin Sherfy, 421 North 19th Street. North Idaho native. I've been working in Rathrum for the last year. I see this project as someone who's rented before. Someone actually owns a house. I was lucky enough to get in early before the rates went up. Property values in Rathrum were 360 as a medium in 2020, and in 2025 they're 545. Put an interest rate on that. Today. That was a payment of $1,500 back then. Today it's $3,500. I know a lot of you guys are worried about growth. I think coming in here, I think there's an actual case for multifamily. That's what it calls for. It calls for R3. They are saying they're going to restrict that. I think the community likes that. I also know down the road, on the Alliance, there's some storage that could be a possible use for this as well. I mean, think about your kids, grandkids owning a home, renting an apartment. Affordability, it is an issue. I don't want to see North Idaho become the next Sun Valley. It's a service-based community down there with the resort down the road, new hotels going up. We don't have the jobs here to afford, $600,000, $700,000 median houses. I think you have R3 to the north of it, you have apartments, you have a park adjacent to it. If they want to annex, it says Idaho, strong private property rights state. And I think about these guys' rights. They've had development happen to the north, to the east, to the west, to the south. It's their turn. Their last name might not be Meyer, might not be Thayer. They're not sitting on a beach in Arstad in California. They live here. So, thank you.
Thanks, Justin. Anyone else that would like to speak in favor?
Hello, council. My name is Heath Wachter. My address is 13696 North Bremore Court. I'm here in favor of this property being annexed into the city. The 30 acres proposed fits perfectly within the Rathrum Community Growth Plan and reflects the kind of thoughtful, intentional growth that the city needs. My wife and I probably call Rathrum home and hope to raise our future family here. We live in an infill neighborhood near other established areas, and it's been a great experience. Proof that smart planning improves quality of life. While I understand concerns about urban sprawl, this project is not that. It uses existing infrastructure, complements nearby neighborhoods, and respects the characters of the community. As someone born and raised in North Idaho, I believe in protecting property owners' rights, especially when the vision aligns with the city's long-term goals. I respectfully urge you to approve the annexation and help continue building a strong, connected Raptor. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else that would like to speak in favor of? Yeah.
Good evening, Mayor and Councilman. My name is Maggie Lyons, and my address is 2961 East Ponderosa Lane in Hayden Lake, Idaho. I currently serve as the Executive Director for Panhandle Affordable Housing Alliance, otherwise known as PAHA. Affordable housing is one of the most misused and misunderstood terms in public policy. In this annexation request, and if it's developed, we're talking specifically about homes that local working families will be able to afford. When cities dismiss projects aimed at serving the workforce, they overlook a very hard truth. Essential workers, teachers, nurses, first responders are being priced out of the very communities where they live. This isn't about unchecked growth. It really is about smart, long-term planning and investment that keeps our local workers, our children, and our grandchildren living here for generations to come. The data tells us, and I've studied the data closely in this work that PAHA is doing, 70% of our renters want to own a home, and they are priced out of it today. These are middle to upper middle income households, often earning around $100,000 combined income, and it's two wage earners, so 60-40, 50-50. These are the wages of North Idaho. They're not asking for subsidies. They want to own the home, the land underneath the home, and overwhelmingly they prefer single-family, 3-bedroom homes. This is what we've learned. In Post Falls, PAHA is building how and showing how this can be done in a 28-home neighborhood called Miracle on Britain. These homes are being sold, actually, in our case, below market to income qualified households. Our buyers include a Lakeland school teacher. Do you want me to keep going?
Yes, please.
Okay. Our buyers include, as well as the Lakeland teacher, I'm excited to tell you about who these buyers are. We have a firefighter, a sheriff's deputy, 2 nurses, an electrician, a welder, a physical therapist, a banker, an office manager, and an IT specialist, just to name a few of them. They're young, and they have families, and they are so excited to be buying a home that they can finally get into in this neighborhood. These are the very people who keep our community running and operating. And this is the only way that we keep our communities vibrant, is to keep our local workers living here. It was said earlier that we will become a Sun Valley. It is a slow swinging wrecking ball if we don't plan wisely to allow growth, especially for our lower cost homes. These homes in Britain must be owner occupied. They include a resale formula that allows equity wealth creation, but always keep the home affordable for whatever income limit has been allowed for that home. We believe that this is a blueprint for our cities here in Kootenai County, as well as our builders, that they will embrace and adopt this model. So thank you so much. I hope that you will approve this annexation.
Thank you, Peggy. Emily, I asked you to come back in. She made a comment that kind of sparked a question. And so before I get too far into the public hearing process, I want to ask that question and then ask about how to, restart the public hearing process to allow the public a comment or an opportunity to comment on the question that I'll ask to speak in favor of, neutrally, or against. So is that the correct process? Is that if I have something that I'm like, hey, wait a minute, there's a couple more questions that sparked from Maggie's presentation, for us to ask questions about that, and then to restart the public hearing process to allow anyone to speak in regards to the comments and things.
if your questions go towards one of the criteria and could affect the decision, then yes, you would restart the public hearing.
Okay, I won't know that until I ask the question.
Yeah.
So,
It's a pretty general answer.
I think that I've asked this question of you already. And I think I recall the answer, but I think it's important for us to have the discussion. Maggie brings up workforce housing, low income and affordable or affordable homes, and I don't even think low income is a fair term because it's the wages that our area supports. The house prices that we're seeing in the market today are exceeding what many of our local residents can afford. And so with that, is there legal means in which we can, on an annexation, provide any type of requirements with regards to owner occupied, so they can't be large investors that are purchasing properties and making rentals out of them, that first-time home buyers or a percentage thereof being dedicated for something such as those types of housing projects, or that the sale of homes in that are restricted to individuals that already reside within a certain geographical limit, to say something like you're already a Kootenai County resident, you're already a resident of the state of Idaho, or you're already a resident of a 150-mile radius or something of that nature. Is any of that legal?
So, no, you guys cannot require those types of requirements in any land use action. The courts have struck that down several times as an unreasonable exercise of police power over property ownership, which is considered private, not open for public restriction of. And so you can't agree if the applicant says they're going to do something and offers that, you can accept said offer and enter into a development agreement to those different types of terms, but you cannot require that of an applicant if they're not willing to offer that in the first place.
So before I ask my follow-up question to that, then, I'm concerned of what the answer could entail. So let me first ask a clarifying question before I ask a follow-up question, is that if that were to be further discussed, is there any legal risk to the city that would challenge that the reason that my application wasn't successful was because I wasn't willing to give in to your strong arming of demands that you provide for this type of thing? I think you kind of understand where I'm getting at, is that kind of like an extortion that you're saying that, we'll approve it if, or I'm not even saying approving if is what I'm getting at, because this is not my decision, this is a decision of the council. What my question is leading towards is, if the developer were to say that, or not offer something like that, and it were to be denied, could that be a criteria that then they come back to the city and put us in legal risk?
It depends. I know you don't like that answer, but it does. If there was sufficient factual and legal basis for the denial that was separate from those terms, then it significantly lowers our legal liability. But if there is not a good factual or legal or objective reason for denial, and that was basically part of the deliberations, and that's kind of what it seems like council hung their hat on as part of their denial, then that obviously increases our legal liability that was the reason for denial, even if it wasn't expressly stated, which would be illegal for denial.
Are you talking about denying the annexation, or are you talking about denying somebody to buy a home, but they gotta be owner occupied? Is that your question?
I'm talking about council action and what liability that poses to the city. So again, I don't have a vote in this process. So my question, or I guess me stating the question, isn't the deciding body stating the question, but I think it still kind of presents it on the record for deliberation. I think that some of the things that some of our community members express is concerns about affordable housing, and that's a term that developers or builders will slap onto anything that they build. That, you know, I mean, hey, we're building these things as cheaply as we possibly can, but the price tag that is associated with them is not something that most residents of our community or region, even in a greater sense, would consider affordable. It's difficult given the pricing of homes, and combined with the current interest rates that are available, that it is hard to find reasonably priced homes. In fact, we are currently in the process of applying or of interviewing candidates for a fairly high level position in the city of Rathdrum. And one of the concerns is that if you're not currently a resident of this region, are you going to be able to afford to purchase a home or even rent a home in this region with the wages that the position offers? With that, I guess my next question or my follow-up to that is that if the developer or the applicant rather were to enter into a voluntary agreement, is there anything that the city could even do to hold them accountable to that agreement? So I guess
Probably not, because anything that they are doing to themselves through a private property means, i.e. most likely a deed restriction, is not something that we would be monitoring or checking on or enforcing on. It would just be within an agreement that they say that they are agreeing to do.
Okay, so I seem to recall that annexation is the place in which you have the greatest latitude and the greatest ability to enter into development agreements where you can get a if this then that. Putting restrictions, I recall there being, you know, somewhat like where we required a fence along the railway that is a certain height and made of certain materials, that we can put those kinds of restrictions on an annexation.
Yeah, as long as it's tied to one of the criteria in some way, has some sort of legal basis or objective basis for why you want said condition, and it's reasonable, I would say yes.
I feel like we've done annexation agreements. Is that what it's called? Annexation agreements?
Agreement.
Not a development agreement, but an annexation agreement. That have not been directly tied to a reasoned criteria. Have we not?
We've done in annexation agreements, donations of parkland. We've done agreements that have fencing restrictions, as you mentioned. Brookshire South, for example, is one that we did that. We also put in that annexation agreement a restriction on the development of that property until a certain other part of property that owner had was developed. And I think that one in particular does go into the criteria for developable property, because, you know, we limited that. We have done right-of-ways, we have done road construction within the Meyer family annexation. They're constructing Radcliffe, but that was, again, all of those were for a benefit of the city, which is a requirement in that B2, if that's the criteria, as a benefit to the city.
B4.
Yeah, so those are some of the things that we have done in annexation agreements that I can remember off the top of my head.
Can some of those be done during the subdivision process if they?
It would be better to do them during the annexation agreement.
Annexation is where you have the
process.
strongest control.
Okay.
You have the more control over that. When you do it in a subdivision, a subdivision application has to meet the existing criteria, and that's what you're judging it off of, is the existing criteria. So adding a fence, for example, isn't part of the criteria of a subdivision application.
It's interesting that you say that, because as James had presented, that we're talking about annexing in 2 residential parcels. We're talking about annexing in 2 houses, and that this isn't a subdivision, and that we get another bite at it later. But in reality, we really don't. That subdivision agreement that as long as they're conforming to all of the rules, that we don't have any capability of holding their feet to the fire or requiring that, you know, I see what you did there, I'd really like to see more of this or more of that. Well, your criteria doesn't state that. It says that I can build this many houses and this many square foot lots, and you saying that you wanna see something different, well, that's not what your rules state, so we don't have the ability to do anything differently at that point. And in fact, on the annexation agreement, that this is the one time that the council does have the ability to say that an annexation with something, I don't know that we could stipulate a different zoning than what was
You
being.
have to deny it and then say that they could come back with a different zoning to obtain approval.
Okay, so then, but the council could approve an R3 zoning, as presented and put additional lot size restrictions on it and say that, you know, yes, we'll approve it.
I think you
R3.
still have to have, because you are under the zoning criteria when you are working on the zoning, not the annexation criteria. So you have to be within the zoning criteria and have a basis of.
So the zoning criteria of R3 requires a minimum lot size of 6,500 square feet, is that correct?
6,000.
6,000 square feet, and the R2 is,
R2A is 8,500.
okay, so if the council were to say that, well, sure, we'll approve it, but we want a 7,000 foot minimum lot size, it still fits within R3, but on an annexation agreement, you could get that requirement. The council has the greatest control in annexations, right?
I don't think so. When they ask for R3, the code says R3 is 6,000 with a maximum lot size of double the minimum. So you creating a condition that isn't in the code is not based in the criteria. It's just
But on an annexation, that we have the greatest latitude to
to bring it into the city, but it's a separate thing than granting the zone. There's two different actions going on at the same time.
Sure, but so on the annexation, that's the opportunity, am I not correct, that that's the opportunity where the council can put restrictions on the annexation to say that the minimum lot
If you tie the
size.
restriction to a valid criteria and have a valid objective, fact that you are using to tie it to said criteria, then yes.
So
You have
R3
that discretion to do that.
That's what I was trying to say.
So-
That has to be related to a criteria. You can't just decide all the houses have to be purple and throw a random criteria in there that we want them to meet.
So the R3 is minimum 6,000,
Yes,
maximum double that.
yes.
So they could do an R1 lot in an R3 zone if they so choose to do that.
Yes.
Okay, thank you for clarifying. Thank you.
Okay, so I don't think I have any other questions. Council, do you have any other questions?
Sorry, what's the R1 sizing?
10,000.
Well, it's R1A
R1A
is 12,000.
12,000 square feet.
And R1B is
It's 20,000. We have raised it to 10,000, raised it to 12.
Oh, okay, I thought it was 10, okay.
It used to be, when it was just R1, but we don't have R1
Yes.
anymore, we raised it to 12. Okay.
So one of the things that, and I realize this is getting above and beyond, but when Mr. Sickles spoke earlier, he mentioned the fact of affordable housing and.
Can you speak into your microphone?
I thought it was. Is it on there?
it's everybody talking.
Oh.
So, when Mr. Stickle presented his criteria or wanting the rezone, I realized that's another step of doing the subdivision. This is just rezoning 2 lots. Your ultimate goal is to do R3 affordable housing. I read somewhere the other day where it's 27% of the houses that have been bought the last 2 years in America are bought by investors, and they're renting them. I like your thought. I like Maggie's thought of affordable housing, having, occupancy, owner occupancy, and having resale criteria, selling them below market value. That's a whole other project of the banking industry. If the developer wants to do that, that's their option. All we're talking about here today is rezoning 2 lots. And I don't see anything in here that, we need to go back into the public comment.
Yes, we do.
I'll
So
stop- I'll
I'm
stop there.
trying to establish, is there anything else that the council's
No,
trying to
I'm
tease
good.
out of this? Because then we're gonna restart the public hearing process, right? Okay. Open it back up to public hearing, and so I'll start first with those that have already spoken in favor of. Your comments are already on the record, giving you an opportunity to readdress the council regarding anything else that we've deliberated or anything else that you'd like to address the council for with regards to your rights to address the public council. So I'll start with Justin.
I just had a question. Can you scroll down on that map? So is there a reason that R3 hasn't been, is there services there? Do we know? Or like, what's the holdup on these other properties not getting built out?
They're not annexed into the city.
The R3, that piece right there. Like, is there,
There's no water and sewer available on that piece of property at this current time.
okay. So that's down the road.
Potentially, so that's also is that part of the urban renewal district? So that property is designated as part of an urban renewal district, which indicates that you have a base property rate in which, well, actually, I think we're getting off topic.
I was gonna say, this is.
Sorry.
This is
All
also
I'm trying to ask
system.
is, I see stuff with colors on it. I don't know why it's not getting built out. It sounds like it is. There's just like I don't know, like I'm 27, and there's just a cry from my friends. They're all renting. They'd love to buy a house. The more opportunities you give to whoever to build, it's just, for our local area, we are, if you look at the stats, like I've looked at it, we are so undersupplied. And I don't want to see our houses just keep climbing. Everybody else who's older is going to speak tonight, own houses, you moved here a couple of years ago, great. But from the next generation, it's like, how do we get into these communities? How can we do this? And it's through this process. If there's some that are deeded back, awesome. I just feel like everybody who's against this irresponsible growth, filling in a void, everybody who's against it already owns a house. They already are in the community. They already have roots. They got in at a good time. We're screwed. Like, it's just like, I want to, my friends, I want to be able to, he'll go to your house. It's like, oh yeah, I'm renting and sharing a room with 5 of my friends. Like that, I don't know if you guys see it. I'm not trying to call you old, not trying to call myself young. But that's the reality today. It's like, we are absolutely struggling, and I see this as a no-brainer opportunity to bring in something that's not multifamily. 2-bedroom apartment, 3-bedroom apartments, $200 to $2,400. It's unreal, and it's not going to stop unless you take projects like this that are in the middle of your city. You have a park right next to it. It's just our cry, and I don't think there's enough young people coming to these meetings to talk about it. So, hope we just look at the facts. Everybody else, yeah, appreciate it.
Thanks, Justin. Moving on now back to Heath.
You have to address my name and address again?
No, I've got it on
Okay,
record.
cool.
We
Yeah.
know who you are.
So, I'm curious, what is the square footage again for lot size on R1?
The R1.
Hold on. So.
10,000?
Nope, hang on just a second. So I pause your time. The purpose of the public hearing, and I know that this is frustrating from the community's perspective, and this goes back to hear ye days about how this process has all been developed and everything like that. The way that this process works is the staff has an opportunity to present information to the council. The applicant then has an opportunity to present their proposal. The staff has an opportunity to present any additional information, and during all of that, the council has the opportunity to engage with those individuals to receive additional information. Then we go to the public hearing portion. The public hearing portion is not a question and answer opportunity. It's an opportunity for the public to come and speak in favor of, neutrally, or opposed to. So it's an opportunity for us to receive information. At the end of that, once the public hearing process is closed, anything that the council or the public has addressed that the staff or the applicant would like to rebut. So somebody comes up and says that that this property is undevelopable, that there's pickle juice in the soil or something. The applicant can say that that's not true. I have a soil sample here from God's Green Earth that says that it's not true. So they have an opportunity to rebut. So that's the process in which we're working in. So not a question and answer. And I think that kind of goes to the decorum that happens here, is how it's not a debate. We're not trying to argue. We're just here to receive information. So I hear that you have questions. If you'd like to state your question at the end, we have an opportunity to address those questions.
Okay, I was just asking for clarity. I believe it's 10,000 to 20,000, which, as Justin mentioned, the biggest thing that our generation is really struggling with is affordability. And I run a financial planning practice, been in the business for 5 years. I don't love the idea of excluding people from Kootenai County. The reason for that, I went to the University of Idaho, which is Latah County. would that exclude me as a Kootenai County citizen, right? Well, technically, yes. Then from there, the biggest thing that we need to focus on is affordability and obtainability for young families to continue to grow this community, to continue to grow the businesses that are gonna generate the revenue, the community that we all love here in Rathdrum. So I think my hope is that you guys can look at those and hear our cry for help as the younger generation and just say, okay, yeah, let's look further into this and understand how we can help these individuals rather than keep them back. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. And lastly, returning back to Maggie.
Thanks. Justin and Heath have said what I've been hearing from over 300 young people in our community for the last year and a half. So I think that's been said eloquently by the very individuals who are directly impacted by the decisions to have wise development, because we need it to keep our communities healthy. It's the only way we'll do it. I would say that in this particular application annexation, I was very encouraged when I read the paperwork, because they have in the paperwork a willingness to do single family as opposed to multifamily. And I know from all of the research that we've paid for and we are relying on to do this blueprint for all of Kootenai County and really the state. We've got Boise looking at doing this as well, and I've got other parts of the country looking at this particular model. But single family, particularly in North Idaho, is very important. But the homes can be small, they're starter homes, and it is the way that we get our young people truly invested and staying in the place that they love and that we love. So that's all I have to add.
Thank you, Maggie. Moving on now, anyone else that would like to speak in favor of this project? Ma'am?
Go ahead.
My name is Amy Pace. I live at 1622 North 7th Street in Coeur d'Alene. I am a shared equity coordinator for PAHA. I'm also the executive officer for the North Idaho Building Contractors Association. I'm really here to talk about my work with PAHA. We have had over 270 applications in the last 9 months. And of those, the biggest hurdle for these potential buyers is the cost of housing. Even with us raising funds to offer the homes at below market pricing, it is still a hurdle for them. When you look at attainable housing in our area, it is not to be found. And then you do look at Sun Valley as an example. I was there recently with the Idaho Home Builders Association, and the gentleman that worked there paid $2,600 a month for an apartment. This is, I guess, I know it's just for the annexation part of it, but it does make sense. It is within the city limits, it is an island, it would connect to the utilities. It is extremely expensive to develop land, put in a well, put in a septic system, and then utilize, most of the time a 2,500 square foot house, which makes it completely unattainable for any of our local workforce. I had a recent conversation with Sam Walkenhauer from the Idaho Department of Labor. And when you look at the area median income for Kootenai County, it's a little bit over $97,000. If you take out the calculations for retirement, Social Security, and pension, that means that the average worker in Kootenai County makes under $50,000 a year. So if you look at Harvard University does a study of how much of a person's gross income can go towards housing, it's 30%. So that would be a mortgage payment of $1,250 a month. You are not going to find that here. So I would just say that as the EO for NIBCA, we look at finding ways to make more attainable housing for our workforce, as well as build responsibly for the citizens of North Idaho and for our members. And I really do believe that annexing this into the city is the right thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Amy. Next, I saw a hand right here. Would you like to go next, sir?
Yes, hi. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, council members. My name is Mark Hughes. My address is 7074 West Prairie Avenue. And obviously, I'm a little closer to Post Falls, so I'm in the city council meetings there a lot, because I'm paying attention to what's the development that's happening there. But Rathdrum and Post Falls are quickly converging on our property. And I just wanted to voice my support for the annexation of this property and my philosophy about development in general. To the east of our farm property is Big Sky. You're probably familiar with it. Nice houses, right? Beautiful, big, on acreage, on a private water system, septic. And none of us here can afford those houses, but they're nice. And there's septic systems, and that's another concern I have over the aquifer, right? So the benefit of developing is not just that you're gonna get a house on a decent sized lot that's quote unquote affordable, but we're on city services, we're not on a septic system that's going down into the aquifer. So in my opinion, development is just the solution to not just being able to create housing that the people who have just voiced support for the working folks can have, but we're being responsible, and we're using city services for sewer instead of septic going into the aquifer. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I think I saw the gentleman right there.
Can I repeat everything again?
Yeah, we have to state your name and the
Jesse Bush, my address is 16673 North Trails End Road, Rathdrum, Idaho.
Thank you.
I do want to say that I was one of the lucky few that got in on a house early, 2016. I just got back from North Dakota. I had money, and I was able to buy an acre and a quarter for $170,000. That's never going to happen. This is a starter home for me. I'll never be able to leave. There's no way I can sell my house now and upgrade into something else. So that's gone from. That's gone. That's all. It's over with. It's done with. But what now we have now is, I think, of getting in the way of growth and getting in the way of building. Building is probably, I don't have the numbers, but a lot of people depend on those jobs. All those buildings going up. A lot of people. And if you guys start messing around with that, that's going to cause a whole bunch of other stuff that you guys don't think you can even plan for that. So just want to put that out there, that this growth is going to happen regardless. If we would have shut this off when I grew up, you know, way back when, maybe all the people that are unhappy now would be not here. But we can't. we can't shut it off now. There's no way. So we can be responsible about it, and this is really responsible. I mean, out of everything you guys that I've been watching the last couple of years have done, this one makes almost perfect sense to do it, not to not do it. So thank you.
Thank you. Gentleman there.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Connor Gwynn. My address is 3861 North Mayella Loop. I'm on the very north side of Post Falls, where Post Falls has stopped for now their development, and the prairie begins. My full-time career is real estate. I am an agent in the area. I work with many first-time home buyers and people looking to upgrade. One of the things that I've seen over the last couple of years is the inability to upgrade. So even the people who have gotten into their home for the first time, they got into their first home, maybe they did get in right at the start of COVID where something was a little bit more than they would have paid a year before, but it wasn't exorbitant. They may have a little bit of equity, but what the problem is now is that we are in a situation where those people aren't even able to upgrade. What that does is that keeps them in their starter homes. Okay, and as I forget the gentleman's name, but as he just said, his starter home is now his forever home. That adds to the problem even more. So when we talk about starter homes and we talk about affordability, that's driving the affordability even further away from reality. So we've got people staying in their homes on 2% interest rates, knowing that they can't leave and replace that, and other people coming into the workforce, graduating from college, graduating from the U of I, and wanting to come back home and getting a job. Maybe they're making a little bit more than average, but they still can't get in. And what the growth and development allows is it allows those people the opportunity to get in well under our average market price. Our market prices are absurd here. I've lived all over the country. I've seen it in different markets. I've seen the growth. And being in North Idaho, I love it. I'm from here. It's home. But it's different, right? Even when I was in school, when I was senior in college, which would have been 2019, housing was far more affordable than it is now, 6 years later. So the reason I say that is I work with clients on a daily basis that struggle with finding their homes. And I know that these builders and development in these areas is a controversial topic. But what it does is it allows people a new start. It allows people, or rather their first start. So they're getting into their home, they're establishing themselves, they're becoming a member of the community and building a family. And what we see is by blocking this growth and development, we eliminate that opportunity from happening. And especially in Rathdrum, it would be just so beneficial to bring more of those people in and have some people who are trying to build that family life. And Idaho is a very conservative and religious and I guess family-oriented community, more so than many other communities. And I think that gives the opportunity for those clients to do just that, is to start their families and build a life out here in Rathdrum. Thank you.
Anyone else would like to speak in favor, sir?
Good evening, William Erickson, 13002 North Miami Court, Meade, Washington. So I'm going to tell you a quick story kind of about where I'm from and how I came to be here. So my wife and I grew up in Spokane, and prior to COVID, we pursued increased employment in Oregon. And kind of during the COVID era, we chose to move back for reasons, as you might imagine. But when we moved back, we're kind of shocked at the prices, as you might imagine. It was a big change in a short period of time. And we would love to live over here. We spent our summers, both her and I, in the area, having a good time. One of my best friends has a cabin on Twin. Love the area, love Rathdrum, have spent money here, would love to spend more money here, and continue to do that. And I think, being able to purchase a house in the area would be something that we'd be personally interested in. And so the other thing I wanted to touch on is kind of one of the questions that the mayor mentioned was that he didn't necessarily know if there was a specific benefit to the Rathdrum through the annexation. And so I'll ask the questions rhetorically. I would say, well, and I guess I'll also make the statement, are humans not beneficial? More humans not more beneficial? Are humans beneficial to a city? Are jobs beneficial to a city? Are houses beneficial to a city? I would say that they're generically beneficial, and I like houses, jobs, and humans. So anyways, thank you.
Anyone else would like to speak in favor? Sir?
How's it going? Appreciate you guys. I know this is a hard decision to make, so I appreciate you guys being here and be willing to look at this application. My name's Anthony Walker, 6979 North DeLong Court. I grew up in North Idaho. I've lived here my whole life. Have family in Spirit Lake. My mom's a teacher in Peace River, and one thing I want to talk about is I support Susan's right to annex this property. She's worked with the Transportation Department for 35 years and has put her blood, sweat, and tears into this community, and now it's her time to become part of the city, and she's owned the property. I mean, her family's had that property for 75 years, so just her land rights I want to speak definitely in favor of. And the other thing that I think that Susan's doing to really try to benefit the community is you see all these R3 zones on this, like this one right here, that's 300 units. This one over here, that's going to be multifamily, and she's restricting the R3, which is part of the comp plan. So the current comp plan actually took the time, looked at it, and it calls for R2 or R3, which is not R1. So if she decided to do R1, she'd actually be outside of the comprehensive plan, which could be denial on that, to my understanding. And so she's trying to follow the comp plan, but voluntarily restricting it, so no one can ever build multifamily on it. So whoever developed that R3 over there, or whoever's developing the apartments over there, they can't buy this parcel and develop multifamily. Or if we deny it today, they can go buy it and follow the comp plan. When you guys are all gone and the city's changed, they can go build 300 units on that later. I think it's, what did you say, 12 units per acre? That's 360 units that could go there if Susan ever decided to sell to someone else and they came into our city and they said, hey, I'm gonna follow this comp plan, I'm gonna go for R3, they could build 360 units there. So if we follow this annexation today, it's pretty smart to annex it in because now we're restricted forever on single family and not 360 units right there. Like what is, I mean, R3 you might get 3 or 4 homes per acre. When you put in roads and stuff, you can get 12 homes per acre. But because of Susan, single family forever. So that's my comment. I think that's a huge point that isn't talked about enough on this is we don't need more apartments, but we do need more homes. And these are homes for people. So that's my comment.
Anyone else who would like to speak in favor of?
Evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. My name is Greg Embry. I'm an attorney at Holly Troxel in Coeur d'Alene at 704 East Sherman Avenue. And quickly, I just want to touch on a couple of the points we've heard in tonight's good discussion. One, in terms of the zoning assignment. The Idaho's Local Land Use Planning Act gives us guidance, gives cities guidance on when you annex properties into the municipal area, how do we assign zoning? And the guide is the comprehensive plan. And Rathdrum's comprehensive plan designates the property as medium density. So that really is where what leads us to R2, R3. If you look at the surrounding properties, to the north is R3, and to the west is R2. So a zoning designation other than that, such as R1, would depart significantly from the comprehensive plan. The council has spent a fair amount of time talking about the benefit to citizens. I think we've heard quite a bit about that. And I think those can kind of be summarized in 2 categories. One is affordability. By increasing supply is the big factor. It's not the only factor that is impairing affordability. We've heard a little bit about it. It's more common in other areas in the countries, but it's pretty compelling. We're starting to see it here, and that's mobility. In some areas of the country, Americans are 50 to 70% less likely to move because of supply. They don't have places to move to, and they're not affordable. So that affects everything. It affects people trying to go to different jobs, go to different schools, go towards family. Annexing this property and assigning it R3 zoning with single family restriction doesn't solve all that, but it is a step in the right direction, and it is the decision that's most consistent with the comprehensive plan and the zoning ordinance, the criteria of which are met. Finally, I don't want to belabor this too much, but as you look at the property, it isn't infill property. It's an island and enclave. All around it has been annexed. And so if this property is not annexed, it does need to be distinguishable from those other annexation decisions. Otherwise, it does begin to look like a decision that could be challenged. And just point that out because it is compelling as you look at the criteria that were used for the other annexed properties and the zoning that's been assigned to those. Very similar to this one, particularly given the single family restriction. Thank you.
Anyone else who would like to speak in favor of? Last call, anyone that would like to speak in favor of this proposal? Seeing none, moving on to anyone that would like to speak neutrally. Last call, anyone that would like to speak neutrally on this project. none. Finally, anyone that would like to speak in opposition of? Ma'am, right here.
My name's Bridgette Mastropalo, and I live at 12775 North Farley Way. I just want to start with, I understand where younger generation is coming from because it took me a very long time to get there myself, and more homes does not equal the fact that you're gonna have a cheaper home to buy. It just doesn't work that way. I've lived it, and it just doesn't. I come from a place where, let me read this. I grew up in a place filled with lush orange groves and strawberry fields. It was beautiful, it was friendly, it was home. But in just 2 short decades, the small town was transformed. Overpopulation swept in. Corporate developers took over, greed replaced community, and with it came a rise in crime and loss of identity. It's no longer the place I grew up. Many of us today come from places that were overdeveloped, and we do not want to see that happen again. We have moved to Rathdrum for its slow pace of life, beautiful landscape, safety, and sense of community. We will not allow that to happen. What happened to those places happen here. Overdevelopment is becoming an epidemic, and it must stop. Now zoning and annexation in Rathdrum is once again on the table. From the last meeting, it has become clear that stipulations were made to builders regarding what were needed to change in order for what was needed in order for them to change and to build. But what was ultimately revealed was troubling. A simple proposal that allows them to get the zoning they want without meaningful changes, without infrastructure investment, and without accountability. It was, in essence, a backdoor deal with a loophole and no strings attached. Meanwhile, we are already 3 years behind in addressing serious safety concerns, especially in our roads. This council is under no obligation to approve more development when we cannot safely support the growth we already have. You first and foremost are responsible to the safety of Rathdrum citizens. Adding more homes without solid safety infrastructure is not progress, it's a risk, and it's a risk we cannot afford. Look at what's happened in other communities. East Palestine, Ohio. Paradise, California, Lahaina, Hawaii. I'm sure every one of them had emergency plans on paper, but there are other conditions you simply cannot prepare for, especially when growth outpaces infrastructure. In Paradise, people were burned alive in their vehicles trying to flee wildfires. Can you imagine that happening here? With too many people, too few roads, lives were lost, not just because of the fire, but because of lack of planning. Sandpoint here in Idaho, under same state laws, has found a way to slow large-scale development in their city. Why is it that Rathdrum hasn't found any reasonable way to do the same? It raises a serious question about leadership and priorities. Perhaps it's time we consider whether the city needs stronger legal counsel, professionals who can help our elected officials uphold the will of the
Bridget,
citizens.
I've reached the time limit.
Got it. So, thank you, but I just don't agree with it.
Thank you. Ma'am, I'm sorry, in the back.
Oh.
Next.
Hi, my name is Paula Rucker. I live at 7424 West Sunrise Street, down the block. I've lived in Rathdrum for over 35 years. I've seen this town grow. I've worked for the school district for 30 years. Just retired. I know Susie very well. She was my coworker and then my boss. I am opposed, unfortunately, not to do anything negative for Susie and her family, but I only live 3 blocks away from her, and we already have way too much traffic. We have not enough room in our schools, and I'm just really scared to see more growth. Cause we've got Hayden Homes in that corner coming in too, which is so much for us in this little town, so, yes, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else that would like to speak in opposition? Ma'am?
Anita Dubsik, 8698 West Hood Street, Rathdrum. Good evening, Mayor and Councilman. I am opposed to the Bakel Ranch annexation with the current requested zoning of R3, which allows 4 to 12 dwelling units per acre. This annexation is approximately 30 acres. Section 1A population goal of our comp plan states, address changing growth needs and capacities to work towards a moderate and stable long-range population growth with orderly development. With the Hayden Aristad development essentially across the street and the continued development of Berkshire Farms farther south on Mayor, how is this considered moderate and stable? Goal 2 states, guide future development to maintain and enhance the quality of life of the population living within and directly adjacent to the community. With at least 100 additional vehicles entering and exiting Bakel and or Myers, again with additional developments currently being built, and with 1 grocery store in Rathdrum, how is this goal being met? Also, when do we get to find out how the level of service for emergency services will be affected? Because they will be affected by all these new homes coming in. Section 2B, Land Use Goal 1 states a balance of land use guidelines will be applied to preserve and enhance the following values. And amongst the several listed, preserve and enhance the rural characteristic and small town feel is the #1 things that residents in Rathdrum desire. And it's obvious from the recent P&Z and City Council meetings that our community doesn't think this is being taken into consideration. I'm a bit confused by the purpose of the comp plan if community input, especially as stated in the plan, is not taken into account, and Rathdrum Code takes precedence over decisions of land use. I know that the plan is a guideline, but I thought it was used hand in hand with city code and ordinances, and apparently not. It seems as if staff is able to pick and choose some of the goals and objectives to put into reports. Truthfully, most of the language in the plan is Greek to me and addresses many areas I don't comprehend, as I imagine is the case with some in our community. That's why we elected you, because for some of you, your stance on growth in this community resonated with us. Yes, property owners have rights, but the community surrounding these areas must be taken into consideration. Annexation with a R1 zoning designation, while not ideal, seems to be as if it might alleviate some people's concern. Looking at archived P&Z and City Council hearings, it looks like developers can and often do ask for rezones as development is pursued. What seems more difficult and perhaps costly to our community, it was to us to let this zoning go through as requested, and then as more information becomes available, such as the level of service, traffic studies, etc., and concerns continue to mount, we have to fight City Hall to have these concerns addressed. And we've seen that to be a difficult task in the recent past. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else that would like to speak in opposition? Ma'am? Yes, ma'am.
I'll let her go. Sorry, Rick. Hi, my name is Stacy O'Connell at 20908 North Highway 41 in Rathdrum. I hear a lot about, we did an annexation a year ago, but so much has changed since then. We have so much being built and still being built. Affordable housing, my mom lives in the Berkshire community. On her street, there's maybe about 10 houses. Of those, 3 or 4 of them are rentals. People aren't buying them, it's people from outside are coming in. James, you said we hit 9% growth when that wasn't our goal. We're over by 3%, so why are we still growing? I don't understand that. Jobs, it brings in jobs, that's temporary. What happens when we bring in people to work, for however long it takes, and then now we have how many people here living and we don't have jobs to handle that? It doesn't make sense. Annexation, and then trying to say that they're not going to build, and why are they asking for R3? That's what's on their mind to do, is to build. Don't make this like California. Yes, I'm from California. Hate it there because all they do is build, build, build. Nobody can afford it. They build and build and build. People still can't afford it. It doesn't solve the problem. All it does is make this town not a small town and more dangerous, and driving around here is horrific. I know this is city water, city of Rathdrum. I'm North Kootenai Water District. I just got an email today. District is struggling to maintain reservoir levels and pressure due to overwatering. We're asking for irrigation sprinklers to be turned on and off every other day, blah, 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 giving whatever. I have never seen that in years that I've been here. I checked with owners that used to live at the house that I did. They've never heard of that, so we're talking at least 10 years. This has never occurred. We're sharing the same aquifer as the city of Rathdrum. It's coming where we're gonna be running out of water. Too many houses are being built. We cannot handle it. We just cannot handle it. I oppose this and any other development. Thank you.
Brianna?
Rochelle Addison, Rathdrum. I'm not opposed to this annexation per se, but this seems disingenuous. As someone said, the real intention is to develop the properties. All this new housing is putting too much strain on infrastructure, including traffic congestion and water, as the person just before me said. I appreciate Mayor Hill's thoroughness and spine regarding overbuilding and concern for the well-being and benefit of Rathdrum. This is not responsible growth or sustainable and does not benefit the citizens. In fact, it harms them. Please stop approving the rezoning and massive housing additions. Please deny this annexation at this time and let them come back with a more acceptable zoning request. Thank you.
Thank you. Rick?
Thank you, Mayor, John. My name is Rick Pine. I reside at 5847 Bettis Court. Everybody should know me by now. I want to thank John for actually putting the cart before the horse, because nobody's opposed to having those two parcels annexed into Rathdrum. We are opposed to zoning it R3. Why they need to do it now is beyond me. We have so much. Has anybody tried to get out of this town in the last 3 days? You got Lancaster closed, you got Meyer closed, you got Bockle half the time closed. You go down Huter, it takes you 30 minutes to get across Hayden Road. Nobody ever looks at the infrastructure. They got all this construction going on. Now they're gonna close down Lancaster for 5 days. Where are we all gonna go? One way in, one way out. If this place catches on fire, I don't know what we're gonna do. Burn up. Everybody talks about affordable housing. What is the least amount that zoned R3 6,000 square foot home is, or lot? $400,000. Nobody can afford that, so I don't know why they're coming up with, oh, this is affordable housing. It's not. It never has been since before the pandemic. I moved up here. I pay a lot. My interest rate is out of control. Until we can get that under control, we gotta stop building. I mean, we've tried and tried and tried, and the council just keeps getting beat up. I mean, until we as a city actually starts listening to the people and slow the process, get the infrastructure done first before you continuously build and build and build. I'm waiting for the city to give me a letter telling me I can't do I gotta only water my lawn once every other day. If that happens, I'm suing the city.
It's coming.
Thank you.
Anyone else who would like to speak in opposition?
Hi, my name is Laura Fuller. I live at 6201 Trestle Street in Rathdrum. And I recommend that this application not be approved for the following reasons. One is that the property does, it is right next to high voltage transmission lines and a high pressure natural gas transmission line. And Idaho Code Statute 67-6511 does require the commission to evaluate, to provide the owner of the gas transmission line notice of this. I did look for that in the public review information. I didn't see it. That's one reason. Right now, there are roughly between 271 to 400 homes for sale in Rathdrum. That's not including the many that are currently under construction or already approved for future development. Rathdrum should avoid the idea that building more homes will bring prices down. Experience shows that houses up in Rathdrum are being constructed at a record pace. In fact, James Agdias over here stated that Rathdrum's population has been growing at a rate of 8 to 9% per year over the past 5 years. There's a lot of houses going up, okay? But prices are not going down. To build these small homes on small lots to make them affordable is a fallacy. And houses in these density level developments are often bought up in blocks by investors for rental properties. This is not a goal of the Rathdrum Comprehensive Plan. Finally, I do believe the council should recommend the denial of this proposal until there can be a complete analysis of all the effects that it would have, including on our schools, and annexation should only be considered if there is a benefit to the city. But this proposal would only be appropriate at a much lower density level on larger lots, and in addition with a traffic study that takes into effect other pending developments nearby. To use the words of a previous that were used for previously denying an annexation in Rathdrum, it's just not a good mix. Finally, I want to point out that of the people who spoke in favor of this proposal, 3/4 of them don't even live in Rathdrum. And I looked online for the in favors, it's the same ratio. However, when you're hearing from the people in opposed, we all actually live here. You know why we're opposed? Because we are the ones who feel it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else that would like to speak in opposition? Sir?
Just the store it works. Hi, I'm Jacob Davis. I live at 16359 North Burr Street. I've lived here since I was a kid. So I have a few points I would like to bring up. First, if this isn't supposed to be a series of high-density housing and apartments, why is it zoned R3? If they actually wanted to make it single-family households, then isn't R2 more reasonable? Almost everything around it also is. Also, I can't drive around this city without passing developments left, right, and center. So do we really need another R3? As well, isn't this also supposed to be an annexation, not a development pitch? So, yeah, I think it's just been a little bit too much, too fast. And at this time, I think this should be refused. Thank you.
Anyone else that would like to speak in opposition? Yeah.
Emma Thorne, off Highway 41 in Rathdrum. I am 30 years old, a homeowner, did not get a good deal, did not get a good rate. I am in opposition of the zoning, the annex, the zoning R3.
Thank you. Anyone else that would like to speak in opposition? calling now on people that have signed up that have yet to speak. I think this is Mitchell. Mitchell Hagen. Leah Hager, or Harger. Chris Harger. And Alicia Ray.
She's not here.
Last call for anyone that would like to speak in opposition. Sir?
Good evening. David Harwood, 12879 North Farley Way here in Rathdrum. I'd like to state first that I'm already in trouble because I promised my wife I wouldn't do this. But here I am anyways. Purchased a home, obviously in a developed area, overpriced, obviously high interest. I have 4 incomes to make that home work. I have 2 retirements, my wife and mine, and we both are currently working. The developer tied to this, if it goes to development, their lowest priced home is $400,000. Their medium priced home is $507,000 to $508,000. Is that affordable? With the median income of Rathdrum being between $86,000 and $90,000? I say not. And as everybody else has stated in here, building homes with a developer that already has high-priced homes is not going to bring anything else down. I am in opposition to this. Stop it. Thank you.
Anyone else that would like to speak in opposition? Final call. Anyone else that would like to speak in opposition? Seeing none, I'll close the public comment portion. I don't know if I turn it over to staff first or to the applicant.
Just applicant.
Applicant for rebuttal.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Okay. First, I want to commend your early deliberations. I've been doing this a while. I moved here in 2002, finished raising my family. I've been practicing engineering in the private sector for about 35 years. A lot of developments that are south of town, on the prairie, I've had my hand in it. I was a planning and zoning commissioner for Cooney County for 8 years. And all that time in my tenure, I always stated, manage growth. That's what's going on here. That's what you guys are doing. That's what they came here to ask you to do. I commend it. I think it's fantastic. When I first met with James about the opportunity to annex this property in, I asked him, boy, can't we do, like in the old days, we bring in the annexation and a proposal. So we don't have the cart before the horse. We don't have that opportunity because your ordinances don't allow that. We used to be able to do that. And in this particular case, boy, it would be a lot nicer to be able to do that. Now, to speak on my clients, obviously I've stated their history here. They've been approached many times over the decades, and they haven't decided to do it until now. To reiterate, you know, they feel like they want to be annexed in the city. We're asking just to have a color, to be called in the city with a color on the map. Your comprehensive plan supports R3, R2, does not support R1. So James wouldn't even allow me to apply for R1. So we felt self-administering, because we don't want the multifamily, but we want the ability to have affordable building envelopes. That is going to help us try to get more affordable. Will we get there? I don't know. We're just at the stage of annexing the property. And when we come for a full formal approval, I'm excited to be able to bring that to you. But per your ordinances, per your codes, this is all we're here to do today. All we're here tonight is consideration for annexation into the city, so then we can bring forth something that is respectful, managed growth. Your city engineer reviewed our application, reviewed the 30 acres we're asking for. You have the capacity on all levels, water, sewer, storm is obviously can be handled, access. So I would ask that we consider that, and that we're just wanting to get that first step. Now, Councilman John Hodgkins, you had mentioned in deliberations, can I expand, can I mention something? Okay.
That's the point of
Thank-
rebuttal.
Yes, that's great. So you had mentioned about, well, considering R1 and also considering what's the benefit for just 2 lots. I get that, I understand that. But we couldn't come with anything more than that. That's our first step. And then once we can get past that, then we look forward to bringing something to you. When that'll happen, I don't know, I don't control that. But we can't even consider putting an application together without having that first step. So that's why we're asking for R3 with self-administering, restricting our density so we can have affordable building envelopes, which is a key factor in affordable workforce housing. For, you know, you heard the testimony from many people tonight. They're in the need for it. The young, I have two sons that are in their 30s. They can't afford a home. They're renting. And so, yeah, I feel for them. So with that, I stand for any questions you might have.
Council, any questions?
I'm wondering, what's the price on affordable housing? What are we talking?
Well, that's a really good question. I'm not a builder, I'm not a realtor, so I think who testified earlier would be closer to be able to answer that. But I can tell you this, as an engineer, I've designed a lot of lots in this entire county over the decades I've been here, along with before that where I lived before. I've always been Pacific Northwest. I was born and raised in Yakima. But it's every bit of it is driven based on the cost for that infrastructure. So if you go with a larger lot, lower density, the cost of that lot is higher. Because you got so many lineal footage of city road you gotta build, curb, gutter, sidewalk, city sewer, city water, all the stormwater, lighting, landscaping. Well, density needs to be your friend. You gotta manage it. And that's what you guys are doing. And that's what your citizens behind you are asking you to do too. So there really isn't an easy answer for affordable.
Well, I think they want affordable density,
Okay,
right?
yeah. That's not gonna
How
be
many per 100 is affordable? Those are all good questions. I haven't heard the answers to.
Well, again, at this stage, I don't think there's anyone that can bring that to you right now, because we're just asking to be annexed into the city. Until we can actually put cost with design elements to a plan, so we know how much road we gotta design to meet city code, water mains, sewer mains, services. You can't put a price on that.
You mean
can't
for the
estimate.
2 houses?
What's that?
You mean for the 2 houses?
Well, for the 2, I'm talking the next stage, yes. But yeah, you're right, for the 2 houses, that's correct.
In answer to Councilman Ken's question, we several months ago, we had a young developer come in here and he was touting how we're gonna have houses from 375,000 to 750. So he goes, we're gonna have affordable housing. I go, what is affordable housing? He goes, the $375,000 home. I said, so with today's interest rates, let's say assume that a mortgage is $400,000, which is probably pretty close to accurate. A $400,000 home in today's interest rates with principal, interest, taxes, and insurance runs you over $3,000 a month. That same home at 3% interest or even 4% interest would be in the low 2000s. So it isn't the cost of the house that makes it not affordable, it's the interest in a lot of cases. And I realize there's so many dynamics and so many factors that attribute to that. I like your comment about affordable workforce housing and about what Maggie Lyons shared about the PAHA deal of that. We need more things like that for more younger people that want to buy new homes. But again, we're here today to talk about rezoning a piece of property that has 2 lots on it. Okay, and I know your intent is to develop it at some point, and your optimum goal is to do that. But when I ran for office, everybody said you gotta stop growth. You can't stop growth. You have to manage it, and you commented on that earlier. Managing it how? You know, I've had people come up and say, well, we want our prairie to look like Dalton Gardens, 1 acre lots. Okay, that's $1.5 million to $2 million home that's gonna sit out there. You aren't gonna sell those to the working force people around here. You have to have a balance, I guess. And I like your plan, I like your thoughts, but again, I appreciate this is about 2 lots right now, so that's really all we gotta be concerned about right now.
That's correct. Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Council, any other questions? Anything to rebut? Okay. Council, your opportunity to deliberate.
Larry, you had questions?
Well, they got answered already, thank you, about your thoughts about R1, R3. We can't do R1, so it's moot at this point.
Well, I don't think we can't not do R1. It's been specifically mentioned to me that there is a gap between the comprehensive plan and city code. That's the way that it is.
Say that again?
That there is a gap between city code and comprehensive plan. That's just the way that it is. So until we redo the comprehensive plan, there's going to be gaps. City code right now is not in strict adherence to the comp plan. Everyone knows that. We're in a process, we're very early, right, James, of going through the comprehensive plan, engaging with the public, right? There will be town hall meetings. So, you know, we're early in that process. But I don't think that it is fair to say that we cannot do R1.
So, James, if I recall correctly, there was an annexation. If I recall correctly, the one that I'm thinking of is probably Brookshire South, in which the first item that was on our agenda during that was an amendment to the future land use map to make the project conforming to the future land use map, meaning that an amendment was required to the future land use map to then make it to where the project would then fit with what the future land use map said, because it wasn't in its original state, was not in conformity. Am I recalling that correctly? Or is that the correct process?
I believe that Brookshire South were both annexed just prior to me being here, so I'm not sure. I started November of 19. I believe the Brookshire stuff was 18 with some residual. So I don't know. Yes, the comp plan or the future land use map can be amended. That particular location for low density residential with R3, what would be R3M now, apartments to the west, R3 to the north, apartments to the east, R3 and R2S to the west, is much more appropriate for low density residential, which is what the future land use map calls out for it, rather than low density.
Are you talking about for
Medium density.
Medium density, sorry.
Are you talking about this parcel, or are you talking about Brookshire?
This one in general. So yes, it would be possible to submit an application to amend it. However, that amendment doesn't make sense in this location.
So what my question is about procedural. The future land use map, if not conforming, if an applicant were to come forward to the city and say, I want to do something at this location, but the future land use map says, well, that's not what this says. So then the process would be, then you need to request an amendment to the future land use map first.
Right.
And so I recall being frustrated that us saying that in the city council meeting, that I recall being frustrated that we say that you're in conformance with the future land use map, but you weren't until we just made the vote prior to. So I mean, if that had failed, you wouldn't be in compliance. So where I'm getting with that is that then that brings me to the comprehensive plan. Comprehensive plan, the future land use map identifies this property as medium density residential, in which it identifies in the comprehensive plan encompasses all type of residential uses between 4 to 12 net dwelling units per acre. on this property that, so doing some rough estimate math, and help me if I'm going astray here. We're talking about a 30-acre parcel minus 6 acres that may be donated to the city, leaves you with 24 acres remaining. Of that 24 acres, approximately a third needs to be dedicated to public right-of-way, roads, sidewalks, drainage swales, and things like that. Is that roughly accurate as an approximation?
Sure, I think it's a little closer to a quarter, but sure.
Okay, so is a third not?
25, 30.
Okay, so let's use 25 because that's going to be the most egregious of anything that we're talking about. Let me get out my good old calculator because I'm not a Larry that can rattle numbers off the top of your head like you wouldn't believe. Where was I at with my math? Okay, so I was at 24 acres times a quarter of that, and actually what I want is I want the net remaining, so I'm going to go 75% of that, so that's 18 acres. Of that 18 acres, if you were to maximize the density, what the medium, this is ridiculous, what the medium density residential calls for is 216 is the maximum number of homes that they can have there. That seems outrageous. That's going to be a lot to fit in there. So hang on, I know that I'm going with extremes. So of that 18 acres, the lowest density that you can have on there, or guideline is 72 homes. So that's the range that we're talking about, somewhere between 72 to 216 homes. Massive difference. And that's so hard for us as the community to say, what are we talking about here? So as I read on in this, that it says, and support land uses such as nursing care facilities, parks, schools, and public facilities. Densities may vary as appropriate to location, street, and infrastructure capabilities, planning and development patterns, and compatibility with existing development. These areas are subject to single and multifamily design standards. And then below that there it says that implementing zone districts R2 existing, R2S existing, and R2D. What's the R2D? Do you recall?
Duplex.
Duplexes, thank you. Existing. So any of those zoning designations may exist there.
There's one more.
Note that R3, yep, I'm getting there. Note that R3 will be eliminated. And what we're talking about in R3 being eliminated is that our traditional R3 zoning designation allows for multifamily residential. So you could have apartment complexes that are, the block of 200 apartment units in one building, in one facility, right?
I thought that was R3M.
Yeah, R3M.
No,
when this comprehensive plan was adopted, yes.
R3 allowed apartments.
Correct.
Okay.
And so R3, where it says that will be eliminated, R3 was being eliminated. So we replaced that with R3M, R3D, I think, and R3S.
No, we don't have anything except for the R3M.
Yeah.
R3M is the only thing that we have remaining.
Yes.
No, we have R3 and R3M.
We still have R3, but it doesn't have multifamily.
Okay, so R3 has been changed so that it does not include multifamily. The R3M is the multifamily residential.
R3 allows up to 3.
So if the developer or the applicant were to propose an R1 zoning designation, it doesn't fit by the definition of the comprehensive plan to be that. So they couldn't apply for that. They wouldn't meet the criteria as expressly stated standards in our comprehensive plan and in our zoning plan. So the process then would be for them first to request a future land use map amendment to allow for low density residential, which would allow then R1. But it does allow for an R2, which is a lesser density residential. That you can have R2 or the R3. Still between 4 and 12, so I would presume that those 4 is probably more towards leaning towards the R2 and less towards the R3 zoning designation. I mean, what the community is really asking for is that anything that we can do to limit the rate at which we are growing. That's what really our community, our citizens are begging for.
What you just described is our mixed use, R1, 2, and 3.
Say what?
Didn't you just describe our mixed use that we've been?
The MR?
Yeah.
No, I read specifically from the comprehensive plan with regards to the medium density residential, which is identified on the future land use map for this particular parcel. So what I'm getting at is that R1 isn't a possibility in the current configuration, but there is a process, which is what you were getting at, that there is a way that you can get there. Have to do a future land use map amendment first, then you can do the annexation and zoning. Otherwise, with the existing future land use map, the only options that are available is R2 or R3. The question before us, or some R2 variations, but R2 with variations, A, B, S, alphabet soup, or the R3. But that's not what the question that's before us. So we don't have the ability to say approval with modification to a different zoning designation that you can deny and indicate that the conditions in which must be met to obtain approval is to return with an R2, and with that would have to restart the whole entire process again, back through P&Z, public hearings, all of that, and then come back to us. So I'm just laying the playing field. That's all I'm trying to do, is identify what are the boundaries that we're operating within and what does the actual comprehensive plan state.
And
Possibility for potential phasing if you want to slow the growth like you did with Berkshire.
So that's actually another concern that I have, is look at the number of building permits that are issued by the city of Rathdrum each year, year over year, and look at the trend of where that line has gone. We've hired a second.
Mr. Mayor.
Yeah.
Sorry, I just don't want us to get too far off of the topic at hand and introducing anything new that hasn't already been discussed.
Fair point. I think that he's got a valid argument there that I can't get into that. The number of building permits that have been issued.
Yeah,
annually.
that would be something that hasn't been presented by
Okay.
the applicant, by the council, by
Fair enough.
anybody that talked about it.
Thanks, John.
Sorry.
How many square foot in an acre? I don't know that. 14,000?
4,000, 42.
43,560.
There you go.
43,560.
That's one thing I know.
Nerd.
Okay. All right. Okay.
It's a fun trivia
And 25 or 75% of that would be roughly 34,000, right? Okay. And 6,500, 6,000 feet per lot. 6 goes into 34, 5.5 times. So how are you gonna get 12 houses per acre? You're not.
You're not, that calculation.
I understand that. That's my point, is we're throwing that into the scenario, 216 homes here, that ain't gonna happen. Okay, we're talking, you know, yeah, what's that?
Probably around 7.
Right, at max, yeah, at max.
Well, that's-
And I'm not trying to be facetious here, I'm trying to be realistic.
Mhm.
Again, we're talking, what if they even develop the land, they've played their card and they plan on it, but again, that might be 5 years from now. We've got houses that were zoned in our city that have been there for 15, 20 years that haven't had a stick of wood put on them. You know, you understand my point. Look, if we're gonna throw out numbers, we're gonna throw out things, let's be more realistic as to what actually could and will be.
Strangely, after the public hearing in our workshop, we're gonna present some information that's gonna open.
Okay, well, public hearings, oh, okay.
So to your point, I mean, with the math that I was roughing out, that again, 30 acres, 6 acres to the city, leaving 24 acres developable remaining. Of that, roughly 3/4 of it, so removing 1/4 of it, that leaves you approximately 18 acres. So the maximum number of lots that you could, I should say, maximum probability is 130 homes. But what the community is talking about is of that 130 homes, how many people what's the average occupancy of the homes? How many residents is that adding to our community? How many children is that adding to schools? How many cars is that adding to the roadways? How many?
Absolutely, yeah.
But fair point. We're not talking about 216. That's the most egregious that you could possibly fit in somewhere. And if you're very, very creative and hire a very good engineer, that can work magic.
Thanks.
Council?
James, what are the different lot sizes for R2?
Well, yeah, R2 is 75, but we're gonna discontinue it. No, it's been discontinued, so 85 is the R2A zone.
R2A.
What were the other alphabets in there that R2?
There's just R2A.
Yeah.
There's
Oh,
just
we
A now.
have R2S.
I believe we have R2D, but we're also discontinuing that one, so it's just gonna be R2A.
R2 was discontinued in 2014, we've discontinued R2S, and we're getting rid of R2D, so the R2A is the only remainder.
At 8,500.
Minimum.
Yes. You said 8,500? That'd reduce the maximum number down to 92. But with that, I mean, that increases the cost of homes. I don't think that there's, I mean, I think affordable housing is a fallacy that very minimal research to find what affordable housing really means for the wages of our area, and that it doesn't exist. There are no homes in our area that are being built or sold unless they're an incredibly fixer-upper, in my opinion. I don't think you're going to find a new home built for what's needed to be affordable, and without other programs that provide additional assistances. Any further? Yeah.
But is that that's not our forte or our category that we have to decide on, really?
No, you're deciding on the applicant before you, which is an annexation with an R3 zoning requested.
Right.
Any further deliberation? You guys are welcome to throw a
Mr.
motion
Mayor?
out anytime
All
you
right.
want. You don't need my permission.
Thank you. I move to reject the Planning and Zoning Commission's recommendation for approval and deny the application for the Bagel Ranch 2025 annexation and zoning conditional residential request. Finding that it does not meet the following applicable city code requirements. Rathdrum City Code 15-5-6-3. Number 2, growth in areas that should be allowed for, growth in new areas should be allowed when suitable vacant land is no longer available to accommodate the growth. And then number 4 as well, the physical development of the city should reflect the best interests and needs of the city. I don't believe that it meets either of these.
Can you provide a factual basis for that, John? Why you don't believe that, so that we can do your
Because
research?
nothing has been presented to me that shows a tangible benefit to the people of the city of Rathdrum.
Right, thank you. You got that, James?
I'll second that.
Motion made, second. Any further discussion? Loran?
Aye.
Ken Owens?
Aye.
Larry Sanders?
No?
Motion passes. Oh. I made an error, didn't I?
We went on to deliberation without you introducing that agenda item, but that, I mean, we went to it. It's-
Okay,
Yeah, it's fine.
so that error is acceptable?
I'd say so, because we went to the next agenda item.
So we just moved on without officially stating that that's what we were doing?
Yeah, which is not required.
Okay,
As
so
long as it's on the
that
agenda,
was-
that's an action item.
Okay. B, so moving on, now actually, I think, take a bio break, take a 5-minute recess, returning at, we'll go 8:20.
And Emily, I need to step down on this one as well, right?
Okay, and we are back on the record. Time now is 8:23 p.m. Moving on to the agenda, we are at 8B. And this is an action item, consideration of ordinance amending the zoning map.
Mr. Mayor.
John.
Pursuant to my recusal, I will be stepping down while you guys discuss this.
Thank you.
Oh, this is that first reading, second reading.
Yeah, this is an ordinance, so it would be the hear ye.
Yeah.
And then,
Never done that.
is staff presenting anything or just considering the ordinance?
Consideration of the ordinance.
No, that's basically the ordinance before you that records your decision from the last council meeting and the notice of decision that was on the consent calendar.
So, Mr. Mayor,
Larry.
based on the previous motion to pass the ordinance, or pass the consideration of adopting the zoning map for Hayden Aristat zone, I would like to make a motion, and I make a motion that the consideration of adopting an ordinance to amend the zoning map for Hayden Homes Aristat zoning map amendment rezone request be placed on its first reading by title only under suspension of the rules and to waive its second and third readings.
I'll second the motion.
Motion made and second. Any further discussion? Loran?
Larry Sanders,
Yes.
Ken Owens.
Aye.
The second one?
Yep.
Mr.
Oh, wait,
Mayor?
I'm sorry. Nope, hold on. This is the Hayden Homes Aristat rezone, an ordinance of the City of Rathdrum, a municipal corporation of the state of Idaho, providing that zoning for approximately 124 acres of real property currently zoned industrial I shall be rezoned to mixed residential MR classification, providing for amendment to the official zoning map to reflect this change, adopting findings of fact, providing for conditions of the rezone, providing severability, and providing an effective date hereof.
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion to adopt the consideration of adopting an ordinance to amend the zoning map for the Hayden Homes Aristat zoning map amendment rezone request.
I'll second it.
Emily?
Yes, sir.
On the ordinance, the as drafted, includes all of the conditions that the applicant had, I think voluntarily agreed to.
Does it? Yeah, yes, it does. Or it references that they are required, so it references the motion that Larry had made at the meeting, that council had made, that they have to enter into the development agreement, which said development agreement has all the conditions that were required as part of the zone change.
So this motion doesn't need to include any reference thereof to indicate that a motion with the following changes specifying conditions,
No,
anything of that
it
nature.
includes, it includes or references those conditions already.
Okay, there is a motion and a second. Loran, if you'll please take roll.
Larry Sanders,
Yes.
Ken Owens,
Aye.
Motion passes. Sorry, I'm used to, that's not long enough. There needs to be
No.
one more. And then the third one.
Okay. Mr. Mayor, I make a motion to approve the publication of the consideration of adopting the ordinance, an ordinance to amend the zoning map for the Hayden Homes Aristat zoning map amendment rezone request by summary only and incorporate the title of the ordinance into the body of the summary.
Second it.
Motion made and second. Any further discussion? Loran, if you please take
Larry
roll.
Sanders,
Yes.
Ken Owens.
Aye.
Okay, and then I have one more.
Mr. Mayor, just for technicality interruption.
Mhm.
Ken, do you have your microphone on? It's hard to hear your seconds.
Yeah.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Apologies, I wasn't ready for this here.
Is that better?
Yeah, I'm not hearing it. Joe, do you have his mic turned up?
Ken, you wanna say something?
Is that better?
Try
No.
again.
Hey Leon, is that better?
Boy, I can't hear you at all, yeah.
Try tapping it. I think I know what
Try doing what?
Tapping on the microphone, on the actual mic itself.
Blowing it.
Z should have the microphone number 9,
He's number 9.
and he's got the same
Oh,
volume.
he's got this on mute.
Ah.
Wait, what'd you do?
This needs to stay so green is.
Emily,
Yes, sir.
question for you, please.
Testing 1, 2. Nothing.
Joe, number 9's still not getting a sound even though it's clear here.
Okay, well, I'm showing activity
Just-
on it.
Hello.
Just talk loud, okay?
Let's talk loud.
Idaho Code, Title 50, Chapter 6, specifically 50-611, veto power. The mayor shall have the power to veto or sign an ordinance passed by the city council, provided that any ordinance vetoed by the mayor may be passed over his veto by a vote of 1/2 plus 1 of the members of the full council, notwithstanding the veto. So that means that it'd have to have the full council to override.
It'd have to have 3 out of 3, yeah, it'd have to have 3 members of the council.
But the full council must be present.
Not present, it has to have 3 people vote to override it.
So with only 2 that are present, how does that transpire?
You'd have to move the vote, if there was one, to a meeting where you'd have a 3rd member present.
So I don't have the ability to veto this bill or this ordinance.
You could veto it, but the override vote would be at the next meeting because we don't have a 3rd person here to do an override.
Okay, and I don't think vetoing is the correct action. But reading on, it says, and should the mayor neglect or refuse to sign any ordinance or return the same without or with his objections in writing at the next regular meeting of the council, the same shall become law without his signature. So that wouldn't be this meeting, that would be at the next meeting.
Yes.
I intend to do that, please. John, if you'll rejoin the council.
Thank you.
C, this is an action item, consideration resolution of surplus firearm. Mr. Deuce?
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Council, before you is a resolution to surplus the firearm to retiring Chief McLean.
Council.
Mr. Mayor,
John?
I move to approve and adopt the resolution for consideration of a resolution to surplus a firearm to retiring Chief McLean.
I'll second it.
Motion made and seconded. Stand by. Loran, will you please take roll?
John Hodgkins,
Aye.
Gary Sanders,
Yes.
Ken Owen.
Aye.
Motion passes. D, this is an action item, consideration authorizing mayor to execute professional services agreement. Mr. Deuce, or sorry, I was looking right at you.
It's all good.
Mr. Jump.
Mayor, members of the council, before you is a professional services agreement with, sorry, I'm not mic'd up. This be a caveman, Ken, I'm not abiding by rules. With inland forest management, for, proposed, they're doing, a harvest surveying effort, to determine, potential for harvest quantities, for portions of Rathdrum Mountain that we've identified in the agreement. And, we had met with them and discussed with them the, language in the professional services agreement, and there's some cost in there. There is a clause in there that talks about it. We are not obligating ourselves to proceed with the harvest with this professional services agreement. However, considering that they will be providing us a service, if we are not going to proceed, we are obviously putting ourselves at risk at about $10,000 maximum for that. And we made sure we had that clause in there, that we had a limitation with regards to how much exposure we may have, so that it wasn't open-ended. So with that said, we went through the qualification process, and I've mentioned this before City Council as far as what our actions were on this to take place, and pleased to present this to you this evening. So if you have any questions, I'd be more than happy to try to answer them.
Mr. Mayor.
John?
So, Kevin, the $10,000 would just be for the surveying? That's the maximum just for doing the surveying?
That is for them to go up and come up with basically quantities estimates for what they're looking at for potential timber. And part of that is species based. Obviously, there's a cedar clause in there that cedar is more valuable than the others. Harvest material. So they would go up there, take note of what was potentially could be harvested, and we are, going to direct them to do a selective harvest, which means we're not necessarily looking at a clear cut type of situation. And then obviously they would, if we do proceed forward with the harvest, then there would be some reforestation, replanting of some of those smaller trees to establish that area again. So.
Is this going after like diseased trees and stuff, or is this just something we want to thin it out for having more fire? Okay, that's a good point. So it's selective.
Yeah, we're not doing a clear cut.
No, I understand.
Yeah, we had worked with Bureau of Land Management, and they were talking about the fact that they were looking to clear cut. This is a decade ago or so, because of that disease overgrowth type of thing, where they just said it's out of control, we have to clear cut. We are actually looking at doing a selective harvest. We're trying to get good, usable timber.
And you're trusting their judgment and leaving it up to them.
That's the reason why it's called professional service agreement. They're the professionals on this one.
Kevin, can this professional services agreement be utilized, or would it even be necessary to evaluate timber on another property that the city owns?
The only thing is we would have to amend this agreement if it is one of those 4 parcels that we've not identified. We've identified different parcels, and the acreages that we have in the agreement is much larger than the actual areas that we're looking at, but we were just wanting to make sure that we delineated those particular areas. But Mr. Mayor, I think that could go along well with what you're asking for. Can we expand in those other areas? Absolutely.
Are all 4 of these parcels specific to Rathdrum Mountain?
They are, yes, sir.
And then, so the purpose of this survey is to identify how much lumber and of what species, and to basically provide us with an estimate of what the value of the lumber is. Is that,
yes.
Okay. Would that work be necessary if we were to be, I don't know that thinning out would be the appropriate work to be done on the other property, but if we were to remove trees from the other property, would that would this service still be required to log that property, or would we be able to remove those trees from another property and without a survey, or is there a survey required to remove the trees?
There's no survey that is required.
So you can log it without having a survey and then
Right.
whatever the value is. So the purpose of this survey is specifically to identify the value of the lumber that's on the mountain before we agree or commit to actually logging.
And to mark the trees for selective harvesting.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
So when
And to
we're,
help us get a harvester to come in and do the bid process, and to help us with selling the logs, because we have to go through an auction process to who we sell them to. So this person will help, this company will help us with all those processes.
so if we were to log, for instance, the diagonal property, to open up some space there, that a survey wouldn't be necessary in that, or would it still be required to identify how much lumber is there so that then somebody
No,
may bid on
I don't
logging it?
believe so. I think you're talking about a smaller quantity,
Yeah.
and it's more of a known because we're more on the ground and can be able to see that. But no, we wouldn't be required to do that, no.
Okay.
And Mr. Mayor, we could go out as staff and say, this is the area that we want cut so that we have room to do what we wanna do on it.
Okay.
So we can mark that ourselves, we would need a surveyor.
Okay, and then, is it possible for us to combine those two logging operations?
When it comes time for selling the timber at harvest, if we've got a known quantity, because we've gone out and marked those things and we have marketable lumber that's getting cut down,
Mhm.
then we could probably work those into the same harvesting contract that we would have.
But then wouldn't you need a surveyor? I mean, us just going out there and saying this tree, that tree, this tree, this tree, isn't telling them how many board feet they're gonna get out of those specific trees.
No, but
So wouldn't you still need a surveyor to go do that work?
You probably want a surveyor to do that work.
Okay,
Get
so-
the best price for the amount that's there.
Okay, so we can utilize this professional services agreement to do that, but it would require amendment. Is that something that has to come back before council to
Yes.
complete?
If we chose to go that course, yes, sir.
Okay, and is that, I don't know if that's a preferred option, or is it better to go back and add that into this, or to execute it and then amend it?
I would, for the sake of what we're doing here, is to get them under a contract immediately, because we're giving them till the end of November to
Perform
do
the
their,
work.
perform their work. And then we can certainly talk to them about, hey, can we go out on our, what we call the pit, and see if they may be interested there to give us some ideas.
Okay.
And just so that I understand the payment structure, so if we go to harvest, it's A, right? So saw log
Yes.
harvest, $40 per 1,000 board feet. Pulp harvest, $1.50 per ton, or 50% of net revenue, whichever's less. And then cedar pole harvest, $60 per million board feet, MBF?
1,000 board feet. I know, it's weird.
Yeah,
Yeah, it says that on the first one, the 40,000 board feet MBF.
MBF, yeah, that is weird. Okay, so, and then if we choose not to, then we would go the hourly rate of $110 per hour,
Correct.
not to exceed 900 per day, and 10,000 total.
You are reading that correctly,
Okay.
yes.
And those rates for A are comparable to other averages in the area? Did we verify those numbers at all?
John, I didn't verify those numbers. It's not necessarily my area of expertise.
Mhm.
However, they do seem in line with what we did a decade plus ago,
Okay.
inflationary cost adjustment, blah, blah, blah. So they don't seem unreasonable, no.
Do we have the numbers of what we paid a decade ago?
Excuse me?
Do you have those numbers, what we did last time?
No, I don't have those on me, no.
The last time we did a tree harvest, John, was in 2014, 2015.
Mhm.
Now, if we decided to do the diagonal later, could we not just get a cruiser to come in and tell you your board feet and,
More than likely, yes.
yeah, rather than pay
Yeah.
that?
in essence, yeah, we would talk about change ordering.
Mhm. Okay, thank you.
Council, any further questions?
Just waiting on you, sir.
For,
You seem deep in thought.
oh, I'm good. You can call a
Okay.
motion at any time.
Mr. Mayor,
John?
I'll make a motion to approve of the authorizing of the mayor to sign the professional services agreement with Inland Forest Management for forest land surveying and consultant services for Rathdrum Mountain.
I'll second.
Motion made, second. Any further discussion? Rand?
John Hopkins,
Aye.
Larry Sanders,
Yes.
Ken Owens.
Motion passes. E, this is a discussion item regarding police chief interviews. Mr. Deuce.
Mr. Mayor and Council, just to give you an update on where we're at with the police chief, applications were received. We received 11 applications for the position of our police chief. We selected 6 of those applications to have a first round of interviews. We did those interviews on July 7th. We had a panel that consisted of Brett Nelson, which is the Kootenai County Undersheriff, Jake Massey, who's the Assistant Superintendent for the Lakeland School District, Ashley Cameron, who is the Executive Director of the Rathdrum Chamber of Commerce, Officer, that should be Ward, not Ward, apologize.
You better buy him lunch or something.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to buy him lunch.
We did.
We did. And I want to point out how it was selected. Mayor Hill had a great idea on selecting a patrol officer. We looked at the employee recognition nominations, and Officer Ward by far had received more employee recognition nominations from his peers than any other Rathdrum PD patrol officer. So that's why he was selected for that. And then it was Mayor Hill and myself during those interviews. Of the 6 interviews, we selected 4 that will go to the next steps of a second interview. With that second interview, we are looking at also doing an open house for Rathdrum City staff. And then following that, we would have an open house for the public. In talking with the mayor, this is an opportunity for people to come in, gather, talk with, visit. It's open house, not a debate type style structure. The panel members will then kind of observe how they react with the public, react with staff during these 2 different open houses. Following that, the final candidate will go through a background check. We were informed by Brett Nelson that could take up to from 30 to 45 days to do an adequate background check through the Sheriff's Department. We may choose to do a third party, but they're offering to do it for free. If you do a third party, the fee, and I don't know if it would reduce the time frame or not. We'd have to check into that. In addition to that, we do the same thing that we do with any other new candidate for testing in the Rathdrum Police Department. We do polygraph testing, and we do a psychological review on that. Then there would be an appointment by the mayor to the city council. The city council would then have to confirm that appointment. And then, of course, we'd have a probationary period as we do any new employee within the city. But this would be an appointed position. Therefore, in finding that final candidate, we could offer a job offer with conditions, a conditional job offer that all of these things would have to be met and approved, including the appointment confirmation by council before that job offer would be final. So with that, just kind of giving you that information, and then we'll be working on those others steps of the second round of interviews and so forth like that.
Part of that, I think, is what that allows us to do when we offer a conditional offer of employment, is that it has to be accepted by the applicant before we invest more expense and going through the rest of the process.
Yeah.
Because all those steps cost us money.
That's correct. And it also is in order of what it costs. So the background check traditionally would be done by a detective within our own department, but this is the police chief, so we're not going to do this within our own department. A third party would cost us, but we have to do a background check no matter what. If we use the sheriff's office, they're willing to do it for free, but again, it's 30 to 45 days. So free being the first one. Polygraph testing is less expensive than a psychological review, and then that way, if there's anything that's in the background check or the polygraph check that disqualifies the candidate, then we've saved the cost of that psychological review.
Mr. Mayor,
John?
is there any reason we can't go through the sheriff's office and then go ahead and do all 4 background checks? Because that may eliminate someone.
Well, it may, but running 4 background checks on the sheriff's department, we didn't ask that.
Okay.
Normally, in a position for a law enforcement officer, we would maybe take the top 2 candidates and run the background check on those, okay?
Yeah, I think that the point at which the background check is being administered is that you're past the final interview process. And so you've already made a decision about who you feel is your best candidate, or maybe best 2 candidates. So then submitting them that you're serious about hiring them. Through that final interview process, you may eliminate 1, 2, 3, or even all of your applicants as to who it is. So if the final decision out of that secondary interview is identifying that there's something that you've identified that you're not willing to hire, then there's no point in proceeding with anything further. So I think that will kind of help tell, if we're on the fence about 2 candidates or 2 candidates have been eliminated and there's only 2 that are remaining, then that might be something that helps checks and balances to say. I don't think out of the background check, and you guys might be able to help me there, Brandon, that out of a background check that we're probably not going to get that there's this, that, or whatever in the background. They're only going to indicate whether or not it's a good hire or a risk.
Right. And in the background check, so I want to make sure that I am being safe with these statements, but when an officer becomes an officer is usually the only time that they go through this type of stuff. Things happen in life, right? And we don't necessarily know if those were reported to their agencies or not, or whatever the case may be. There were things that Brett Nelson said that in a polygraph test was discovered of an existing law enforcement officer that would disqualify them from
being a law enforcement
officer. Even if they had been a law enforcement officer for 2, 5, 10 years plus. So all of these things help us to refresh that, and just because they've been in law enforcement doesn't mean that they're necessarily a best fit for Rathdrum PD either. So we're going to go through the whole process. We're trying to be very thorough. The mayor has expressed even to the interview panel that we're not in a rush to get this done. We want to do this right. And there is a possibility that we have an excellent candidate, and there's also the possibility that all 4 of these won't pass the second interview phase. So we don't want to commit ourselves ahead of, we want to make sure we got the best candidate possible.
Leon, will we be using the same polygrapher and the same person for the psychological test for all of them?
I think for consistency, if we do more than one, then I think we should run the same one so we get the same results.
Yeah, absolutely.
Apples to apples comparison.
Right.
But right now, as I would kind of foresee this, if we have 2 top candidates, we would first run 2 background checks.
Mhm.
If one of them's eliminated by that, then we wouldn't be running 2 different people through polygraph and psych. And then, you know, we need to review that and see how that goes. I don't wanna
wouldn't-
make any commitments on how this process is going to end. I think it's more just to let you know that we're gonna do everything in our power to make sure that we have the right person for the job. And the mayor's gonna be involved in it every step of the way.
Do you have another slide, or is this the last one?
That's the last one.
So the next question that I come to council with is, first of all, I also sent this out to all of the Rathdrum Police Department to inform them of what the process is. I think it's important to bring them on along the way. I come to the council tonight to ask for guidance, that as I make an appointment, that you guys have the ability to support or deny that appointment. I don't want to go through this process and bring you a candidate that you're ultimately not going to support. So with that, I ask for guidance on how it is that we are progressing with that. Do you feel that that's the appropriate steps that we're taking with regards to an open house for staff to give them an opportunity to interact with the candidates, and for the candidate panel, for the interview panel to see how do they interact with staff? Is there personality conflicts? Are they open? Are they warm and receptive? Are they harsh? Are they, you know, what are the reactions that we have from staff? And this again is a step of transparency, a commitment of support to our officers, to bring them along the process that helps build trust and establish confidence in who the person is that is selected to be the leader of our police department for the foreseeable future, for possibly many years. The interview panel that I would like to have city council involvement in the interview panel, and I think many of you guys up here have interest in that. And talking to Emily about that there's some concerns about open meeting law violations, and about the a potential quorum being present, and how that might, although well intended, be outright illegal. Emily, if you could address those.
So, in the Attorney General's manual on open meeting law, and I believe we talked about this, they interpret the open meeting law as not just meetings need to be open to the public when there is a quorum present. They determine that meetings need to be open to the public when 2 or more counselors are deliberating towards a decision, or working towards a decision anyway. And so you have to ask yourself, does discussing, and that deliberation has to be on something that you guys will eventually make a decision on. So will you guys eventually make a decision on police chief? Yes, so we check that box. Another question is, if 2 or more of you are on a panel, are you deliberating about who will be the next police chief? Yes, you are. So in my opinion, having 2 or more of you on an interview panel would require an open meeting, because you would be deliberating under the Open Meeting Law Act as the Attorney General has defined it. And so if someone is going to be on the panel, it would probably only get to be one of you.
Makes sense.
That's how I would interpret what they've told us in the manual.
Yeah, I wouldn't necessarily expect that. I mean, we have an opportunity during the appointment to ask all the questions that we would have.
Absolutely,
right, to
yes.
determine the fitness of that candidate. So essentially what you would be asking during the interview is what you're getting then. So my question would be the 2 open houses. First of all, who is staff? Is that all of city staff? Is that just the police department?
That's all city staff.
Okay, does that include the council with that?
No, because for the same reasons that Emily just explained.
Why couldn't we do it as an open house and just publish it and do all the stuff?
Oh, well, no. So,
And we're not
As
deliberating
long
towards
as
anything?
No.
we're not-
2
So-
of you aren't deliberating
Yeah.
towards this, you could come
can
into the
come,
open house,
yes.
talk to the candidate, just like every other member of the public is,
Yeah.
but you
But
wouldn't
don't go
go
over the
off and
corner
say,
and
you
have
and
a
Larry
conversation,
and
yeah.
Ken, talk about it in the corner.
Okay.
for the sake of open and transparency, the purpose of the open meeting law is to provide the public with open and transparent government. I don't see how inviting council to an open house that is exclusive to staff, giving them the comfort to be able to interact exclusively with those candidates, how you can look at the
I'd agree
public.
with ya. Maybe at the public one where all of the public.
And that's
can
where I
vote,
was
but
getting
not the
to.
staff.
That's where I was getting to, is that the one for the city staff is intended to allow the applicant to interact with city staff or rather the other way around, really, for city staff to have the opportunity to interact with the applicants. I'm not meaning I'm wanting very much to bring along everyone that I possibly can to help inform this decision, but wanting to be careful about ensuring that we're not doing anything that's going to be illegal, that's going to be challenged, making sure that we have an open, transparent, and fair process. I think it's important to bring the staff along, the officers especially, to help build trust, confidence in who their leader is, for them to have a voice in that process. I think it's important for the public to have the same opportunity. Our appointed officials are a very important part of what our community is. So I think it's really important to have community support, community engagement. I think it's important to have a person in this position that exemplifies those qualities. And so with that, my concern is that having more than one member of the council involved in that process of the open house with staff, I struggle to look somebody in the face, a member of the public, and say, we were meeting together, but we weren't discussing any city business, I promise you. We were merely only talking to the candidates that we're going to deliberate on making a decision for. So I struggle to have an open and transparent process that allows for that.
Mr. Mayor,
And I'm open to feedback.
I've been looking at this process, and for a long time, I've been wanting to see our community have, first of all, you lead by example, and respect is something you don't get, you earn it.
Mm-hmm.
And I want our police chief to not only get the respect from their officers, I want them to earn it, but they also have to give respect to the fellow officers.
Mm-hmm.
And we need a leader. We need somebody
Absolutely.
that can, and I like how you're doing this, and I appreciate everything you said, because when we can sit and watch that person interact with the public and the staff,
It's very telling.
we don't have to talk to them, we can just watch them. We can learn a lot by people's actions. And I really respect your insight in doing this, and I think it's a great way to go and a great way to approach. So I admire you for that, and I'm looking forward to see this process unfold. I think it's gonna be good for our community. I hope we find a good, strong leader that's determined to lead by example and lead with authority, but also lead with respect. So.
Okay, so I think the next thing that I'm looking for then, and I didn't, before coming here tonight and having a discussion with Emily, I didn't have focus of the legal issues with regards to open meeting law violations and such until a conversation that was held tonight with Emily. I think with that then my next step is that I'd like to have, I very much want to bring along everyone that I can with regards to this decision and have a well-supported candidate and decision that is ultimately reached. I don't see an environment in which I would not want to have as many members of the city council as I can bring along, and with that it seems like the number that I can bring along is uno. With that then I ask for, I think then what I'd be seeking from the council then is a nomination amongst the council that you guys come to a consensus on who it is that is representing the city council body on that panel. And being that I believe what I'm asking for is a vote, that's an action item that should be an agenda item then on the next city council meeting to appoint or to nominate, select, however you want to say it, the city council representative to participate in the chief of police interviews, final interviews.
No,
Does that seem, is that accurate, or is that something that can be?
Mr. Mayor, I'm trying to think about this in an appropriate way. This interview panel is at your direction and your discretion. I'd say that if there are members of the council that wants to ask you to want to be on it, that they ask you, and then you make a decision on which one of those it is, rather than, I understand your desire,
Yep.
but it's your process, so.
And my desire then is to have a nomination selected by them
then
to
we need
represent
have
them.
that on a vote for.
Okay, so we'll add that to a future city council agenda, probably the next one, to select a member of the council to represent the council on the final interview panel.
So based on that, you know, I've been in the management and stuff for years, and I've interviewed a lot of people, and I think being a people person, you can pick up a lot of things. I don't know anything about police other than I've never been in a police car. Probably should have a few times, but I never have. But we have 2 police officers on our board who are well versed in that. I know I've talked to Councilman Hatcher on several occasions, and he knows about this. He's not here tonight, but I did actually speak to him today, and he's all in for wanting to be part of that panel. Well qualified, I think we probably all are, but in reference to asking, I don't know what that panel's gonna ask the guy could blow smoke on me and I wouldn't know that he was blowing smoke.
And I would say that having the undersheriff and Officer Ward present provided a law enforcement background experience and was able to help decipher some of the things that were stated, qualifications that were referenced, what some acronyms meant and stuff like that. So that was very valuable and helpful to understand context of what it is that somebody was talking about.
So they could scream BS if the guy wasn't being upfront and forthcoming.
I will say, if this is gonna be a future action item, please do not deliberate amongst yourselves about it. It's a future decision.
That would
Please make
be-
sure that discussion is all at the next city council meeting. Please do not.
So you're gonna do it as an action item?
It has to be, yeah.
Well, that's
So
cool.
what I'm asking for
Okay,
is
for
that, as
transparency.
Leon mentioned, that I could select and I could say, John, I want you to be on my panel, just because you're on my right-hand side, and that's, I don't know, that's just what I want. But to me, that doesn't convey the transparency that I seek. It doesn't convey the
Right.
trust that I hope to establish. I think that allowing you guys to select a representative of the council to represent the council's interests is the most transparent and
Okay.
open process possible, and that's what my goal is in every step of this process.
Good
So
point.
we'll place that on the next agenda.
Okay. Moving on then, 9A, this is a workshop, updates to the comp plan. James?
It's a tag team effort tonight.
I'm sure it is.
Oh, if we can get this plugged in, that would be cool. Alright. Alrighty, so just so you guys know, we are working on our comprehensive plan update. Per our city code, not state code, but our city code, we are required to review the comp plan every 5 years and see if it needs an update. The last one was adopted in 2021, so we are beginning the review process this year with plans to hopefully have it adopted sometime in 2026 so we hit that 5-year mark. With that, we're also working on a code update, or actually a couple of kind of code updates that will go hand in hand as we work on them some more. Tonight, we're gonna go through one of those code updates because it is on the P&Z agenda for next week as a public hearing. So we want to have a chance for you guys to see that tonight, and you are able to comment on it, even though it is a public hearing because it is legislative. It is not quasi-judicial, so we are able to present that to you tonight. You are able to provide us feedback with it. It's a legislative action. It's code. It's not quasi-judicial in nature. So even though there is a public hearing process involved, it's still legislative. We're allowed to show it to you guys. You're allowed to workshops and talk about it, okay? So we'll kind of do a little bit of and I will say at P&Z we did a workshop similar to this at P&Z last month. We had a dedicated comment period where the public was able to come up and actually ask us questions as they felt that they wanted to. We spent like 2 hours interacting with the public and answering questions on the comp plan and the code, and growth in Rathdrum and future concerns. And so it was a really beneficial workshop there. So we're hoping to do another one of those in August. Okay. So we kind of just want to drill down on some of the concerns that we were trying to address, that we heard from you, we heard from the public, that we're trying to address with some of these updates to both the comp plan and the code. So obviously limiting growth or creating more sustainable growth is one of the top concerns. Ensuring adequate city infrastructure, which includes water, sewer, and streets. Ensuring emergency services like fire, police, and schools can serve new residential and commercial developments. Ensuring schools in other districts, such as the fire district, are receiving the land they need for facility expansion. Encouraging commercial development over residential. Ensuring that residential development provides a variety of lot sizes and not just all small lots. And requiring additional green spaces. You feel like that adequately sums up a lot of the concerns that we've been hearing lately?
No, the vast majority are not wanting mixed lot sizes anymore. The conversations that I'm having, they want
That's fair.
big lots.
Fair enough. And I think as we kind of go through this, you will see what we're trying to do, and if you have additional stuff you want to add, that's what we're here to discuss. This is a workshop for a reason. We want to have that discussion with you. P&Z gave us some good ideas. The public has given us a lot to work with, so we're trying to get your feedback as well. And so we obviously have some concerns related specifically to the comprehensive plan. There's obviously a disconnect between the 21 comp plan and the current Rathdrum City Code. So we're trying to bridge that disconnect with this update. We're taking out items that are no longer relevant or have been met. And then we're doing a big update kind of in the future land use map in the land use section. We want to make sure it matches our area of impact. Since we just adopted a new area of impact, we want to make sure it all matches. And then we want to make sure it matches our current Rathdrum City Code, includes sound planning principles, remove confusing and irrelevant units of measurement and verbiage, and limit higher density residential growth by only allowing it in certain areas between commercial and lower density residential areas, so that we are very specific about where it is or is not allowed to limit it.
Meaning buffers.
Yes, as buffers only. Yeah, so we include specific language about if you're gonna have multifamily, it has to be in a buffer area. We talk about that, so we'll go through that as well.
And by multifamily, we still mean more than 4 units per parcel. That's what it's defined in our code.
Yeah.
Emily, when you talk about
Sorry.
the future land use map matching the city impact area or whatever the new terminology is, that
Yeah,
basically,
area of impact for the city.
there you go. You said that the future land use map is not identifying land that is not identified in the area impact.
So our future land use map is currently larger than our area of impact, which it can be.
Or what?
Our future land use map is larger, identifies more land than what's in our area of impact.
Okay, and that continuing forward, that will remain
It will
the
not
same?
be the case.
Will not be the case. So the future land use map will match?
Will match.
Okay, so what happens in the event that there was a piece of property that was not identified as our area that isn't likely, that we don't believe is likely to be annexed within the next period? That I believe there were some properties to the north that just didn't seem likely that that would develop. What would happen if one of those parcels were to request annexation and there wasn't a future land use map designation?
They would have to request an amendment to the future land use map to include that as part of the future land use map in order to be able to annex into the city.
So one of my concerns then is that part of the process of establishing a comprehensive plan, and very importantly the future land use map, is that the public has an opportunity to express concerns about what those things are.
Mm-hmm.
If done later during a future land use map amendment, there just doesn't feel like there's as much community involvement or engagement in that process. Is there anything that says that we have to match the future land use map? That the future land use has to map?
No,
Yeah.
actually, many cities make their future land use map larger than their area of impact in case they get annexations outside their area of impact. So
Right.
for Post Falls, for example, their future land use map is larger than their area of impact. But the concern that we have heard is we want to slow annexations, we want to slow growth, so we that's one of the choices we made when we were, as presenting this to you, is we are matching our future land use map to our area of impact, because those are the properties we believe will come into the city in the next 5 years only, and we don't really wanna plan to annex more than that.
The map does not represent properties that all of them will come in. It represents an area in which those properties are reasonably likely
Yes.
to request annexation.
Understood, yes, absolutely understand that.
Was
Sorry.
different.
Yeah, I think perhaps because I understand a little bit more about that with the AIC conferences and stuff that
Yeah,
we've
and you
attended,
do,
things like that,
yes.
so, but it's an important note for the public to understand too, so thank you for
That's one of the
addressing
methods
that.
of limiting growth that we were trying to.
Is that really though? I mean, is that accomplishing that goal? So the comprehensive plan is a document that's adopted for a 5-year period. So in year 4, when annexations have reached or there's a parcel that you hadn't previously thought was likely to be annexed within the 5-year period, it just doesn't seem reasonable that would happen. My concern is that what good urban planning identifies what's your vision about what it is that you're doing with the community. And if you're too short-sighted, if you're too narrow-minded, you don't have focus of the big picture of the long-range planning. And so limiting your future land use map to match only the area, I think, is kind of what got our city into some of what we have. Long ago, there was plans for the industrial area that's between Bakel and Nagel, because at the time, as Mayor Vic Holmes has previously indicated, the city didn't envision that we would ever get bigger than that. They really thought that would be the southern border of our town, and we've ballooned way past that. And so that's part of that short-sighted vision, is where you're looking at only that this is the only period, because I'm looking at it from here, and I'm not looking at it from here, but as I look at it from here, this is what I want. And then now that things are here, it's like, oh, this doesn't really fit together very well. So I think that limiting your future land use map to only your area of city impact is a disservice to what the big picture is of what you're doing. And that's what I think your future land use map should be identifying, is what is the big picture of what it is that you're trying to accomplish in the long range of 50, 100-year planning of what your community will mature to.
Right. Yes, there's a couple of things that are coming up that may change your opinion, because there's more measures that are involved.
Okay, thank you.
But we did talk about that, Mayor Hall. Like, we talked about, do we make it bigger? Do we make it? And what we ended up landing on, which is what is presented tonight, is matching the area of impact in order to try to curb that growth to just this 5-year vision and not to stuff outside of that. But I see your point, and it might be beneficial to go slightly outside of that, just so that we have the planning in place should an event occur that we need it. Not a bad idea to be prepared.
Okay.
I agree with that.
Oh, sorry, further question.
No, I was just saying I agree.
Thank you.
Okay. I know this is kind of small, so I'll just go through it a little bit. So how we're trying to address these concerns, and we're gonna obviously go through these in much more detail. This is just kind of an overview. We're doing the comp plan update. We're doing a fairly significant update of the future land use map and land use sections due to concerns related to growth, types of growth, connecting to current city code, removing confusing terms, etc. And then, like I said, we're gonna do some code updates. We're updating our annexation code so that it links better to the comprehensive plan update and the future land use map. And we're updating all of our zoning designations. We're updating mostly the residential code, but a lot of the criteria is gonna get updated. We're requiring additional things that relate to emergency services, the school district, matching the future land use map. We're phasing out the R3 and the R2D, which I'm sorry I didn't list in there, but we want to phase out the small lots so that we no longer receive requests for entire subdivisions of smaller lots. The small lots will only be allowed as part of the MR or MRA zoning designations, where developers will be required to provide a variety of lot sizes, not just smaller lots. And then we are trying to keep the commercial zoning criteria the same or decreasing them so that it's encouraged to go more commercial. And then we're adding criteria to residential to try to kind of slow that down a little bit. So that workshop, as far as the criteria is concerned, is gonna come at the next meeting. We're still working some of those out, trying to make sure they're feasible, but that is forthcoming. And then we're gonna do some updates to the subdivision code as well. That'll come in the next workshop. We're including additional green space requirements, especially for larger subdivisions. It'll be a percentage of the total space that's required to be set aside for additional green space.
And that green space will not be offset. Like right now, when you do a subdivision, we require landscape buffers along outside frontage. The green space requirement will be in addition to those required buffers. We're not letting them.
And the
Like a common
calculation-
area with a picnic area
Yep, so
and
they
things
can
like
do,
that.
you know,
Yep.
parks, medians, additional walkways with green spaces, additional buffers, however they wanna do, pocket parks, park donations, however they wanna do it, it'll be an additional green space requirement on top of the outside landscape buffers.
Can you go back one, please?
Yes.
Can you help me understand your thought process behind the, while either decreasing or keeping commercial zoning designation criteria the same in order to encourage, allow further commercial development over residential development?
Yeah.
Help me explain, what do you
So
mean?
when we get to that workshop at the next meeting, you guys will see, so all of our zoning designations have approval criteria, right? We are going through and updating those approval criteria within those updates, the residential criteria are increasing. So a lot of them have 3, they're up, most of them are now gonna have about 8. And the commercial zones have about
Criterias.
5 or 6.
Okay.
And they will either keep their 5 or 6, or they might have gone down a little bit depending on how we've reframed them.
And
So
how does that, well, I guess I kinda see that,
additional requirements.
by keeping them the same or reducing them, that it makes things easier. So I think one of the comments that I've heard from members of the public is that it's difficult to establish a business in Rathdrum, and especially in comparison or contrast to other
Uses.
surrounding
Yeah.
areas. Well, not necessarily
Okay.
uses, but
Other
surrounding
areas.
areas.
Yeah,
Yeah,
fair enough.
that if somebody goes in and wants to establish a business in, and I don't build businesses, so I'll just use a neighboring city if they want to build in Post Falls. That what I've heard, and I don't know what it is that's different or why it is that it's different, but and perhaps you guys might be able to help me understand. That if somebody wants to build a business in Rathdrum versus building a business in Post Falls, it's easier to work with Post Falls. Why is that comment made? Is there truth to that? Is there something that we're doing or something with our requirements that cause that comment?
I've been told specifically the city is extremely difficult to work with.
It's probably because we were using outdated systems and paper for so long, and we just recently switched to doing everything online through BSNA, that we've now started to streamline our process so much more, and everything's provided almost instantaneously now back to the applicants. But that's very recent. We weren't doing that before, and Post Falls was. Everything that they've had, it has been online for
And
years.
I'm just picking Post Falls. It's not something that specifically has been brought
And
to
the other
me.
jurisdiction, all of them have been online doing that stuff for years. We only recently switched to that. So I would assume it's harder to deal with us because you had to come in with your paper copy. You had to wait for the paper to be reviewed and to come back and get it, and that takes longer and
Okay.
is more cumbersome.
Okay.
But we don't know, I don't know for sure. I don't think any of them have heard specifics from us.
I've heard the same, Mayor, but they haven't been able to say, well, because of this, your process is more difficult.
Okay.
So, I've also heard that the worst place to do it is another city in the county. Not naming names, but, it seems to be whatever is the,
The gripe of the day.
it depends upon what they're trying to do, and is it in compliance with code that's been adopted by council? Sometimes if you wanna do something, but the council's adopted a code and staff is trying to enforce that code, and they don't wanna do that, then that can make it difficult.
Another comment that I hear in the public frequently is, why did the city build a parts store there? Why are they building a gas station here? And to some degree of that, I obviously understand that we don't build parts stores or gas stations or convenience stores or restaurants or anything else. But we do set the ordinances and the criteria in which that those things can occur. And is there an thoughtful planning with regards to, I'm kind of look at the big picture of what do you want the identity and the makeup of your city to be? Do we have, or is it maybe why is or why isn't it advisable to have specific zoning designations that control where certain types of businesses are co-located or are like zoning districts that allow, you know, here is a restaurant district that we think that this would be
Like
really
we would
good for.
Sub our commercial district up into different commercial
And
districts.
help me
that would have
understand
different uses.
one way or the other, why is that good or why is that bad?
Well, and one, we do have some zoning code that kind of says, okay, what kind of businesses can go in these type of areas? I'm not saying it's good or bad. The idea is, I want to kind of address that there's property rights. If an owner wants to build another auto parts store in Rathdrum, they run the risk of diluting the
market,
stuff,
yeah.
the market,
Yeah.
where somebody's not going to survive, right? That's what we have called the free market space. And therefore, if they wanna take that and run that risk, then that would be up to them. It's not up to the city. As long as we have a zoning designation of what's allowed in these areas, the owner of the property gets to pick what they want to put in there. Now, can we streamline it and make it narrow? Yes, we can. But ultimately, you know, if you say this is only a restaurant alley, or we can only have one restaurant in a X number of square miles, you know, I don't know, just throwing out ideas. You would have owners that may say, well, I want to build this here, and your zone allows me to build this here, except for you created this limitation that you can't have more than one of these in a 3-block radius, or whatever the case may be. Do we run the risk of property rights of owners?
Well, we kind of are, not a negative thing about our town. I love our town, but it's kind of fragmented. You know, we have these little pockets of businesses all over, and they're kind of intermixed. You don't have that. I mean, we have a downtown, but it's small.
Right.
We can't grow downtown because of all the residential around. That's what I mean by fragmented.
Well, and a lot of our businesses, as you've seen too, with some minor exceptions, run along the 41 or 53 corridor, because that's where the traffic is.
Right.
As you look at some of the different things, an owner has a lot of things to consider. Is there enough disposable income to build this? Is there enough traffic? Location, location, location. Ever since high school economics, that's been the mantra. I don't know what the right answer is. I just know that we live in a world where we like the market to drive what we do, and if we put limitations on it, we're putting limitations on what the market.
Let the demographics put the limitations on it.
I would like to add that we historically have chosen to use overlay districts to limit business types in any given area, such as the downtown or the highway commercial overlay districts. We said you couldn't put storage units adjacent to the highway, they had to be 300 feet max. So we have done some of that restriction, but we've chosen to do it with overlays, not in zoning districts, to this point in time.
Okay, so just as a reminder for the basis of how these criteria were created by us, we start with state code. This creates the framework for how we are allowed to create criteria in our city code. State code requires approval standards and criteria to be set forth in express terms in the land use ordinances. They must put everyone on notice on what must be met in order to obtain approval or denial, and they cannot be arbitrarily applied. The courts have interpreted the term, the express. There's a court case that actually involves Kootenai County that went to the Supreme Court in Idaho that says that express standards must be objective, clear, measurable, and grounded in law, not flexible or subjective policy preferences, effectively requiring objectivity. They cannot be arbitrarily applied or subjectives. You can't apply it one way for one case and another way for another case with no basis of law or fact or meaningful standard. That's how the courts have interpreted express. It basically needs to be objective, a yes or a no, is how they're saying it, or measurable in some objective way.
We were just having that conversation.
Yep. You knew this was gonna come back around. So this is our current annexation ordinance, with some notes. this probably looks very familiar to you. The first one is something that's required by state law. Anything that comes up for annexation, it must have a common boundary with the city limits. As we go into the next one, we have some questions as far as the city should grow within a well-defined area, as defined by what? The adopted area of city impact, the future land use map. We feel it needs some sort of objective measurement so that we can actually define what a well-defined area means. Growth in new areas should be allowed when suitable vacant land is no longer available to accommodate growth, or when specific use is proposed which is beneficial to the citizens of Rathdrum. This seems to be arbitrary and subjective and open-ended with no objective measurement or meaningful standard that can objectively be applied.
So on that one there, if you don't mind.
Yeah, go ahead.
That one of the concerns that I have is, and I think the community has, isn't about growth as much as it is about the rate of growth, how fast it is that we're growing. As I was mentioning earlier, and didn't get the opportunity to continue, was look at the number of building permits that have been issued each year. And that as that trend continues to grow, how many building permits are we issuing each year? We've hired a second building inspector. There's conversations about the potential need for a third. There's legislative action that is allowing for requirements of timely inspections. And so as you continue to allow uncontrolled building permits to be issued, so you have no limit of how many building permits can be obtained in any one period of time, and a requirement to be able for staff to be able to adequately address the demand for service for all of the requirements of plan review, of site review, of building inspections, of all of that stuff, and the potential for a developer to, if the city is not timely, to hire a third party and bill the city for those services. In addition, other legislative, I forget the House number 689 that has the 389, thank you, that limits the amount of property tax growth, the property tax that can be realized against new growth, so that we're capped. And so if you grow too quickly, you're missing out on tax dollars. There's a limit as to how much can come in at one time. So anything above that, you're losing out on potential tax revenue for that. So it seems like we need to have some mechanism of.
We got you.
Thank you.
You will see it in the next one.
Right, can I address the growth for just a minute?
Yes, but don't give away the surprise in the next slide.
What I want to talk about is, as I mentioned before, beginning in about 2020, we were experiencing 8-9% growth, where we're looking for 3%. And that is caused in part by a perfect storm of things that happened beginning in 18. We had several.
Beginning of the 90s, right?
We had a bunch of land from the 90s that was sitting around in the city that became getting developed. We saw Thayer Farms begin in 18. We saw the annexation of Brookshire and Brookshire South about the same time. Then we had the pandemic, and we had a whole bunch of people looking for properties. And we had all of the properties, up by the Lions Club, the annexation of Hadley Meadows, the development of Timber Glade, Westwood Pines, Brookshire South, Thayer Farms North, Thayer Farms West, all at the same time. Mostly developed by properties that were already inside the city but had sat vacant for 30 years, right? Those properties are almost gone now. Right, we don't have all this vacant inventory. We also had 2 large apartment complexes going at the same time, right, that all this was happening. So there was a whole lot of property to be developed in the city that was vacant, and the addition of a whole bunch of new property that came into immediate development. So yeah, we had way too much growth all at once. We're putting the kibosh on a lot of that. We're out of inventory, or almost out of inventory in the city, and we went to slow the addition of new properties getting in here, but we'll get to that.
Coming up.
Let me ask you, we brought up some points. Somebody earlier in the public comments mentioned there were 271 homes for sale in Rathdrum.
I don't know if that meant homes that have a Rathdrum address, which is a much larger easier
Yeah,
than the
yeah.
city of Rathdrum
'Cause
itself.
and I'm not calling him a liar, but that seems awful high.
We only have,
Probably just misapplied.
Right here. Yeah, it's Rathdrum as as the city address.
the city address,
Yeah.
so.
So that
properties
includes
that-
Twin Lakes and, yeah, clear up almost to Chilco and stuff. then.
Yes.
So, okay.
Right, and so I don't
Okay.
have any idea where those
I
properties
was
are located.
thinking, yeah, because those aren't part of our,
No.
we're city limits. We have to focus on the city limits. So, okay. Thank you, Laura.
So continuing through our current annexation criteria.
One other,
Oh, sorry.
you mentioned that the goal of the city is to have a rate of growth of 3%.
That's just best planning practices.
Okay,
Everybody
great. I will
aims
love
for
it.
3.
Okay, cool. But we're at 8 and 9, so maybe we could have some criteria that talks about. Okay, cool.
I promise we're gonna get there, you guys.
Okay.
I'm trying to set the stage. So 3, growth shall be allowed if public utility services are sufficient to accommodate new growth. It'd be nice to have a little bit more of a objective standard, like who determines that? The city engineer, the planner, who, and what about other services that are provided to the subject parcel, like police and fire? We
And
don't-
what metrics, right?
I'm sorry?
And what metrics?
Yeah,
Not just
what
who,
metrics are we
but what are
using?
the metrics?
Exactly. The physical development of the city should reflect the best interests and needs of the city. This seems, again, a little arbitrary, open-ended, subjective, no objective measurement or meaningful standard. And then finally, ensure adequate information analysis is available upon which to base land use decisions. Once again, what is adequate information? What is analysis? Who determines that? It seems arbitrary and subjective. Like I said, that we have other concerns, needs of other jurisdictions, the school district, the fire district, police, donations for parkland, land application, land construction of public infrastructure. And then, as we've talked about, restrictions to slow down growth. And how do we encourage commercial growth over residential?
So, okay, that last sentence. I've been trying to push for commercial for a long time. And, you know, there's a criteria for people. We need more, you know, grocery stores or clothing store or something. I don't wanna drive to Post Falls to buy a $3 pair of socks. Okay, it's just not what I wanna do. I've had people accuse me, oh, you want a 15-minute city. No, I don't want a 15-minute city. But I also want businesses here to bring revenue and to bring people here to spend money in our town.
Yeah, if we're gonna have growth, let's
Right,
have it in this
right,
direction.
let's have it balanced.
Yep.
But you also mentioned the school districts and stuff, right? We have no control over that.
I would agree, and we're gonna show you how we are trying to still incorporate them where we
Well,
can.
yeah, we should.
Where we can
Yeah.
without going too far. That's coming.
Okay, but I'm making a point there, but there's so much misinformation going
I
around
agree.
about, you know, a lot of people in the community are raising fits, and I understand their First Amendment right and all that, but they don't have the facts, you know, about our schools and things like that. If you're gonna throw a fit, get the facts, and make sure you know what you're talking about. I try to do my due diligence, and I try to do my homework before I open my mouth, and I'm not always successful. That's why they make flavored foot powder, so it don't taste so bad, but you know, but my point is that we gotta balance somewhere, you know, so,
Yeah.
okay,
Alright.
I'll stop there.
So this is our proposed updated annexation ordinance. Everything underlined is something we are adding. If there's a strike through, that's what we are suggesting removal of. So we are stating that the well-defined area would be defined in the area of impact, but it sounds like we might be making our future land use map slightly bigger than our area of impact, so it might be that we change the area of impact to the future land use map instead, so that we can incorporate other properties outside the area of impact. Is that what I'm hearing, Mayor? That you kinda
No,
want?
I think two different thought process here. So I think on one side of things, the area of impact for the city identifies the boundaries in which it is that we've eliminated the shared tier process that we previously
Yes.
had. What I'm hopeful that establishes is less of a feeling of a land grab race to gobble up as much of the prairie as possible before the neighboring jurisdiction does. But as the neighboring municipalities continue to annex property into their city, their area of impact to the city may grow, and so too could ours. I'm not saying that I think that I think that this is a well-balanced measure to say, you know, we need to put some rails around what it is that we're doing here.
Where we want to annex property from.
Yeah, my comment isn't to expand the future land use map for the purposes of developing it. My comment about that is to have an overarching view of what the future of Rathdrum looks like and how it is designed.
Okay.
So not to say that that just because your property has a zoning or a future land use map designation that it indicates that one day it could be highway commercial district or something. It just states that when we eventually get there, that this is what the vision of the city is. So we have that vision document and okay. And so then
I'm just curious, so if a property outside of the area of impact wanted to annex into the city, would you want to be able to consider that or no? Because under this current code, you wouldn't be able to, because it wouldn't be within the area of impact, it'd be outside the area of impact.
you would want to consider it?
Yeah.
So, okay,
Why?
so we need to, okay.
Why wouldn't we? I mean,
I'm just trying to help understand the arguments or the merits of your argument one way or another.
because the reality is, if you look at what is happening around us in surrounding cities, we're getting a lot of push of apartments and things like that moving towards us, right?
But
and if
my-
somebody that's outside of that area goes, hey, you know what, we don't want that for our property, we want to be a part of Rathdrum where we're not going to have that, I would want to be able to consider it.
And my concern is that the jurisdictions have been in a land grab race to try to establish what the boundary of their community is. Post Falls is pushing up against us, and Rathdrum is pushing back, right?
So, I understand for planning purposes where you're coming from. I think we're having a little confusion because we're trying to understand what the motivation is to want to review applications of someone that's coming outside of the area of impact when just tonight there was a denial of a piece of property right in the middle of the city. You know, we're seeing your guys' decisions. We're trying to take that into account when we make this code and we make we're doing these updates. And so we're trying to like mesh those two motivations together, and we're having a hard time. Maybe you guys can clear that up for us.
Well, what a good example would be, was it Jacqueline that out there on Prairie, didn't they just go into Post Falls?
So Jacqueline property, they did a land swap and an annexation. So on Highway 41, on the west side, near the railroad tracks, they own the property north and south of the railroad tracks. And so part of a annexation and land swap it was two different actions, but the result of it is the same. The land south of the railroad tracks, Jacqueline owns and was annexed into the city and zoned for development, okay? The land north of the railroad tracks was donated to the city of Post Falls to trade for land application land that was in a different location that they could then develop that. So they get their land application closer together. Okay, but that was also annexed, but it's now owned by the city of Post Falls. So halfway between Hayden and Wyoming, on the west side, is annexed into the city of Post Falls.
It just
So it's
seems-
getting close.
It seems odd that you are kind of indicating that you are willing to annex property to keep it from going into other jurisdictions, but you're not willing to annex a piece of property within the middle of Rathdrum. That's already within city limits. So I'm trying to put those two, maybe
Good
you can
point.
connect those dots for me.
Yeah.
I'm struggling.
It's a good point.
So for me, that I'm not wanting to grow this. I'm concerned about the rate of growth
Yes.
Of the city, and so and that's where I'm concerned about, and concerned about how quickly. I'm concerned about comments that indicate a desire to do that. That I hear that Post Falls is seemingly very pro multifamily apartments. If you look along the developments on both sides of Highway 41 coming into or coming out of Post Falls approaching Rathdrum, there's lots of apartments. And so there's concern from some that indicate that hey, I would rather see this property go to Rathdrum that is discouraging multifamily residential and is more prone to small town feel, single family residential neighborhoods, and less of Post Falls. What I'm really concerned with is elected officials that have this mentality that if we don't annex it into our jurisdiction, the neighboring jurisdiction may annex it into theirs. And so that's where I feel that the erosion of the prairie is where it's disappearing at an alarming rate. And so that's where my concern is on exterior growth. So I don't know that. I think that that's one of the problems that we have is that the criteria that is currently established allows for too much of picking apart and doesn't allow us for a good, robust view of the property, of the impacts that the growth has on the community as a whole, on the impacts that it has on the school district is one that we hear about a lot. The concerns about water and sewer, I know that we have the plumbing that is adequately capable of delivering the fluids to and from, but there's concerns, and I think Kevin has mentioned about water capacity and the eventual need of potentially water storage.
Which we're going to be including a more in the comp plan about capacity, pumping, storage, all of that, which it's not in there now.
So that then we have a good understanding. And one of the things too, though, is that I feel like sometimes we're looking at this one parcel and we're saying, what is the impact that this one parcel has on, or maybe, these 3 parcels that are being annexed together and zoned as this, what is the impact that this has to our community? But you've got all these other developments that have yet to be finished and yet to realize what the impact that those are gonna have on our community and how this additional is going to have on the totality of everything. So, and I don't know how to measure that, and trying to have some subjectivity of that. Yes, I know that you have this annexation that went in and this zoning designation that was applied for it, and that we know that that's going to be this number of homes, and perhaps there's some magic formula that tells you that this is how much water impact you can expect to see from that. And keeping total of what is all of the impact of everything that we've already done, and then not just focusing on here's what our current impact is, here's what our current gallons per day are, and adding this is going to add that to that, but also keeping tally of what's the total impact of all the other things that have yet to be developed.
I see your point. I think it's a little unfair at annexation to make some of those calls because until that building permit is applied for, it's not getting developed. And at the time of building permit, we do those calculations. We do make sure there's the capacity to add that additional house or building or whatever it is to the system. And if there wasn't, it would get denied.
The annexation, though, is the strongest point at which you have. I mean, James just set it up for us that what is it that built this perfect storm? There was property that was annexed in the 90s in anticipation of a different development, a large-scale Boeing facility that was considering, or somebody was trying to attract. That property that sat vacant, undeveloped, and continued to be farmed for decades. Other developments that continued to be annexed, zoned, and developed, and then now these properties that are already annexed in, that have already established the right to rezone based on the criteria that's established. So how are we coming up with better criteria that gives us a better holistic view of the impacts that this property has and this development has on our community?
Yes. I think that is fair, and that is something we're trying to accomplish with this criteria. I just think it is hard to say what will have an impact on what when you have no idea when that thing's going to get developed. It could be, today, it could be 5 years, it could be 30 years, and the impact's going to change depending on when it gets developed. That's why we measure impact at the point of development, at the point the building permit is being issued, because that's when you actually know what the true impact is in that current state.
But I think the concern is, though, that if you allow annexation of property, that you say, well, this property could be developed this year, next year, 3 years, 5 years, 30 years. the planning for the worst case scenario, knowing that, I mean,
But is that fair on the developer to have to plan for the worst case scenario that may never happen? I mean, under the code, they're only required to pay for and to do what the impact is that their development is putting on the system. Like their proportionate share, that is what Idaho code states that they are required to fork over, is their proportionate share.
and you're saying that that's
If
at
you're
the
going
point
to
of building permit issuance, so that that's where the impact
Yes,
fees are
so
collected.
that's when their proportionate share is measured and collected and required to.
Not just building permits, but the
But
subdivision
that's subdivision as
application.
well.
Right, right.
Yes.
Well, it's like a good example is the Aristad Hayden deal. Okay, they went ahead and did the traffic study, you know, they volunteered to do that. That, they probably aren't even gonna start building, I'm guessing, for 2 to 3 years.
Yes.
That traffic study's gonna be way outdated by then, and it's pretty much obsolete, you know, but we focused so much on that at the time. But they were trying to be upfront and forthcoming and doing all that. And they may not build for 6 years. The market could be a factor, the cost of lumber, the cost of labor, you know, finding labor to build a house. They, you know, to put up this many homes, you gotta find people to do it. If you don't have enough, you're not gonna put up 30 a year, you're gonna put up 6 a year. And so, anyway, I agree with what you're saying. Is it fair to the developer and the landowner to put these criteria on them that might not even affect them for years?
Yeah.
Well,
Or get them,
isn't it true to say the developer's gonna build when he's making the most money?
Probably. But is he gonna wait 5 years to
when
make
do we know,
another $1 million?
when is he making the most
Maybe.
money? How do we
Right.
have any control over?
Well, I
his
mean, take
finances?
take the Thayer Farms for an example. The annexed in the mid to late '90s, developed in the mid 2020s. So I mean,
Why, right? You know why it never developed?
I don't know why it never. I mean, I know why it was annexed, and that didn't.
That thing called the Greens Ferry lift station didn't exist. It had a $2 million price tag on it. And once that got built, it opened up the possibility for that land to develop, because that $2 million investment just got cut off the top of that cost for what they would have to fork out.
Okay.
That was the challenge. So when I started working here, and even before I started working here, they had a consortium of developers that would get together and say, hey, how are we gonna pay for and get this lift station built? So that sewer availability, when that came available, boom. Instantaneous development.
Yeah, and we've got, we've labeled the Singer property outside of Rathdrum that's on the east side.
Same situation.
Same situation. We've had several people come to look at annexation of that, and the first thing Kevin tells them is you're gonna have to build a lift station, and you're gonna have to pump all that sewage all the way across that property and down into Bakel Road. I think that's where it's at.
It goes all the way over to Highway 41.
You're talking
on the
about Singer
southwest
Road,
corner of
Singer and
Radio-
53?
And so the cost of that is stopped that even from being a possible development, because you can't sell houses at the price tag that would create because of the infrastructure
If
being
any development,
shared.
commercial, residential, that's why Kevin is able to state that at the point of annexation, that we will need a lift station, because it's any development that takes place there will need a lift station, yes?
Regardless of whether it's
Regardless of what it
commercial.
is,
Anything.
or how many there are, it
Two
will
lot
need a lift
subdivision.
station.
Sorry. Yeah. I mean, we've talked about how to get creative with
Mhm.
approaching that and get it maybe built in phases, but man, it's a big nut to bite into. It's quite a bit.
So the cost of development is a big factor of when development happens,
Right.
as well as several other things in the market.
Well, when they're in business to make a profit, you know, that's why
Well, you can't
Westwood
fault
Brewery's in business. They're there to make a profit, you know?
If you make a lot of
So,
profit, they come work.
And with that though, that I mean, a recent rezone that has the funding capability to fund additional traffic projects, you know, to other things. There's other projects that they've funded throughout the city, and I get that, but they wouldn't be capable of affording that if it weren't for the profit margins that they have on what they're building. And they talk about building affordable housing, but yet they have the capital, the funding available to afford so much more than just what their project is. The you know, them.
Clearly, they probably have other projects going on that
Mayor,
will support that too.
I hear you. There was some good that came out of getting an advanced traffic impact study for that property. I think we started to lose sight of what was actually happening and getting into the future a little bit too much. And Larry, you might be right a little bit. Maybe some of it is unwarranted because it may be outdated. But there was certainly some good that came out
Yeah,
of
there
getting
was.
that
There
traffic
was.
study.
They were very forthcoming and upfront. We, you know, if they would have just approached it with the whole thing, we would have had to easily do it. You know?
So, in other words, we would have gotten a traffic study from them. Now, would we have necessarily, none of that stuff's finalized yet, but.
Yeah.
Yes, it is. It's all final
Was it, so would we have gotten
for the most part.
the financial contribution towards the roundabout? No. Would they have been required to do something?
Right.
Possibly not, because we have it as an active project, but yeah, there was definitely some good that came out of that.
But my point is that they talk about building affordable workforce housing, and yet these.
Yep, their costs keep
Starting
going
at
up and up and
$400,000.
up.
Yeah, that.
And if their costs go up, they have to raise the cost of their homes. And if you have bigger lots and the same length of street, the same length of water and sewer, you get less lots on that street, so the cost of that lot, you know.
Right, and I don't remember, Larry, I think you were at that, what was it, an AIC conference that was here in Coeur d'Alene, that was talking about the building projects with the Lego blocks and kind of showing about how to make a project, how to make a project pencil out in budget, you know, as to how much it costs, how much the return is, what the value of it is, and everything like that. And it's difficult to make that work. And as we have additional criteria that we put in, like green space, that increases the cost of how much is it going to cost to do that, and then what's that going to do to the price tag of the home that's being purchased, and what's that going to do to then the value of all of the homes that are in our community.
I will say that James and I didn't really look at affordable housing when it came to these criteria. That was not really one of the concerns that we really addressed, just because I don't know if you truly can address affordable housing in this area. So we really tried to address all the other concerns.
Well, and I feel like it's a
instead.
problem that's bigger than Rathdrum.
Yeah, it's
It is.
Right, and our comprehensive plan doesn't address affordable housing. It
It's more
addresses
variety
the
of lots.
availability of a broad variety of housing types and sizes and lot
Sure.
sizes.
Well, and one of the things that really irritated me when Hayden Andrew or whatever his name was, and I'm going to say his name because he's the one I point blank asked, what's affordable housing? And so when I asked him that and he told me the explanation, I go, so what if the interest rates drop down to 3%? He goes, well, then we'll raise the price of the house. So that is greed, you know,
Yeah,
but
seriously.
that's wrong in my opinion.
So moving on to B.
Or he didn't say we'll raise the price of the house. He said
Yeah.
the cost of the house will go up.
With all due
incrementally.
respect, I know that individual, and there's just a lack of experience there
Yeah,
that he doesn't have, his family does, but.
yeah. Well, good
So
to mention
item B,
names. Yeah,
So
sorry.
item B, yes.
Sorry.
We wanna
Emergency
make sure
services.
that emergency services are available to the subject property. That's not accounted for in our current annexation ordinance.
But also, I feel like that's something that is based on what? Like, what's the metrics that we utilize to evaluate that?
We
Um,
look
National
at the
averages.
district of where they serve and say, are they available to serve this property, yes or no?
But
Well,
one
I
of the
think-
problems that I think we see with this is that the fire district, that they feel, and I think the school district has felt this way too. You're a public agency. I think our police department would agree the same. You're a public agency. You don't have the right to say, no, we're not going to respond to that call because we just can't, right? That if something is built there, they don't have a choice. They have to provide the services.
Mm-hmm.
And so the school district has indicated that they feel that they don't have the ability to object to a project because that if the city approves it, they have to accept the students.
Mm-hmm.
The fire district, the only letter that we get from them is indicating that it meets the requirement for fire apparatus access, that it has 2 points of access, that it has fire hydrants that are capable of supplying the necessary. But it doesn't talk about what is this doing to the average response times. Do you guys have the necessary infrastructure available to be able to accommodate the additional growth that we're having? And the other issue too with all of these is that we're not the only customer. That Hayden is developing, Post Falls is developing, Athol is developing, and all of them contribute to the services that are being utilized and that we're providing additional stress on, but we provide some of the biggest stresses to those.
Right, and we've looked at that, the school district as an example, right? There's 12,000 people in Rathdrum, there's 36,000 people in the school district, so 24,000 of those people live outside of our city. And that's why we try to find a balance between giving them veto power, because there's all those other people outside.
Right,
that
and I
are
don't think that
affected by
veto
our
power
stuff.
is the right term, but I do think that we should definitely be taking into consideration, and there should be some metrics that gives this council the ability to utilize and require that these things are things that are a necessary step of what's the terms I'm looking for? The conditions and criteria that we utilize for.
So what kind of criteria would you be, what kind of metric would you look for the fire district and the school district that
Yeah.
you would like to see included?
So like the fire district, you know, one of the key metrics that Chief Riley gave us when he was here, what was that, 2 years ago? And he came in and talked to us, was the national average response time, right? In fact, it was one of the primary arguments that he used for us to pass impact fees for them, right? Is the fact that they're nowhere close. It's like, you know, well, I don't remember what it was, 4 minutes?
It's 4 minutes and something,
And they
they're
were
like 5 or 6 minutes.
several minutes over that for their response time, right? And seconds save lives, right?
Oh, yeah.
So things like that, public safety, right, specifically. The police department, right, is a justification for 2 new head count. We're supposed to have 8 officers per X number of people, we're at 5. So, you know, even the police department's telling us, hey, we have this metric as defined in that case by this, right, by the comprehensive plan for that 8 number, but we're not there. So, you know, things like that where we have tangible, specific criteria that we can go by.
So you want to include response time, and then you want us to be asking the fire department whether adding this land will increase or decrease their
Yep.
response time?
Correct.
How can, if you have a piece of property on the corner of Bagel and Meyer, and you have a piece of property on the corner of Lancaster and Meyer, how does that affect their
That is for them to
response
tell
time?
us.
Well,
What if they
but-
won't tell us?
but-
Wait a minute, I'm not understanding what
Yeah.
you're talking about there, Chris.
But,
Why?
okay, so is it gonna take them longer to get across the street over here than it is here in their response time? You're talking
Average
about,
response
you're
times.
talking about though, traffic, of course, affects
Yeah.
that, but also the area of impact, like our city is actually a pretty small area.
Well, and maybe the best thing would be to have them come back and talk to us more about how they determine those statistics so that we can then make it educated, this is what we should have here, and this is what actually impacts.
So I think with traffic impacts that there's a national standard of what the level of service is, and that there's a letter grading provided for and a metrics for how that's established. For the fire department, there's a national average or national statistic that's utilized or pointed
That
to.
they've adopted, that they're trying, not, we haven't adopted anything
Yeah.
for them.
But it-
They
I mean-
have something that they're trying to meet.
So
Yes,
I-
that we could adopt within here if you wanted.
Sure. I mean, it just seems that we would be foolish not to be looking to them for their expertise in what that national standard is. And I don't think it's something that they adopted. I think it's a national accepted standard.
But they
And
try
is
to meet.
all that I'm saying is that not necessarily that we can't approve something that doesn't meet the criteria. Let's say that the national average is, you know, an average of response time less than 4 minutes, and that we're at 6 minutes. And not to say that the council can't approve something based on that level of service, but that they at least have the knowledge that that's part of the criteria of what it is that they're looking at.
You need a yes or no criteria, that's the express, so it either needs to be, yes, it
Oh.
meets this, or no, it does not meet this. You need to say, it cannot, the proposal does not increase the fire district's current response time. We would contact the fire district, we'd say, what is your current response time? They'd say 6 minutes and 30 seconds. And say, if we add this piece of land, does that increase your response time? They say yes or no, that would be your criteria. Like that would have, that's how you have to do it. You can't just do it one way or the other, or something to consider. It has to be yes or no.
They're not gonna be able to tell you that information
Exactly,
because
that's why we didn't
they don't know if
include it
there's gonna
as
be
a
1,000
criteria.
people living on that land or 5,000 people living on the
Why,
land.
yeah.
And if it's large lots or small lots or commercial or apartments that have higher
So I would
calls for
more
service.
go on their current calls for service and the increase in calls for service, not
So
so
we'd
much
ask
the
them, would this
response time.
annexation increase your calls for service? And they'd have to say yes or no.
Well, you have to
Well,
say
and
that.
I
Depends
don't
on
know,
what
I
it's
think-
annexed
yeah.
for. You know,
I think
So I mean,
residential,
what
commercial.
what Emily is trying to get us to is that you guys are trying to establish the rule book for what it is that people have to
Right.
play by. You guys are then the referees that is trying to establish penalties on the play, and whether or not it fits into that criteria, right?
Yes.
So
Like your analogy.
we're trying to establish what that rule book is. Emily, great point of saying that that no, we can't say that yes or no, that if you're just because you're 6 minutes response time, that you're exceeding what your rules state, that it's an express, written,
Yes.
clearly established,
Yes.
everyone
They should
can
know the
understand.
answer before they come to you if it's a yes or a no. Like that's the whole point. They're put on notice of what the answer is.
And my concern is, and I have felt that annexations don't have that same level of requirement as what zoning or rezoning necessarily does. That on an annexation, that the city doesn't have an obligation to grow. The city doesn't have to annex property in. We can say that we're happy with us being just this size and we don't want to get any bigger. We don't have a requirement to grow, do we?
No, but you still have to have a legal reason that you're choosing to not grow.
The identity of our community, that this is what our community has established and that this is what we want.
Which
And
should
so
be shown in our future land use
But
map,
that's
in our
feelings.
comprehensive plan. It should be
Yeah.
shown somewhere what the identity of our community
And
is, so
that's
that
the
you
problem.
guys don't say our identity is one way and then
Yeah.
the council next year says our identity is the other way,
Yeah.
and these people don't know what the identity actually. We don't know what no one knows. It has to be listed somewhere so you guys can use that as, hey, we don't think this fits the identity because our future land use map doesn't say it. Our comp plan doesn't say it. It doesn't meet these other criteria. They're not donating the park we want. Whatever it is, you have to be able to state the evidence of why. Hopefully that
Okay.
makes sense.
Yeah.
I also wanted to toss out, there are categories for traffic service, but our adopted level of service is D on that list. Right, we're not even aiming for a perfect score.
that's almost sad that aim.
But you have to be
That's-
failing before you're gonna contribute public dollars to improve it.
That's
You're not
kind
gonna
of the
contribute
norm.
public dollars.
Yeah,
and that's
but I
not
mean,
failing.
it's like the old saying, I won't be disappointed in you if you aim high and miss, but I will be disappointed if you aim low and hit. That having a low level of service expectation isn't something necessarily to be proud of.
I wasn't
but
saying it was.
But I understand that I mean, you got to throw some substantial dollars
Yeah.
at the
I'll
problem.
do a better job if you give me a raise. So,
Okay, so anyway, yes, emergency services, we're trying to provide for them as we can. If you guys have other criteria you would like to have included when it comes to emergency services, we would love to hear it. We've racked our brains to try to find something. That is why we're bringing it to you, to see if you have something else you'd like us to have. Moving on to C, the application shall include provisions for the donation and or construction of critical public infrastructure as determined by relevant city staff, which may include, but is not limited to, the following. We already require a lot of the stuff on annexation, but now it's actually in the code as a requirement, and we're requiring additional stuff. So wells, lift station, water sewer mains or additional lines, additional rights of way, parks, buffer areas, property designated for land application, as may be set forth in any city capital improvement plans or master plans. Donation as may be requested from the fire district or school district for facility expansion as shown in those districts' capital improvement plans or long-range facility plans. So we want these annexation proposals to include provisions for all of these different things that we are telling them that they need to include as a requirement.
Right, and keep in mind that that doesn't always work out as envisioned. Brookshire itself has a site that's owned by the school district for a future elementary school. They don't want it. They don't want an elementary school at that
But they
location.
could sell it and have dollars to
Yeah.
put
Right.
towards a different
So-
school.
Exactly.
But what
So-
happens to the site later? It was a condition of annexation. It was on P. If they get rid of it, will it be developed as residential? It gets
So,
It gets
Yeah,
resold.
likely.
how does parks fit in there though?
So we have a parks plan that we follow, that we update every 5 years or update it so, and so if we have a park that is supposed to, we have a certain, or maybe you can explain it, Eric.
So you're saying we have to have a certain number of parks in our city for the
We have a
population?
certain number of
Acres.
acres.
But the area that we annex doesn't need to include a park.
It may
That's-
need to include a park if that's where we've designated a park needs to be.
But, okay.
So Eric, maybe you can explain. the
But
park plan.
if you say parks in there, then to me, every annexation, that's an ordinance, every annexation that comes in, we have to.
No,
But
if
it
we
says
require,
which may include, it doesn't say
Okay,
shall.
sorry.
if we
sorry,
require
thank
a
you,
park,
thank
they
you,
need
okay.
to give it to us. If
All right,
they
I'll
don't
go back
give
to
it
sleep,
us-
so,
Yeah.
okay.
Okay, maybe that.
Going up to C, as determined, public infrastructure as determined by relevant city staff. How is that express standards? How is that any different than us making a judgment about something versus giving staff the ability to
So
make
you
the
would assign
judgment?
the expert staff to that criteria to make that call. So Eric would be responsible for parks, cause that is his relevant area of expertise. James would make the calls about plant, I don't think any of those buffers. But Kevin as the city engineer, he would make the call when it comes to wells and lift
But how is that
stations.
any
He's the
different that
expert.
you're saying that that these people get to have influence about what is or what isn't,
Yep.
but none of these people
These
do?
are the experts on those topics. Do you guys know where wells need to be? Do you know where lift stations need to be? Do you
No,
know
I
where
have to
parks
ask
need
that
to
guy.
be?
I do.
You guys ask these people, yes. So these
Right,
people are your
but what I'm
experts.
getting at is that we're talking so much about express
Mm-hmm.
standards. Is there any additional or better defined criteria
I
that can
could
be?
put expert city staff if you prefer, or the, something along those
Well,
lines.
and I'll throw this out, Mayor, because we're also doing sewer master plans and water master plans. We have our park master plans, so it's not arbitrary. Those
They're all
water
set,
master
yeah.
plans, those sewer master plans say this is a basin, and in order to get sewer out of this basin per this master plan, you're going to need a lift station and you're gonna pump all of that sewage to another location. So those master plans have the details in it. Kevin's just saying, hey. this
So
is in our
it's
master
not
plan.
determined by the relevant city staff. It's determined by the relevant master plan.
Yeah,
That's fair.
yeah, we could
Yeah.
change it to that.
Yeah.
Because I mean, you're talking about
master
express standards.
Yeah, that's a good point.
That's not an express standard. That's
plan.
a
Yeah, I like that. We'll change that.
But that's what I'm thinking. We have to have that documentation to be able to say that we've gotta be able to do this.
Then
So
say that there.
change-
Yeah,
Change
I'll
it
change
to
that.
that
So-
master plan. That'd be
Yep.
great.
That's a good idea, Mayor. Yep.
Can I, Mayor, before we go and make that change,
Kevin,
no, I know,
It's
I know,
after
I know,
10.
no, I get it, well, let's,
yes.
so, how about this, if we didn't deviate from our sewer master plan, we would have no NIC, no KTEC.
if we didn't what?
If we didn't deviate from our master plans, we wouldn't have been able to annex NIC or KTEC property or development. So
Okay.
what you're asking is if we strictly adhere to the master plan and we don't have any ability whatsoever to
Use your expertise.
use expertise to make qualified decisions, we would have no NIC and no KTEC.
But we're talking about clear and express standards.
But I think if you're
understand.
using the.
And so everybody should be able to read these documents, read these rule books, and understand.
I just wanna paint that picture for you.
Okay, so what was outside of our master plans for those facilities?
Their sewer basin is everything on the south side of Lancaster. And
What if I
What,
put
and what
some
sewer do we
procedure
have on the
for
south side of
commercial
Lancaster? Nada,
So why were they allowed to build?
because we deviated from our sewer master plans during the annexation process, recognized it, and did a capacity evaluation for the basin north of it.
What if I changed it to city engineer, city planner, and parks and rec director, so it's clear who the people are that will determine these things?
So,
I'd want public works director in there too.
Or public works director. So that
Not-
the
not
applicant
me,
would
that's
know
Chris
to go
Penn's
to
name.
those people to get the answers to these questions, and they would be able to answer yes or no for these.
but answer yes or no based on what? I mean, you're talking
Based on
about
their
clear and
expertise.
express standards. The
Well, they would have evidence, obviously, to support what they're choosing. I
It's-
mean, Kevin
it's-
doesn't just
yeah, it's
willy-nilly say that a
documented.
lift station goes here, like he
Yeah.
would support that. with
I mean,
his-
you have to be flexible.
But what
to a
you're
degree.
saying though is that NIC and K-Tech wouldn't qualify. You say that it's documented.
That's-
So, I mean, you're talking about deviating from the plan.
We did.
That, I don't know.
I'm just telling you, that is not a hypothetical, that happened,
Mhm.
and we evaluated it to see if there was gonna be detriment to our infrastructure, and there wasn't. It's still a temporary situation, the way
Wouldn't,
they flush their
we could have
toilets.
amended the master plan and then
Well,
allowed
the-
them in.
we-
It seems like we do that a lot, that I mean, where
And we could've, but I'm smarter 13 years after the fact, and, you know, we could've done the master plan, there was a lot going on with that potential.
But if we're
thing
using
there.
the master plan as our standard here, and something comes in that's outside the master plan, you would need to do an update of the master plan to potentially include that thing before it could then be annexed per the master plan.
But stating clear and express standards, that if somebody's coming in and stating that I'm outside of the parameters of what your sewer master plan has identified, and we're only relying on relevant city staff to make that determination, and relevant city staff, the subject matter expert on the topic, indicates that, oh, it's not identified in the sewer master plan, but it's fine, it'll be okay. And
Well,
What about like?
I hope you understand, it wasn't that simple.
No, I get that, but what I'm saying is that you're pounding into us clear, express
Yes,
standards
I
that
understand.
anybody can read and determine, do I meet criteria 1? Yes. Do I meet
But you
criteria 2?
still have to, you still have to talk to the experts, so like if we do a fire criteria on response time, we still have to go to the fire department and ask them to give us a letter based on their expertise,
What
if
if-
that's a yes or no, so
Okay.
any of these, you'd still have to go to the relevant expert on that subject matter to provide a yes or no
What if,
answer.
what if we did this, and I'm just gonna throw a spitball out here, try to keep it short. The criteria doesn't have to include the donation of the construction of, critical public infrastructure. However, in the annexation, gives the city the ability to ask for critical public infrastructure as part of an annexation
You
agreement.
can't require it though if it's not part of your criteria.
All right, well, let's try and.
We've
Okay.
done annexation and zone
So
changes.
maybe we
where-
chew on that for.
Yeah, I think let's move
Chew
on.
on it?
Let's move on. Let's think about it. If there's something, maybe we'll come back to it.
Can I ask one question?
Can you make it snappy?
You don't
Yes,
want
I do. We can do a zone change or an annexation with a simultaneous application to change the future land use map, which is a component of the comprehensive plan. So is the sewer master plan. Can they not apply for one and ask for an amendment of the other at the same time in the exact same manner?
Well, yes.
What
in
about other buffer
hindsight,
areas that are not in a plan?
I just meant like deviations from the sewer master plan, kind of narrow.
Or the parks plan, or something else. You know.
So you're a
Can they
deviant.
not? That would be a new question.
No,
Procedurally.
it's-
I don't know if we have a procedure for the public or whoever to ask for an amendment to our master plans,
Well,
because
what
they're
are you
like,
doing next week?
I don't wanna do that! Is that something we could add?
This is draft. We also know that it's
Chew
not
on
gonna
it,
get
chew on
adopted next month.
It is actually this month, it's going to public hearing next week, but it can come back and be worked on by council again.
Well, it could
Yes.
also be tabled until.
So public.
But the public did ask that this get adopted as soon as possible in the June meeting, that's why we're pushing it, cause they've asked for it.
Okay, so public utility services provided to the subject property as determined by the city engineer.
Yes.
Are there not express standards for that? How are you meeting the criteria? How do you know whether or not they?
Kevin?
Yeah.
what the impact is.
What
Kevin?
are you looking at to do that? So I mean, if
That's
we're
a good
talking
question.
about express standards, then let's make express standards all the way through.
How would you
Not only
determine if
what
public
applies to
utility
us.
services can be provided to a property?
Well, I would look at, obviously, I use the template, which are given to me. I have 3 master plans, water, sewer, and our transportation master plan, and I would look and see,
So based on the master plan.
yeah, based on master plans.
So why wouldn't we state those things
We would
here?
need to put the master.
We-
That's why we're talking through this. Yes, we can put that in here.
do, but when something comes forward for development, we really dive into the specifics to verify that the master plan, which is big scale, we really get in finite scale mode and look at things.
So if your process is already that you go to the whenever there's a development, that you go to the master plan to determine whether or not it is supported by that plan, or if not, what additional things, why not, if we're talking about clear and express standards that anyone should be able to interpret,
Mm-hmm.
that applies universally across the
Yes.
board.
I agree. We can add that.
That's fair.
Okay, the next one is the proposed annexation generally comports with the overall relevant goals of the
Define
comprehensive
comports.
plan.
What does that word mean?
That is how the courts describe what the comprehensive plan should be used as, that land use actions only need to generally comport with the comprehensive plan, since it is a guidance document. It does not have to 100% match the comprehensive plan. It just has to generally comport, is the words that the court uses, as determined by the city planner. Discuss.
So that's the standard that what uses state
The
law?
courts, yeah, the courts do.
At what level? At
So,
all?
for example, that Veterans Park case I sent you guys, one of the quotes pulled out of that is that the comprehensive plan is a guidance document only. Land use actions must only generally comport with said comprehensive plan. Does not have to meet the comprehensive plan 100% or fully. It must generally comport with it. That is what the Supreme Court said in that case.
Okay, so, looking up the definition, generally agree with.
Yes.
Okay.
I don't know.
Specific.
Just trying to follow what the court says.
No, it's
And we as board want to use the term
Makes
that no
sense.
one knew.
Comport, yeah, it's a great term.
Board next week,
To do
And so
with
again, express standards that generally agrees with the overall relevant goals of the comprehensive plan as determined by the city planner. So that's not clear and express standards. That's that you get to pick and choose what is and isn't. If we're talking about clear and express standards that state what they are.
I guess that's a good point, James. How in your comprehensive plan analysis, you'll need to kind of create an express way of how you do that.
I don't have to create it. What you want, 75% compliance with the goals and policies? 80%? I mean, it's
But no, I'm not saying that. Is what I'm saying is that you guys are drilling into us
Yeah,
clear
no, that's a
and
good point,
express
though.
standards.
So if we have, I don't know, 15 goals and objectives of the comprehensive plan, if they meet 10 of them, is that like the standard that you guys would like to see?
What is? I mean, you're just putting in here that as determined by the city planner.
Mhm.
I'm just wanting to know what your.
Well, that's what Emily's asking you. What would you like? Would you like it?
I would like to know what our city planner has
66%?
utilized.
Okay.
Okay, I go through the goals and policies of the comp plan, and there are certain sections that don't apply to development at all, like hazard mitigation. Those don't even get considered. So I keep the ones that are relevant to an actual land use action, and I go through the goals and policies one at a time, and I provide you an analysis of those.
Mhm.
So if there's do we want to look at it as a percentage of questions that I answered that are yes or no?
Or just if it's a majority?
It's a majority of
No,
them,
I think-
51% of the questions or the goals and policies that are
Relevant
relevant. Because that's pretty much what
What you do, right?
I do. is
well, and I think there's something to be said for, you know, and I understand the goal here, but we're also painting ourselves into a corner, right? You're going to have people that are going to game the system and go, oh, well, 75% of these have to be answered yes, so they're gonna tailor their application so that those are yes, and we're
That's-
gonna end up approving
I
something we
make
don't want.
My determination of the comprehensive plan based on anything they provide.
No, I'm just saying, that's,
But that's the
Just-
point. That's actually the point, though, is that what you're trying to do is
They
say
can tailor
these
their
are the
application to what we
rules.
want.
If you
Right.
want to get approval, these are the things that you must do. And so they say, okay, this is what I have to do. I wanted to do this, but I can't. So in order to get enough yeses here or check all of the boxes, these are the things that I must do. And I don't have enough yeses here, so I got to do something else. I got to give something. Okay, it looks like I guess I'm
give $1 million
donating a
to the
park.
city.
Yeah, I'm donating a park, or I'm donating land to the fire district, or something else that where it makes them have to give a little
Yes.
bit more to make it fit
Yes.
Like,
into
if
what our
you want
requirement
a
is.
Percentage, a total number of yeses versus nos, I can come up with options and present them to you. I'll do that. Let's chew on that.
Sure.
So F is one that we thought long and hard on. So the subject property requested to be annexed shall be limited to no more than 80 acres of commercial and or industrial uses and no more than 40 acres of residential use requested. This is our attempt to limit growth.
So, if somebody wants to annex in a piece of property, it can't be more than 40 acres if they wanna do residential?
Yes, that's what we're
No, they
saying.
could annex 120 total per annexation,
If
but
he's-
80 would be commercial, residential, and 40 total
Well, right,
would be
that's what I'm
residential.
saying, yeah.
If they just wanted a residential use, 40
40
acres.
acres.
40's it. And we did that because that's a quarter section. Quarter of a
Six
quarter,
hectares.
quarter of a quarter, whatever.
A what?
It's a 16th section.
Quarter of a
40
quarter
acres.
section.
What's a section? What are you talking about?
Like, you know when the
The
squares,
PLSS, the public land survey system that was established back in like.
The grids?
the grids.
Yes.
Yeah, the section's like that, one of them
So
square
if I zoom
corners.
in here,
We can't see
this
what you're looking at.
is a section.
We can't see what you're looking at.
Six,
Leon.
it's,
Oh,
a section
sorry.
is 640 acres. Each
Must be getting late,
square
yeah.
is 160 acres.
Yeah,
Half
everything's
of a
broken-
square is 80
There it is.
acres. A quarter of the square.
Okay, so we're talking about those
Lancaster,
big.
41, Wyoming, and Meyer is a section.
That's
Okay.
640 acres.
That's 1 mile square in a perfect world, a section.
Okay.
A township,
So
right,
a quarter-
has 36 sections.
A quarter section is halfway to Lancaster,
Yes.
Highway 41, and that, so.
Okay, and you said 40 acres is how much?
up
Is
to
a quarter of a quarter.
16th section.
So it would be roughly, please, I'm not gonna be perfect at this. It would be about that much at one time.
For residential use and twice as much for commercial.
Are there any like how big is Super One's property?
Now let me look. I believe it's around 20 acres, but. Super One's property is 5.25 acres.
Oh wow.
I was off.
Yeah. And then exemptions for public infrastructure for like if the school district
Schools.
needs.
Oh, that's a good point. We
That's a
didn't
good
add
point.
that in.
We
Yeah,
did, but we certainly can.
yeah.
Yeah, I think the public infrastructure should
Not
have.
including any public donations or something like that, or
Parks,
infrastructure.
Well, if you're saying not including any public, that then I'm concerned that you would say that I've got a 68 acre parcel that I want to annex in, but approximately 18 of those acres are going to be roadways. You know, so how much? What is defined
That's
as
a
public
good point.
infrastructure?
I think you'd probably want to limit it to donations because we don't know where all the roadways are going to be at annexation. So you probably want to do it based on like actual donations. Such
But
as,
aren't they donating the roadways and right of way and everything like that?
Not within the subdivision, on the outskirts of it, yes.
So, yeah, they do the public dedication, but at annexation, when
So
they gave us a
adjacent
10 acre park, they gave us a 10 acre park, it wasn't dependent on roads in the subdivision.
I guess you do adjacent right of ways.
So I guess is what I'm getting at is that
that
if I had a 68 acre parcel and I wanted to annex in and I want to make residential there, then that means that I could do that, but only if I included an 18 acre park. It was
28
28
acre
acre, thank you.
Or 28
I'm not a
acres of
math guy.
commercial, industrial, if appropriate, to the future land use map.
So a lot of the prairie properties are bigger than 40 acres, right?
Yeah.
So would they'd have to
Subdivide.
subdivide that
Through the county.
just to
Yeah,
get,
before they could bring anything in here. And then we're not getting these massive swaths of land that just get developed like crazy. We get little chunks. that are developed sustainably.
The comp plan speaks of maintaining agricultural uses adjacent to the city, bringing them inside, developing them, doesn't seem to maintain them. Taking them in smaller pieces lets the agriculture stay there. It also,
Well, some of it.
theory, well, some of it,
Yeah.
in conjunction with, if you look at our future land use map draft that you have in front of you, you might be able to see that the growth pattern actually shifts north and to the east. Over previous future land use maps, we're doing that mostly because of the prairie land grab. Post Falls already has property incorporated that's north of Hayden Avenue. And the city of Hayden is almost adjacent to us on the east side. Future growth for Rathdrum and expansion basically will follow the Highway 53 corridor towards Spearway.
And just to be fair on this process, because I've worked with James and Emily to try to help create these numbers, but I want to play just a devil's advocate on this too. You're going to have individuals that say, we do a big planning system on these big 160 acre developments. And by shaving that down to 40, it may be more difficult to do those planning. But as far as we've looked at and look at it, it helps to slow down that process of the growth. They could literally run 4 separate annexations for 4 pieces of 40 acre to get 160 acres, but you would have to approve all 4 of those annexations.
But if you're applying express, clear, written standards, that 40 acres or 160 acres in 4 different bites.
Well, you'd have to have something that.
Generally, the way I was looking at it is we have to have the infrastructure available to a parcel, and this one gets annexed, but infrastructure's down here, then anything adjacent to it that might be part of that wouldn't have the infrastructure available and wouldn't be eligible for the annexation in the first place.
Well,
So
I
that's a
thought you
way
had
of
to do
kind
a
of
pass-through.
That's a way of phasing it, then, is what you're trying to get at.
Yes,
So they have to
slowing
bring,
the
they
growth.
have to bring infrastructure to that parcel.
Okay,
before
so
they
I'm a
can-
little bit concerned about what Leon just said, is that, propose that you have, I think you said 160 acre, couldn't they make long, thin slices so that then they're all touching the same public infrastructure so they can comply with what they're trying to do? I mean, I like the vision of what it is that you guys are trying to accomplish. I'm still not seeing a tie to the 3% growth, or is there any mechanism that you guys have considered about how to?
So
We can't limit building permits if they're legally able to
it's an
do
illegal
that.
moratorium.
We have looked at that. We have had referendums that have come in. We've looked at it from the state. You can't do a limit of building permits. I even talked to Boulder, Colorado, who adopted a limitation of building permits. They hated it and they've removed it because of the fact that, one, so many people were fighting about these building permits, they created so many exemptions on the whole thing that nobody ever used it for the limitation of building permits. They did it through these other routes. And it created messes within their city. So I just last year talked with the city administrator of Boulder, Colorado that did do that, and they just finished updating their ordinance to remove it.
So can you require them, if they're gonna develop 40 acres, to complete the development before starting another 40?
Well,
not necessarily.
On annexation, as was the case in Brookshire South, is that you can put conditions of development that there was an 85% completion of Brookshire North before they could start development of Brookshire South.
So why couldn't that be 100%?
But they were also.
I think that it has to be something that's fair
There
and
was a
reasonable.
couple different things. It has to be fair and reasonable, and it also was the same owners that was doing that. So if you did that with somebody that had no control over the speed of the development up above, then you basically have annexed property that cannot be developed because the property up above by some other owner could.
Has to be built out a certain percentage before they can start.
Yeah, we gotta think about the property rights, and that's why the express standards helps to kind of slow things down, but we also have to keep in mind that we still have to respect property rights.
Well, Idaho's a property rights state.
That's right.
But with the 40 acres, the one adjacent to it, you have to do the pass-through of the sewer and the water, right, to the next.
Yeah.
So if you had 40 acres here, they'd have to pass through here.
Depending on
and
where
here.
it comes from.
Yeah.
But the mayor had a good point. If water and sewer runs along the north
Lancaster,
road,
for instance, and
they could do 40, 40, 40, 40 to get their 160.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be a 40 square.
Right.
But again, that's why we're trying to get comments and work on a solution here, trying to figure it out.
That'd be a really bizarre
It would
subdivision. With long.
But if we make clear and express written standards that require such as this, that you're gonna find people that are gonna find creative ways to work within your rules to say, I'm checking the boxes, I'm fitting what you said, I'm doing it. And that's what they do, is they get creative about how they can meet the criteria that you've established.
And since courts mandate that we have clear
Peyton Manning
criteria.
deflating footballs.
Yeah.
Get creative. And then G, the subject property is not within an agricultural protection area governed by Idaho code. What is that?
I don't think that, this is a new law that is in effect, or?
Basically, this passed last summer. It appears that the intent of the code was to allow, at the county level, to designate properties as agricultural protection areas. Once they are designated that way, they are no longer subject to building permits. You can't do any development within the agricultural protection area, including building roads or running infrastructure. It's great for establishing large green spaces in the county, but it inhibits growth in the city. The reason that we want to annex properties is so those properties can be developed. And it doesn't work with a
But I
property
think
that cannot be
some of the recent uses are, you know, like what's the name of the they put gun ranges on all their freaking land. There's a group out there that buys properties and then they protect them, right? And the idea being that they could use that, and that was that House Bill 589? Is that what it was?
Something like that.
Yeah, and for individual landowners, and one of the examples that was given, I actually heard somebody talking about it at the open house for the PEL study, right? Was, well, you know, you're planning on putting all these houses, or sorry, putting this road around the, let's say the west side of Rathdrum, right, as a bypass. Well, what prevents the property owners over there from declaring that the land, and then nobody can take it for anything at that point, right? So, you know,
And
and
it's interesting because it's created by the property owner,
Yeah.
and it can be removed by the property owner at the same speed. So if a property owner said, I don't want a road going through my property, they can create that agricultural protection area. And then 2 months later, they could say, well, I want to be annexed into the city, so I can remove this so
10
that I
years.
can be.
It takes 10 years.
10 years, okay, 10 years.
So why wouldn't the city want to annex in property that is protected green space, open green space?
Because it's not protected forever, for one, and it actively encourages sprawl. We don't want to run services, roads, water, sewer, around protected areas. We want to be able to go from one area to another. It effectively blocks annexation opposite the property, because you have to have infrastructure available to it, water and sewer, which you cannot run through an agricultural protected agency. They're great for green space in the county. They're not conducive to development in the city.
But
As
the
the city,
city doesn't build roads, the developer does. So, I mean,
but we have to maintain them.
Right.
Through money, staff, right?
But if a parcel wanted to annex into the city as an agricultural protected district, that is protected green space, that it's open, why is that a bad thing for the community? So what I'm getting at is that if they had to build if their requirement is to, you know, donate the public infrastructure, the easement for the roadway widening, they have to build the roads, whatever, that's their problem, not ours. We don't build roads.
Okay, Aristad owns 1,000 acres adjacent to the city. They declare all of them as agricultural protection areas. We think that's great. We take them. When they're zoned, they're going to get or annexed. They're going to get a zoning district. right? Residential, whatever. They can remove that at 10, anytime they want. Then the city has 1,000 acres of immediately developable property,
Okay, thank you.
right?
It
Which,
creates the surplus that we just are getting out of not liking.
Okay, that's helpful to understand. My thought was that if you annex in something and it has that agricultural protection, that it's creating open green space.
which I
And-
like a lot. It's the potential for messing up everything
Okay.
when it comes out of it. That
The
scares
way
me.
that you achieve and keep the 3% growth is that you annex little chunks and let them develop, and annex little chunks and let them develop. You don't annex a bunch of stuff and let it sit, and then annex and let it sit, because then it builds up, and then you get years of 8 and 9% growth. that
But
works
we don't
out.
have control over, after annexation, we don't have control over when it develops.
Yeah.
And
That's
so,
true,
and we don't
but-
have any mechanism of saying that, we've already got property that's annexed in that hasn't developed, that's just sitting there waiting to develop. And so, as part of our express written standards, we don't have the ability to say, well, your neighbor and your neighbor and your other neighbor have all annexed into the city and they haven't developed your property, their properties, and so there is a potential risk to the community as to how much they develop, how quickly they develop. And now we're not allowing you, but so that doesn't allow us in the express written standards to,
Do you want an express standard?
I do, right? I mean,
Do you want
that's,
to base it on like acres of a certain use that's already in the city that's undeveloped, or?
what do you mean by that?
So like say, someone wants to annex and they want a residential use and they wanna bring in their 40 acres, and we have a standard that says we will not accept any annexations if we have X amount of residential acres are undeveloped in the city.
I don't like that.
Why?
I like that better.
So, I wanna throw this out,
I-
just as Aristad sold apartments in California and did a land exchange and bought the land that we've been talking about years and years ago from George Thayer in this land exchange.
What do you mean land exchange? What do they exchange land for?
1031 exchange.
They sell the property for an apartment, and instead of
I
paying
think that's
taxes on it, they buy land.
I like that for
It's a
example.
land
Okay.
exchange.
He has the property now.
Okay, he has the property now. His idea, Dawn's, was that if he sold it for development, that he would have to pay the taxes that he avoided paying previously. Oh,
That's the point
this
here.
is kinda, sorry, trying to phrase this right. However, he's got enough money that he doesn't need to sell the property. That money is gonna go to his son when he dies. So he'd have to pay taxes on the land when he sells it. The money would go into a bank account that gets inherited by his son when he dies, and they'd have to pay taxes on that again. So he's saying he wanted to avoid the double taxation on these dollars. So that's why it wasn't developed. And so if you have land in the city that's not being developed, not because market value or some other decision, is that controlling whether or not you can annex other properties?
I want to tag on that. We talked about those properties in the northwest corner of the city. It's all rock bluffs up there. I probably got 40 or 50 acres of undevelopable land, but it's zoned residential and it's in the city. So do those acres count against any future annexation? How do we address properties that can't be viably
Well,
subdivided?
maybe those need to be rezoned.
Well, they'd have to come and rezone it.
Well,
We can't just.
We can't force
Yeah,
rezone.
Force
let's-
a rezone.
I mean,
I
we've done
don't
it
like
before,
that
haven't we?
restriction is
We've
all I'm
never
saying, for that very
Not
reason
on
right there.
a specific property.
I was gonna say, we've changed blocks of land though.
No.
I mean,
No.
didn't we deal with that with, yeah, we've had people come back and go, wait, this got rezoned on me.
No, it didn't get rezoned. We
The
changed
permitted
the zoning
uses.
definition.
The permitted
The
uses
zone
did. Okay, got it,
Yeah,
got
yeah.
it.
Not the
Okay.
zones.
And that's when
Thank
they
you.
created the R3M and moved
Okay.
multifamily developments into that zone specifically and
Got
took
it.
them out of the R3.
Okay.
So I don't know, I mean, I can see that you guys definitely see where the community and where the council has been, where the focus has been, and
We're trying.
yeah, I get that, and I can see that, and I appreciate it, and I think this is a very robust conversation. The
We've had hours upon hours of these conversations in the last 3 months.
I think it's great. The
Anyway, yeah, so this is like the next thing, we're getting rid of the R2D because we don't wanna have a district that allows large swath of duplex lots. And we're getting rid of the R3. We don't wanna have large subdivisions of the small lots anymore. If you want small lots, you have to do an MR or an MRA, and it include big lots as well, so that we have that variety of lots that the comp plan calls for. So that kinda covers those two things that are within this ordinance. Any questions on that?
So R2D will no longer be available for new zoning designation, but existing R2Ds will remain, and all of the rules related to R2D will remain effective for those parcels.
Yes.
Thank
We
you.
keep it in the code, it remains.
And then, hang on, let me,
Oh, sorry.
Okay, so it basically says the same thing, just
Yep.
two, okay, perfect, thanks.
Yeah. And then we are updating, this is kind of off piece, but something needs to happen. We're updating the downtown district to allow seating and dining on the sidewalk. Obviously, a lot of our eating establishments already do this, and we allow it, but we're now actually putting it to code that they can do it. We wanna make sure we have a good community area in the downtown district, for people to eat on the sidewalk, so we're adding that in. It's pretty simple code on that. Any questions with that?
Trying to think that there's, why wouldn't you allow this in another commercial area? Fish on. I mean, I don't think they've got a ton of sidewalk space, but I'm just trying to think, I'm just, why?
I think our sidewalks are pedestrian friendly down here. I don't know where the sidewalk is.
Fish on the sidewalk in front of them is privately owned. It's not,
Is it?
it's not public right of way, it's a parking
Oh.
lot with a sidewalk
True,
in front.
true.
So they
Oh,
could,
can have
And they
That's
do
right.
have seating there and in a formerly landscaped area just adjacent to the sidewalk, right where the stairs come down from the highway.
so that's allowed.
And most
Perfect.
commercial enterprises will have a setback away from the sidewalk, whereas in the downtown district,
It's a zero.
there's 0 line
Okay.
setback, so they're right up against the
Okay,
sidewalk.
perfect,
so that's
thanks.
what's-
Makes sense.
We are updating the MR zone bulk sub placement table. As you guys probably are aware, it's the third is what we have in there. We're changing it to 25, 25, 25, and then 25 of free. Choose your lot size, and then we're updating the lot sizes to match the zones. So instead of 6,000 to 7,500, it's now 6,000 to 85, 85 to 12, and then 12 and above for the 3 25s.
And then you're letting them have a fourth of that to do whatever any one of those three they
Yes,
want.
anything above 6,000, they're open, and it kinda is so that they can make it work for their plan, or it's part of negotiations with you guys as their rezone.
The other one that I kind of am a little bit worried about is where what we saw was, it appears that it was clearly their interpretation of it, a third,
Just
and then they
stripes.
did a
So
third,
the
yeah.
intermingling?
Yes.
Yes, so we're actually working on that. Kevin is working on seeing if it's feasible to do the intermingling of lots. Right now, we've given him some parameters. So-
We've tested with designing a fake subdivision
Yes.
using the
See
parameters that you're
if
asking for,
intermingling-
so we can get that.
And so I'm not looking, that's what my concern is that where your lot distance is likely to be fairly uniform, maybe not exact, you might have sweeping roads and stuff like that differ a little bit.
Yeah.
So then that means that your lot sizes fluctuate this way in order to achieve that.
Yep.
And so
That's our- yep.
is that,
Feasible.
yeah, exactly.
That's what
That's
Kevin's
what
working on.
we have tested
Perfect.
to
And
prove
then
to us or try to.
not necessarily that, what I think I would like to see in that is something that reduces repeated patterns.
Yep.
And
Oh, that's a good point.
Yeah.
I don't think we included that.
so that like,
You can't do 3, then 1, then 3, then 1, then 3, then 1. It's like
yes,
you have to-
so repeating patterns, so that then there's variation, that
Yeah.
it changes up, and for so many, whatever, something like that, where it's providing a blend,
Yeah.
a mix of
Yeah,
things.
that's fair. Okay,
Um,
Kevin? No repeating patterns.
But then,
Engineering nightmare.
if that's possible, and it's great that we're going through an exercise of,
Honestly, we don't know if it's possible yet.
and so then what is to
We
understand.
think it might be.
To understand what it is that we're trying to accomplish, then come back to us with what is, this isn't possible, but here's what we could make work. That in order to do this, you have to allow for this in order to allow that to happen, kind of thing.
So, Is that all the questions on this stuff?
I like that, where they get a little bit of variation.
And you guys do too. So you guys have that opportunity to say, hey, we want big lots here because we feel like this intersection, needs to have less traffic, or however you want to put it, whatever. Anyways, the last part of this presentation goes into the comp plan. We've decided, or we were asking if you guys are okay if we move the comp plan discussion to the next meeting since it's getting kind of late.
It's not late.
It's only a quarter to
It's a
11.
little late for some of us. My bedtime's 9:30.
The only one who's in
so-
her 20s.
I've been up since about 4:50 this morning, so I'm doing all right.
We'll call it, if that's okay with you guys, we'll call it quits on we've made it through this initial code update. We have more code updates that we want to bring to you next time anyway, so we'll go through the comp plan stuff at the next meeting.
How many more slides do you have?
8.
We can't power through those?
Please, no. There's a lot of information. We want to have a good conversation
Okay.
about it. Yeah, okay, thank you.
So is this gonna be at the next meeting?
Yeah, but the comp plan stuff will be at the next meeting. But it is all online if you guys want to look at it beforehand. Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
That was awesome.
Yeah.
Hopefully you guys can see that we are trying, and please send us, now we've had this work, please send us feedback if you guys have things that you're thinking about.
So one thing that I would love to see is community engagement, community involvement, community surveys. So I'm kind of thinking about what kind of things how can we phrase this and post it to solicit community input, that people have great ideas and things that maybe we didn't think of, and help us to kind of see what our communities, what our citizens' vision is for our community, and try to incorporate that into
We wanted to do more
open shops.
a town hall on some of this code stuff and the comp plan, and the public at the P&Z meeting asked if we could try to get the first round of updates done sooner rather than later, because we tried to lay out our timeline to them, and they're like, no, we'd rather just have these adopted now, and if we need to update them again later, we can. And so that's kind of why these are getting pushed, is because the public asked us to push them, and then P&Z directed us to push them. But
My thought on it was to have a better framework, or a framework to present to the public, rather than just letting them shoot and trying to figure out after the fact what they were looking for.
we would love more feedback.
We plan on, running this at town halls,
We're looking at, not Mondays.
The comp plan stuff, though, we'll have a
Comp plan
town
stuff
hall.
would be like, we're looking at September, October timeframe, to kind of put those in there, to have the comp plan town hall meetings and stuff like that, because we need to have something as a draft that we can present, rather than just a blank slate.
It'll be a cluster if you don't.
Right.
It totally will. Thank you, Emily.
Is that a curtsy?
Yes, thank you. Okay, I'm tired.
You ain't getting one of those out of me.
Oh, come on, James.
Staff report, city administrator.
Mr. Mayor, you have my staff report, unless there's any other questions. I do want to just lay something out really special for you. The Supreme Court today released their ruling on the penalties and interest case in favor of the cities and highways.
Cool, yeah.
And so that's, there is interest that's being paid on top of the money they've been holding.
Give us our money.
Perfect. So the next step with regards to that, I think that the next thing that we were looking at is jail impact fees.
Yes.
Have we already reviewed, ready to?
We have been reviewing, and we're probably ready to go ahead and start getting that into our planning and zoning, which is our impact fee committee as well, so we can start kind of moving forward. Caveat, and this always seems to have a caveat, during the testimony of the county to the Supreme Court, they said if the Supreme Court rules against the county, they would be seeking legislative fixes to allow them to keep the penalties and interest. So the reason why I found out is during this meeting, I got a text from Representative Cheatham from Pocatello, wants to know if we're interested in solidifying that decision through a legislative process this next year, And I told them, absolutely yes. So we'll go back and make sure that the legislation that we proposed before completely matches with both the district court and the Supreme Court, and we push that forward, because there is a possibility that legislators would finally make a decision and disagree with the court and change the legislation. So we still have work to do to secure this ruling. The money that we've missed in the last couple of years, they will have to refund to us.
Ballpark of how much we're anticipating that to be?
14,000 a year, course of 3 years, I think it's been.
It's 42,000, so.
Yeah, there we go.
Plus,
Larry and his
plus
calculator.
interest, so.
Yeah, and I don't know what the interest rate that, I mean, it's probably not the 7 or 8% you're paying on a mortgage, but I don't know what the interest rate is.
No.
But anyway,
Paying
that's that note.
Court fees? We get to recoup our court fees for that?
I wish.
Yeah.
You okay back there, Joe?
Hey, I'm really sorry for attending these meetings, because they just seem to run on and on and on.
It's all Joe's fault.
Oh, well.
Okay.
Public Works.
My staff report's in your council packet. If you want to talk about any of those individual projects, whether it be private development or our own public projects, I'd be more than happy to talk about those individually.
Are you gonna talk about the consumer confidence report?
The consumer confidence report did go out. That's something Chris Bain does, but we do publish that. All of our water quality reports, consumer confidence reports are on our website.
And we're 100% in compliance with everything that we should be.
But there's a lot of recommendations in there.
Yeah. There always is a lot of
Like
recommendations.
cleaning the 1 million
Well,
gallon reservoir and
so
stuff like that.
That's getting beyond the consumer confidence report.
Okay.
That's getting into the DEQ annual inspection that they conduct.
Okay, so separate.
Yeah, and that's
Thank you.
fairly common
Okay.
for it to be that detail. New person that did the walkthrough is Chris this year from DEQ, so.
Well, I mean, that's seems like it's a good thing, because some of these, at least for the layman, make sense.
Yeah,
Right? Like you should
Well,
probably.
there's a lot of pictures in there, a lot of.
Oh, yeah.
Hopefully you see how well organized. and clean
Bajillion
everything
pictures in
is.
there, yeah.
So yeah, no, it's.
Okay.
You
Mr.
failed to
Mayor.
mention that they started groundbreaking, started the dirt work.
Yeah,
I realize it says City Hall project update, but
There's a city news article that was posted this morning, and I made an update on our city website, rathdrum.gov/City Hall, with that update as well. And I went out there with a drone.
Oh, speaking of which.
Take a picture of the
Oh, wait.
potties.
So, Kevin, in the consumer confidence report, it mentions a URL. That URL, it doesn't work.
Yeah, it's labeled last.
Oh.
It's labeled 2023.
It is, and I was
So-
wondering if that was.
Okay.
Yeah, so it says www.
We'll get that updated then, yeah.
So I mean, I would think that we would want it to match what's on that
No, it's obviously a wrong hyperlink, so.
publication.
We'll get that.
Even if I put
The
25, it doesn't.
proper hyperlink is rathdrum.gov/CCR.
So can we get a redirect so that then if somebody
Or not.
reviews that document,
Yeah, I can work on that.
yeah, that doesn't work either, or at least for me.
There you go. You have to have the www in there. And then in here, on the last one, I've got to figure out why my sorting isn't working. The last one is the 2024 water quality report.
2023.
2024.
got it down at the bottom instead up at the top.
It's out of order.
Yeah, I gotta figure out why the sorting isn't letting me
Oh, that's weird.
to do that.
Y2K.
It's supposed to be the newest one's on top, and I gotta figure out why it's not.
Yeah, I don't know if there's because this document is available to the public and it's published. It says it's published to Coeur d'Alene Press. Can we
Yeah,
make sure that
I can try to get a redirect.
that URL, if somebody types that URL in, that it will direct them to the appropriate place?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep, I can do that.
Okay, police reporting.
Mayor, they're doing the funeral tomorrow.
Okay.
So they had to leave, their reports in the packet, and if you have any questions, Brandon's more than happy to answer any emails or phone calls.
'Cause I have lots of
That's
questions.
tomorrow?
One of the funerals.
Yeah, one's tomorrow, one's on
Do
Friday.
you know where?
Yes, but
Coeur d'Alene Event Center.
they're limiting who can attend.
No, I'm asking because of traffic.
Oh, yes, it is at the Hagedon,
Event Center.
Event Center by the floating green.
Oh, okay, I won't be down that area.
And then there's a bunch of road closures. I think it's along Sherman.
For the caravan or whatever. So.
Yeah.
Hey, look at that.
Ooh, fancy.
That looks like Elvis.
Speaking of drones, sorry, I found out Axon actually has drone leases for police departments. So I know part of Brandon's budget was possibly a drone. We may want to look into that as a more
Appreciate
less
it, yeah.
expensive option.
I'll talk to him about it.
Park and Rec.
So my report's in your packet as well. Couple things real quick is the reminder, our summer concert series kicks off this Friday downtown.
I'll be there.
Yeah,
and
Sammy
then-
Eubanks.
Yeah, Sammy Eubanks. It's from 5:30 to 8. And then the other thing I wanted to mention was the Mayor's Cup Golf Tournament. We got the final figures. We raised over $5,100 for outreach eats.
Nice.
So we'll be doing a check presentation Friday, day after tomorrow. So other than that, that's
Where's that gonna be at?
at
On
the
Lakes Golf Course.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Cool. That's nice.
Visitor comment, an opportunity to address council.
Sir?
Yeah.
Sit back there.
Seeing none, mayor and council report. Ken? John?
Rathdrum City Code, Chapter 1, Section 1. No.
Oh.
I don't have anything.
Larry?
My report's in your packet.
I saw it. I don't have
learned
any.
that from you guys.
It's very short.
Don't have anything either. Without any further city business before us, without objection, we are adjourned.
Thank you very much.